shall be cut off. And every soul that eateth that which died of itself, or that which was torn with beasts, whether it be one of your own country or a stranger, he shall both wash his clothes and bathe himself in water and be unclean until the even, then shall he be clean. But if he wash them not, nor bathe his flesh, then he shall bear his iniquity.
Right. So all you have to do, man, if you made a mistake and ate something that died of itself, wash yourself, wash your clothes, be unclean. If you didn't, and you knew and you didn't acknowledge, you have to bear whatever consequence the Most High decided to hit you with.
Man.
Whatever little bellyache, whatever diarrhea, you got to deal with that. Whatever plague was in that meat. It's funny, me and Lacaro was driving and we seen a deer on the road and we were like, damn, I wonder why Esau didn't pick that up yet. We were like, that must have just got hit. I mean, it was a full deer, like just laid there. He looked good too.
Wow.
It was roadkill, so I'm not eating that.
Come man.
But we both did we say that? We were like, damn, how come nobody ain't grabbed him yet?
That's funny.
I took enough road trips. I've seen people pull over and jump out and grab stuff off the road and throw it on the top of the car. I've driven through Tennessee, West Virginia, Alabama a few times. Real Edomite country, backwood Iowa. I've slid through like the outskirts of Illinois where this is real country. Bruh, they hit a deer. You'll see a cat back up the pickup. Gone. I'm like, damn, they really picking up roadkill? Yeah, they're not playing out there. And it's not like the CDOT picking it up. It's people. Yeah.
When I was younger, I was living in Covington, Louisiana, a little country town.
Mm-hmm.
And I was working with this Edomite cat, and he was talking about this raccoon, and everybody was like, man, where you shoot a coon at? He said, oh, I scraped them off the side
of the roads. Yeah, bro.
We had to talk about it eating it.
Really?
Yeah, we had to.
Damn, Esau is disgusting.
Yeah, my grandfather on my mother's side was always stopping picking up his squirrels that was a hit on the side of the road, pick them up and take them home, skin them. Yeah. But I look kind of deep, and I'm going to get back to this, but I look kind of deep on my mother's dad's side there. And every time we went to Huntsville, I was passed by Sam Houston there, and they would always say, oh, that's our cousin. I was on that boy, that's our cousin. That's our cousin. I ain't understand then. But now I got to understand about it. I said, wait a minute, that's Esau. You talking about that's your cousin?
Damn. They try to graft you in.
I started saying, wait a minute, man, let me find out. Oh, I started looking deep. I said, oh, Dad, I'm glad you're my dad. You know?
Yeah.
Because on my mama's side, they talking about Esau, they people.
Well, I mean, I got a couple of Edomites on my side.
I got you.
My mom's side.
Got
So, yeah, my mom's mom. It's funny. There was a lot. I just started really reading into this. There was a lot of Ashkenaz Jews in Jamaica. There was a whole community, and so my mom's mom's dad is Ashkenaz.
My grandma, on my dad's side, my grandma's mom was Ashkenaz Jew.
Yep.
What really had me concerned about it was when every time I passed by line, I look at his receiving hairline. I look at mine. I said, wait a minute, I'm back here too. So I hope I ain't got.
Bruh, I'm back here too. So that ain't got nothing to do with it.
All right, thank you.
That ain't got nothing to do with it.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, you good, bro. That's
Okay.
That's just how it is. Anyway,
Leviticus chapter 18, verse 1.
right?
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, I am the Lord your God.
And I want y'all to really pay attention to this next verse. Go ahead.
After the doings of the land of Egypt,
Right?
wherein ye dwell, shall ye not do.
So the law was given for us to remember not to do the things in Egypt. But also, going forward, remember, there was already people in Canaan. We had Ham in Canaan. Go ahead.
And after the doings of the land of Canaan,
Right?
whither I bring you,
Right?
shall ye not do.
Right. So a lot of the things that are going to be named here, right, going forward, they were doing in Canaan already.
Dang.
Right? I'm setting this up for a reason. I'm letting y'all know there was a lot of things that was happening.
A lot of things was happening.
They were happening in Canaan, and the Most High was like, okay, Egypt got one way of doing things. Don't mess with them. But when I send you to Canaan to spy it out, you're going to see cats doing some weird stuff there too. Don't desire after that. Just go in, wipe them out, wipe all that filth off the land, and y'all can have the land. But in order for us to go in there and kill them, we had to go spy them, right? Remember? So we had to see some of the things that they were doing. Now, Israel, what did they say? Curiosity killed the cat?
Done.
Because what happens? We like, ooh, damn.
They make that look so good.
That's how you do that?
That's messed up.
Like, wait a minute, how did they fit that there?
I didn't even know you could do that.
I didn't even know that went there. Right. And
They
I'm
look
going
like
to
they
go
like
home and
it.
try that. Right? I'm going to go home and try that.
Dang.
Wow.
He was preventing us. He was preventing us from the, don't be curious.
Dang.
Don't fall into what you're about to see. Abadiah.
That's that knowledge of having known good and evil.
That's that knowledge of good and evil. And we are way past knowing good and evil now because we were in Egypt. Remember, the things in Egypt, they were wicked as hell too. They were wicked in Egypt. But Canaan, they were wicked too. They were off also. They were doing some opposite customs also. And
They still do it.
And they still doing it. You know, like the drinking of the blood. All them photos she put up of Ham walking around with boils of steaming blood to do what? Drink it. You don't really read about the Egyptians drinking the blood or dealing with blood, but you know Ham, they'd have blood rituals.
I was gonna say back in the day when I was in my teens,
Right?
They came out with this movie called Africa Untamed,
Uh-huh.
and they showed like a woman having childbirth, and after she gave birth, the father caught the afterbirth in the bowl and drank it.
That's what I'm saying.
Come on, bro.
Oh, the whole stem cells and all that. But that's what I'm saying, where they're doing these customs where it's like you got Israel in the middle, and you got wickedness, and the Most High is like, okay, I'm trying to transition you from one wicked spot into cleanliness. But in order for you to be transitioned to the cleanliness, you're gonna have to witness some of the filth that they're doing over here too. It's just how it's gonna be, right? To go in and see like, oh, that's what they're doing. Oh, that like when they went into Sodom and Gomorrah, they saw like, oh, these niggas is faggots, right? When the angels went in there, it was like, oh, these dudes is gay. They trying to hit, right? They trying to get with us. So they had to witness. But they had to witness it. So, but it says it here. Were we in Canaan yet? No, we we still in Leviticus, man. What? We about a week out of Egypt, right? What are we? A couple months? I'll give it a couple of months. We ain't get hit with the 40 years yet. We a couple months out of Egypt. And he's like, listen, after the doings of the land of Canaan, whether I bring you, you shall not do, neither shall you walk in their ordinances. They had certain ordinances that they were doing that was foreign to us, but they were also foreign to the Egyptians. The Egyptian custom was different from the Canaanite custom. They were both Hamites, but they was living in two different realms. Watch. I'm setting it up.
Done.
Right? Setting something up for y'all. I mean, we went over it before, but it's funny because me and this brother had a conversation at my house yesterday about it. And it's funny that it comes up in the reading. Read on.
Leviticus 18, chapter 3, last precept.
Right?
Neither
Whoa,
shall
he
ye
said
walk.
sticking heads up cows' butts. That's what Ham does. They shower in urine, right? They stick their heads in the cow's vagina. I don't know what that's about. Really don't. Just all these practices, man. The lip plates, the ear plates. Y'all saw Black Panther. Just all that stuff that's just like out of Israelite character. That's not in our character.
Y'all want to be Wakandans.
Yeah, I'm down for an ear piercing, but my whole lip, nah, I'm good. I'm down for like a necklace, but like the thing that makes your neck like an ostrich, I'm straight. I'm good. I don't need my woman to look like that. They already got stretched out necks, right? So I don't need you to add something to it to make it more stretched. Go ahead, read.
Last precept on verse 3.
What is it when they circumcising women?
clitoris.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you know, removing the clitoris.
Man, that's sick.
What else do they do, man?
They sew them up too.
Yeah, they remove it, they sew it up, so that way when she goes in and deals with her man, he'll get the pleasure and she won't. And
The tribal markings.
yeah, the tribal markings, the
This
tattoos.
sickness, man.
You know, there's so many different customs that a lot of these nations carry till today.
Okay.
Just like how we carry along some of the wicked customs that we picked up till today. Look at Levi. Look at all that voodoo, right? Look at the 9.5 with all that Christianity and all that Catholicism and all that Jesus Christos is Blanco.
Idolatry.
Look at that. Look at all that idolatry that the 9.5 is still in. Prayer beads, prayer candles. Come on, give me some more, my Issacharites. Rosary. I said that. Prayer beads. What else?
Kissing the feet of the statue.
Kissing the feet of statues. What else? Come on.
All the statues of angels and praying to them. And
Right. The different angels, the saints.
Yeah.
Right. It's all these things that y'all been carrying these
It's
customs
our
all the way
society.
from when y'all was called Ephraim. But okay, let's think about Judah, Benjamin, Levi.
Got
Up
it.
front,
God.
because you be biting them chicken bones and crushing them up and eating that bone marrow. That was all the way from back in this time when we went off. Bro, you go to Jamaica, I thought that was how they kept strong teeth. My grandma, I think she died with a whole mouthful of teeth. I don't know how she did it. I thought it was because she was chewing chicken bones.
Yeah.
That's what she would do. Don't put a chicken bone in front of her. It would be minced. It'd be minced bone. She would chew that thing up, suck that marrow out. You just hear like a pit bull chewing
Yeah.
bones. And you like, where the bones go? She eat that bone marrow.
Used to make liver, used to fry liver and feed us liver.
That's another thing. Yeah, in the islands, you eating liver. You eating what was it? It was liver and what? You eating liver? Huh?
A lot of gizzards.
Gizzards. Yeah, chicken gizzards and liver.
Yeah.
You ain't supposed to eat those things. The liver is what circulates the blood.
Yeah.
The kidneys. You don't eat those things that deal with the purification of the blood.
God.
But these are delicacies in the islands. You know what I'm saying? So again, the tradition that we learned way back, we still carry them today. Just like these nations are doing the same thing. They're just living in sin and living in filth. And the whole point is for everybody to get cleaned up.
God.
So he was warning us, don't do what you did in Egypt, but don't look and see what the Canaanites are doing and want to follow that also. So when we go from here on, you're going to be reading some laws like, wait a minute, they didn't do that in Egypt. Well, because they were doing it in Canaan. Very important. They were doing it already in Canaan, and the Most High knew it. Yes, sir?
No, I'm just saying, by the way, I don't nobody get this twisted. I'm just teasing one of my real, because that's what we used to do. We discussed that before about the liver.
Right, you know it. Right.
She was a liver lover.
Oh, yeah.
And I used to like it too when we stopped, so I'm just teasing her. She don't tease with us.
Right.
You know.
Yeah, I mean, and you know, we coming out of that mind, you know, remember the Most High said it in Romans. He said he winked at your iniquity. Right? But now he caused it all men to repent. So we got to be in that repentful mind that we don't glory. Right? He said, Paul said it, your glorying is not good. Right? We ain't supposed to glory in the wickedness, but yeah, we do remind ourselves to not fall back into that. Yep.
The Jesus piece.
Huh?
The Jesus piece.
Oh yeah, that good wood.
I had a real, like, when I was in the world,
Yeah.
it's just weird. Like, I was driving to Dallas with one of my homeboys.
Right?
You know, just being wicked or whatever. I had a Jesus piece I had just bought. And for some reason, man, the spirit hit me and I was like,
And Jesus' eyes were blue.
nah.
He
It
had the
was
blue
like,
diamonds. He had the yellow diamonds for the hair.
It
Right?
was wrong, bro.
Cats be taking it to the extreme. You gotta see some of these
I-
Jesus pieces.
Man, I felt so bad. I took it off.
Yeah.
Before I even got to the party, I was like, man, I put it in my.
Man, you know you wore it till you got a number, and
I
then you
didn't,
took
I didn't wear it. I got rid of it that day. Like, I don't know what it was, but it's like the Jesus piece. I got a homeboy. He wears one of the idols, one of the saints.
Anyone? Fans, please.
He wears a saint, and apparently he said that the saint that he's Judah.
It protects them.
No, it's he says a lot of dope dealers in Issachar wear it because it's supposed to protect them and
Right.
make sure their drug transactions go safely.
I mean, come on. Pablo Escobar would go set up his idol, pray to it, and then go shoot somebody in the face. I mean, come on. Y'all seen what was the movie? Bronx? No, not Bronx Tale. The one where he was playing chess, man. It was damn, that's my movie too. I forgot. Anyway,
Goodfellas?
huh? He was a chess player. Samuel L. Jackson was his pops.
Yeah.
What's it called?
I think it was Devil.
It was called Fresh.
Fresh. Oh, yeah.
Well, you seen the little, you seen the Ephraimite? He had the little altar in his room,
God.
but he was a damn dope dealing crackhead woman beater. So our people idolize thinking that that's going to protect them from, or cleanse them from continuing to do evil. Let's finish it up till we get the next reading.
Leviticus 18, chapter 3, last precept. Neither shall ye walk in their ordinances. Verse 4. Ye shall do my judgments and keep mine ordinances to walk therein. I am the Lord your God.
Right. Any questions? Next reader. Let's get it. So remember, we're going to be reading some things that happened in Egypt, and we're going to be reading some things that were going on in Canaan as we go through that the Canaanites were doing. Yep.
Shamayar, Shabbat Shah, Banyamya, Ban Yashal.
Shamayar, Shabbat Shah, Ban Yamyan, Ban Yasha'Allah. I might have. Right.
Yahweh Shimi Ashab Rakathum.
Yahweh Shem Yahshua Barakatah. Strong Benjamite salute. He's the only one.
Yes, sir.
He's the only one. The other Benjamite might be a Judite. He says plantain. He says plantain.
That's not how you say it.
No,
How you say it?
plantain.
Planting.
It's not plantain.
Damn.
Plantain.
You know what's so crazy, just like with everything you're just talking on, is how, as a child growing up with amongst idolatry and everything like that, and how it's so normal to me, even as you're speaking it, like I'm not offended by speaking on these things, but the intensity of what my family and myself practice, to where really, really seeing apparitions of these certain entities and so on and so forth, and how now, like, there's not a spirit of fear on me or anything like that, but like when I was in it, a grown man and everything like that, even before I came over here, just seeing what I would see and how much it would scare me, you know what I mean?
Yeah. But now you know. Scriptures say, know what's good for yourself and give yourself unto it. Seek not death in the error of your life. So now you're knowing, what do I got to give my spirit to? Well, I got to give my spirit to the Spirit of the Most High, and not to these other negative spirits. That be the problem with our people, man. You'll be so quick to give in to all the negatives. You'll find every reason to just be negative and give into the negative, and one reason to give into the positive. And it's like, I can't give into the positive. I can't give into the Spirit. We got to get better at overcoming, like the scriptures say, be not overcome with evil, but overcome evil with good. You might have one good reason to do good. Just do it. Follow that one reason. Follow that one reason. Let all the other negative reasons, let that just go. But where we at? We're at Leviticus 18 and 5. You're going to go to 19 and 1. Yes, sir. So in this chapter, we're going to be going through about, this is going to immoral acts, dealing with different kin, close kin, incest, basically. Go ahead.
Leviticus chapter 18, verse 5. Ye shall therefore keep my statutes and my judgments, which if a man do, he shall live in them. I am the Lord. Verse 6. None of you shall approach to any that is near of kin to him,
right,
to uncover their nakedness.
Right, meaning to, when it says uncover their nakedness, sleep with, have sex with. Go ahead.
I am the Lord. The nakedness of thy father or the nakedness of thy mother shalt thou not uncover.
Right, so you ain't supposed to be marrying your mom like you see these weirdos. Your mother is marrying her son, he's 17, she's trying to marry her son. You're not supposed to do that. Or fathers marry, like you got Trump Didn't he say something about marrying his own daughter? Didn't he say something? Or am I tripping? Yeah, you had Trump talking about he married his own daughter.
Nimrod and Semiramis.
Huh?
Nimrod and Semiramis.
Yeah, and then you got all these Nimrod and
Married his mother.
yeah, married his mother. You got all these Greek and Egyptian customs and gods. We weren't supposed to do that. Go ahead.
There was a lady, this woman, she posted on Instagram or something like that, and it's her in the bathtub, and she's naked, and she has her son in the bathtub with her. He's like a little guy, you know, like maybe
Like what's a little guy? Like 1,
no.
2,
He's like
7?
maybe 4 or 5.
Yeah, he's not supposed to see that.
And he's like behind her, and she's bent over in front of him. He's in the back, and he has his leg like this is the end, the rear end. And he has his leg like this, and he's like,
Wait, his third leg or his
no,
actual leg?
his
Oh.
actual leg, his
Wow.
actual leg. And then she posts under the picture,
Bath time?
no, worse. When he grows up, I'm gonna let him hit this instead of him going out and getting one of these ratchet hoes.
Ew.
Wow.
This was Judah?
Judah.
Yeah. Wow. That's why you gotta stop. You women gotta stop calling your sons my king,
My babe.
my babe, and like all that stuff. Daddy. He ain't your daddy. He ain't your man. He ain't your king. Get you a husband, so you ain't gotta you don't fall into that, man. But these are the things that we weren't supposed to be doing. These are the things that they were doing in Egypt. They were marrying their mother, marrying their daughter. They were marrying their moms.
It was in the Southwest. I don't know if it was Arizona or New Mexico or something like that, but there was this Issachar family where this woman put her son for up adoption, right? And then she met him when he was older, like 18, 19, 20 years old. And then they had an interview.
Yeah, that's what he was talking about earlier. That's the same thing.
Oh man, that's crazy. And you know, he was speaking on that, of how wicked the family that I came up in, you know what I'm saying? And you know, there's a lot of things I want to expound on, because it's something that I gotta deal with on the regular. You know, it's something that I gotta fight with myself and pray and you know, so on and so forth. But on top of like brujeria and everything like that, and drug abuse and absentee homes and so on and so forth, there was what we're speaking on, going over in this scripture right now. And it's boldly even talking about it, it's like, it's disgusting, it was hurtful, it was, you know, people were taken advantage of.
Right.
You know, boys, girls were taken advantage of, and again, that's something that in my spirit myself, like I gotta, man, till I die type stuff, like damn.
Yeah, but
It's crazy.
you know, there's. Remember when we read in Ecclesiasticus 6 about. Let's see here. 6 and 20. She is very unpleasant to the unlearned. He that is without understanding will not remain with her. It's up to us to remain with the wisdom that's going to keep us from. Remember when it says in the Wisdom of Solomon about the mortal thoughts, and falling into those mortal thoughts and using the wrong devices to fix those thoughts? You got to stay in the wisdom. You got to keep your mind on your work, abide in your labor. That's it. We all got past demons, past things that happened to us, past hurt. But if I dwell on that, then I'm not going to be able to move forward.
Right.
I got to dwell on most of us in here got children, right? I got to be on how am I going to make life for my children better and not let them go through those circumstances. You know, there's so many other things to look at that can propel you away. You never get rid of what happened. That's the one thing. I'm not naive and don't want nobody to be naive. Like, oh, just forget about it. Just get over it. It don't work like that. Things in the past happen for a reason, though. You can't erase the past. You can only learn from it, and you can stay clear from it. But you have to be looking at, what am I doing for the future? The Most High said, commit your works unto him, and he'll establish your thoughts.
Proverbs
So,
16:3.
right, Proverbs 16 and verse 3. You gotta, What am I doing? What work am I doing? And as I keep doing this work, as I keep building myself as a teacher, as an example, as a leader, my thoughts are going to be on how do I be a better leader, a better example. You're not going to be thinking about the past so much. Yeah, you might get a little memory, a little flashback, and you, oh, damn, I remember I went through that. Damn. But now I can use that to help and show the next person that it's okay. It's okay to get hurt. It's okay to get hurt because if you deal with it the right way, you can bounce back. Ecclesiasticus 29, right? What does it tell us? Go there real fast, and then where'd you want to go?
Philippians 3 and 13.
Right? Looking at the things. Go ahead, read it. Yep, there's another good one.
Brethren, I count not myself to have apprehended.
Right?
But this one thing I do,
Come on.
forgetting those things which are behind.
Right, and how do I forget the things that are behind? Well, I commit my works to the Most High, and He'll establish the new thought process. He'll establish the future thinking. Go ahead.
And reaching forth unto those things.
Doing what?
Reaching forth.
Standing still.
Reaching forth.
Dwelling on negative.
Reaching forth.
See, if I'm reaching for something, I'm active. And if I'm reaching, I have to be looking at what I'm reaching for so I can grab it. But if I'm reaching and look behind me, I'm going to miss the mark. Oh, damn, I remember when that happened. Up, miss, up, miss, up, miss. I'm reaching and looking. Oh, I got it. Boom. Let me hold on to what is going to keep me forward. Go ahead. Was that it?
Allah. And reaching forth unto those things which are before.
Right?
I press toward the mark.
I do what?
I press toward the
So
mark.
if I'm pressing towards the mark, that means I have to at least have the mark set. I got to have something in front of me that's set to get away from the things that are in the past. Go ahead.
I press toward the mark for the price of the high calling of the Most High.
And for the what?
I press toward the mark for the price of the high calling.
See, you got to look at what you were called for. Again, it says prize. Yeah, I'm like price. It says prize. Yours price says price.
It's price.
You got an old Bible?
1611.
Yeah, it's prize. No,
16.
well, he's a six. He got the actual old English in there. Yeah, it's written different in his. The word is prize. I press forward for the prize. No, it's all good. When you were reading it, I was like, price. You got to understand what were you called for. Remember, it says every high priest that was taken from among men. Right? You went through what you went through so that you could be the example that hurt and pain don't define a person. Past hurts shouldn't define you. You were pulled from that to show examples of, wait a minute, I was compassed with infirmities and iniquities. Some that I caused and some that was caused on me. But look at me now. We can bounce back from that. We all, everybody up here got a story. Everybody up here was a killer. Everybody up here was a dope dealer. Everybody up here been abused in some, when I say up here, I'm talking about here and there.
John.
Was abused, used, mistreated, misrepresented, whatever the case may be, in some way, shape, or form where we all have a story, but does that define us? No, it can't. It can't define you, else you're not using what happened to you for the right calling. You're not using that as the tool to show others that we can bounce back. Israel's all about bouncing back and all about getting out the mire and pulling yourself up by the bootstraps. A righteous man, a just man falls 7 times. We all about that. That's what the motto is, you know? So don't look at the things that you went through as woe is me. Look at them as, man, Barakatah Yahweh. I made it this far, and now I'm in a realm where I don't have to go through those things. I don't have to be. This is what you should be thankful for. You know, the one thing I notice about a lot of Issachar, when I talk to a lot of different Issacharite families, women, men, there's a lot of sexual abuse in Issachar. For some reason it comes out. I'm not saying it's not in the other tribes. It's there.
Yeah.
But Issachar, man, it'd be a demon. And what I've learned is that demon replicates and makes other demons. And some of us been through that, right, in our personal lives. And you have to be thankful that you didn't become the thing that you hate. The Most High gave you the opportunity to be the opposite. That's what you got to be thankful for. That, yeah, I went through what I went through, but now I am not hurting people in the manner that I was hurting. You got to be thankful. You got to be thankful for the wisdom that saved you from becoming a literal product of your environment. A lot of people don't get that chance. I know people that their grandpa was abusing them, but he abused the whole grandchildren, the whole line. He abused the whole generation and just made more pedophiles. So now the grandsons, they turn to pedophiles and they abusing the little cousins, their little daughters, their little girl cousins. They abusing all the little cousins. That turns into what? Now you got a generation of little girls that they've been abused. Now what? As they grow up, prostitution, promiscuous, right? Just laying with any man, not understanding that you don't got to give up your body to be accepted, and you just repeat this cycle that started with one person. It just ran through a whole family. I've seen it firsthand, and the product of that is, man, not very many people escape.
And what's so beautiful about just being in this setting is like speaking on the sexual abuse that happened within my family or anything like that, and the amount of babies that are just coming out, the new generations is, for example, like my brother-in-law that's watching right now and stuff, and myself, is that we will be able to just deplete that, remove that. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
that it
and that's the
doesn't
point.
move forward. You know what
And
I
that's
mean?
what I'm saying. That with the wisdom, the only way though is with the wisdom. Because when we read this stuff, like when we're reading this stuff in Leviticus, these niggas was doing it willingly. It wasn't like no constraint. They was like, yeah, let me go deal with my mom. Well, let me go deal with my father's wife. Remember, Corinthians, right? Watch. Let's read on. Go ahead, read on. And the sister asks, was this happening in the time of Noah? No, it wasn't happening in the time of Noah. Remember, Noah had 3 sons. They had 3 wives. They had children. It was lawful to deal with your niece. So they found a way to do it lawfully. It's funny. I actually put together a chart of how it could have, happened. How this man could have went with this woman and they made a baby, and boom, 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 boom. You see what I'm saying? I made a chart with all the sons that Shem, Ham, Japhet had, all their wives. And they said that this son made this son. I made this chart, man, and you could see, like, okay, there was no need for a man to sleep with another man's wife. There was no need for them to sleep with their mom, Noah's wife. There was no need for them to basically do anything outside the law, because there was a way for them to deal lawfully, but with close kin. There was a lawful, we deal with Abraham and Sarah. We went through that whole thing. They were close kin. They weren't brother and sister. They were no, she wasn't his cousin. She was his niece. When we went through that whole little breakdown, she was his niece. When he said that, that's my sister, he was speaking like, that's my sister. Sister as far as the nation.
Yeah.
Right, but they were close kin. But, we went through that whole thing. So you can deal with family members. There was a lawful setting where you can deal with family members. And it was unlawful. There was a way that they repopulated and they did it lawfully. Right. It's funny. I put together this whole chart, man. I stayed up nights doing it. Gotta find it. It's a whole little timeline of just like Noah, Shem, Ham, Japhet, their sons, wives, and they all didn't have wives. All the sons didn't reproduce, but there was a way they did it lawfully. Where we at?
Remember you told me about that? You said you was going into endless genealogy.
I was going into endless genealogies, but it don't end. But at the same time, it was needed because I got a lot of edification from it. Go ahead. Read on. Back in Leviticus.
Leviticus chapter 18, verse 7, last precept. She is thy mother, thou shalt not uncover her nakedness.
Right.
Verse 8. The nakedness of thy father's wife shalt thou not uncover.
Right, hold it there. The nakedness of thy father's wife. Now, why would it reiterate the same thing twice? This is for my, it's unlawful to have more than one wife people. Why would it reiterate the same thing twice? Read the verse up. Again.
Verse 7. The nakedness of thy father, or the nakedness of thy mother,
right,
shalt thou not uncover.
Right, so you're not supposed to sleep with your mother. Read on.
She is thy mother.
Right, she's your mom. Read.
Thou shalt not uncover her nakedness.
Right.
Verse 8.
Right.
The nakedness of thy father's wife.
But she's your mother. No, she ain't. It's a different instance. We already dealt with the mom.
Con.
Now this is your father's wife. In the case of Reuben, where he did what? Slept with his father's wife or concubine, lower level wife.
Didn't Absalom do that too?
Absalom slept with his father's concubines or wives,
God.
right?
Con.
So it's showing you here there's a difference. Go to Corinthians 5 first. 1 Corinthians 5. Read it.
Verse 1.
Read.
1 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 1. It is reported commonly
Right.
that there is fornication among you.
Right, now, remember, we all the way in Moses' time. Let's forward a couple thousand years later to Paul. And let's see if Israel changed. Read.
And such fornication as is not so much as named among the Gentiles.
Like, even the Gentiles ain't really doing this. Like, y'all took what y'all saw and ran with it. Go ahead.
That one should have his father's wife.
That one should have his father's wife. It didn't say his mother. So in the New Testament, in these new days, we kept the tradition of having multiple wives, but cats was committing fornication by taking their father's wife. In Corinth, this was a problem. They reported to Paul, like, yo, this cat slept with his father's wife out of lust. This cat took his father. Okay, Paul wrote back. Wait a minute. This is being reported to me. That you cats is out here on fornication levels. High demons, right? Y'all are breaking the law. Go ahead, jump back.
Leviticus chapter 18.
No, read on. There's a part I want to read on.
Verse 2.
Read.
And ye are puffed up.
And you what?
Ye are puffed
Man,
up.
I'm Mr. Steal Your Girl. Right?
Yeah.
I'm Mr. Steal Your Girl, steal your woman. I'm going to hit that. I'm going to hit that, split that, and send her back to you. With white stuff on her face. Ain't that what they be on though in the rap songs?
Every song, man.
Every song is about, again, me and Lacquerade, we had a good time in the car when he wasn't asleep. But we was talking about, and we were listening to music, and we both Benjamites, we listening to the reggae, and we were reflecting back. I was reflecting back on my time growing up. He reflected back on his time. We grew up in different times. We got 10 years apart. So, but it was funny that the same sentiment with rap, with reggae, it was what? I'm going to take your woman. Now, back in the day, it wasn't really like that.
Me and Mrs. Jones.
But see, we were listening to Mrs. Jones. We were listening to the Manhattans. We was listening to Let's Just Kiss and Say Goodbye. And it was like, wait a minute, this whole song is about this nigga cheating with another woman.
God.
Mrs. Jones had a Mr. Jones.
God.
How was she a Mrs.? Right?
God.
All these songs was about cheating and adultery and dealing with somebody else's wife. And then now when you listen to more recent reggae music, because they weren't really on that like that. But then when you start listen to the Barris Hammond and Sanchez and all these dudes, they was singing like little love songs, but they was singing to like chicks that they could get, like single women. But now when you usher in this new dancehall era, Vibes Cartel and all these dudes, they talking about banging your woman. Beanie Man and Bounty and all these dudes. That's what they on. So, it's a thing in Israel where I'm a glory. He said you're puffed up. Like, nigga, nobody could tell you nothing. Now, that's my rib now. Like Absalom. Was he not puffed up? Bro, he was so puffed up, he tried to go against his daddy. Read on.
And have not rather mourned.
And you have not what?
Rather mourned.
Right, you didn't have no remorse. You didn't have that godly sorrow. Read.
That he that hath done this deed
Come on.
might be taken away from among you.
Right. It's like, man, y'all don't even think that the Most High could wipe you out. You think you're doing good. You think you could creep, forgetting that the Most High's eyes is 10,000 times brighter than the sun, beholding all the ways of man, even the most secret parts. It ain't just sleeping with your daddy's wife. It's a lot of things that we do. You might not sleep with your daddy's wife, but you might have a lot of different iniquities that you try to hide and be puffed up about it. And instead of mourning and saying, damn, man, the Most High wants a broken spirit, contrite mind, you like, nah, I'm good, I'm clean. I don't know what's going on, man. I'm Job. Most High checking you, I'm Job.
Dang.
Really?
So for righteousness.
Suffering for righteousness' sake. But behind closed doors, you're a demon. Read on.
For I verily, as absent in body, but present in spirit,
Right?
have judged already.
Come on.
as though I were present concerning him that have so done this deed.
Right, jump over. Wait a minute. What else does it say? Read on.
In the name of our Lord, Yahushua,
Read. Can't forget this part. Come on.
when ye are gathered together in my spirit with the power of our Lord, Yahushua,
Right.
to deliver such as one unto Satan.
Yeah, man. A lot of cats was getting cut off from their people and left to their own devices. A lot of babies was getting destroyed and not take. It says an adulterous woman's child will not take root. Right? A lot of Satan was ripping through, man, and doing his justice for these deeds. Sister Mary.
Read Galatians 5, what Galatians 5:19 says?
Go there. Let's see.
Galatians chapter 5, verse 19.
Read.
Now the works of the flesh are manifest.
Right.
Which are these:
Come on.
adultery,
Right? Adultery. That's what we're dealing with. Adultery, fornication, a man sleeping with his father's wife. What else?
Ephesians 5.
Hold on. Read on.
I'm sorry.
fornication,
Right? Fornication. Read on.
uncleanness,
Right?
lasciviousness,
Right? Lust.
idolatry,
Idolatry. Right? We're dealing with all these things even in this reading. Go ahead.
witchcraft,
Right? Witchcraft, the drinking of the blood, and dealing with all that. Go ahead.
hatred,
We're gonna deal with that when we get to Leviticus 19. Read.
variance,
Variance. Going back, at variance with each other. Go ahead.
emulations,
Right? Fighting. Go ahead.
wrath,
Hatefulness, anger, grudge. Read.
strife,
Striving, contention. Read on.
seditions,
Seditions, right? Got a different sect of people, the Pharisees. Read.
heresies,
Heretics. Always got something to say about something. Read.
envyings,
Envious, jealousy. Come on.
murders,
And murders, man. A lot of these things lead to murder. Read.
drunkenness,
Right?
revelings,
Uh-huh.
and such like,
Right?
of the which I tell you before,
Mm-hmm.
as I have also told you in time past,
Mm-hmm.
that they which do such things shall not inherit the kingdom of the Most High.
Yeah. Man, it was funny. I was thinking about it.
Dang.
I've been thinking about these fruits of the spirits classes, and I'm like, man, it's crazy. There's 9 fruits of the spirit. They all work hand in hand. And if you're really not building yourself to attain these things, you really ain't gonna get into the kingdom when you look at it. You're not gonna get into the kingdom without having at least some of these, like a piece of a joy, a piece of temper. You're not getting in. Abadiah and then Sister Mary after.
Because if you're not, just like you said, if you're not exercising those fruits of the spirit, then you're exercising all of the fruits of the flesh.
Yeah, you're doing all these things
Yeah.
that we read, because where we at? In Ephesians, right? Yeah, and when you read down, it goes into the fruits. Right,
Yeah.
right. What else, Sister Mary?
So you read Ephesians, right?
Right. What else precepts you got? Her sharpness.
What about testimony?
Her sword is sharp today.
Testimony 4:3.
Which one? Timothy's?
Thessalonians.
Oh, Thessalonians. Yeah, read it for her. Thessalonians chapter 4 and verse. First or second Thessalonians? First.
1 Thessalonians chapter 4, verse 3.
Right?
For this is the will of the Most High,
Come on.
even your sanctification, that ye should abstain from fornication.
Right. You should abstain from fornication. Now, fornication is not just a sexual thing. Remember, you fornicate chasing these other gods. Right? That's another level of, you got that spiritual fornication. Right? Go ahead. What's that, Sister Mary?
The reason why I'm giving you all this scripture because I read every time you do a chapter, I read what it applies to.
Right.
I read this out of the apply.
Right. You definitely got what it applies to. I know that. Right. Let's jump back. Y'all get that, right? Let's go back to Leviticus.
Leviticus chapter 18 and verse 8.
Right?
The nakedness of thy father's wife shalt thou not uncover.
Right?
It is thy father's nakedness.
Right? And I'm going to read this real quick. Leviticus chapter 20 and verse 11. And the man that lieth with his father's wife had uncovered his father's nakedness. Both of them shall be surely put to death. Their blood shall be upon them. That's Leviticus 20 and verse 11. I'm going to go to Deuteronomy real quick. 22 and verse 30. Y'all can just write them down Next to this Leviticus 18. A man shall not take his father's wife, nor discover his father's skirt. So it's showing you, man, that, and then when you go to the Josephus, page 97, it goes into it, how they were sleeping with their father's wives. It wasn't their mother. So there's a lot of ammo here showing, these scriptures are manifold, man. The spirit is manifold. You're dealing with a lot of different subject matter just in this one little chapter. Huh? Deuteronomy chapter 22 and 30. Leviticus 20 and 11. And in the blue Josephus, it's page 97. You can read about it also. You can read right about it. See what it applies to. Yep. Let's jump back. God. You dirty. Read on.
Verse 9. The nakedness of thy sister,
Right.
the daughter of thy father,
Right.
or the daughter of thy mother,
Come on.
whether she be born at home or born abroad, even their nakedness thou shalt not uncover.
Right. Your sister, go ahead.
The nakedness of thy son's daughter, or of thy daughter's daughter, even their nakedness thou shalt not uncover.
Your grandchildren, go ahead.
For theirs is thine own nakedness.
Right.
The nakedness of thy father's wife's daughter, begotten of thy father, she is thy sister.
Right.
Thou shalt not uncover her nakedness.
Right. So the case of it was Absalom. What's the brother Tamar? The sister Tamar.
Oh yeah, how he loved his sister.
Tamar and what was the brother? Damn. It's in Samuel.
Yeah.
We'll get it, but it said he loved his sister. He raped her.
Yeah.
She said, "Man, don't this folly shouldn't be named in Israel." He raped her. He cast her off faster than man. See, they write movies about that stuff.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that when you said
Tamar,
it. Because
yeah, but he was that was his. They had the same dad.
Come.
Solomon, no, excuse me.
David.
David was their
David.
dad. Even though they were half brother and sister, David was her dad. So he was not supposed to lay with her. But he raped her. He took her, he raped her. Right? That's why Absalom got him faded and got him killed. Go ahead.
Thou shalt not uncover her nakedness.
Right.
Verse 12. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy father's sister. She is thy father's near kinswoman.
Right, go ahead. Your aunt, read.
Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy mother's sister, for she is thy mother's near kinswoman.
Right.
Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy father's brother. Thou shalt not approach to his wife.
Right.
She is thine aunt.
Right. Your father's brother. Go ahead.
Verse 15.
Father's sister. Go ahead.
Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy daughter-in-law. She is thy son's wife.
Right. Like, come on, that's adultery. Your daughter-in-law, like, you can't sleep with your son's wife, man. Go ahead.
Thou shalt not uncover her nakedness. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy brother's wife. It is thy brother's nakedness.
Right.
Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of a woman and her daughter. Neither shalt thou take her son's daughter.
Right, a woman and her daughter. So you're not supposed to be like Lil Wayne?
Hit the mom and
Hit the mom and the daughter? Wasn't that a thing that he was on? Like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna hit your mom and your daughter?
Future's
Like,
on it too, I think.
Future, yeah, all these rappers, man, they all about, but that's why Paul said your glorying is not good. He said you were rather puffed up and have not mourned, because niggas will really glory in, yeah, I got the mom and the daughter.
Yeah.
So you got some young ass chick and an old bag of bones? Come on, man, stop. And first of all, it's unlawful. Right? Go ahead.
Neither shalt thou take her son's daughter or her daughter's daughter to uncover her nakedness, for they are her near kinswomen. It is wickedness.
Right, your son's daughter. That's your grandchild, right? Go ahead.
Oh, this I was just thinking too. This chapter right here squashes whatever any misconception people might have that Israelites toss their wives around to each other.
Yeah, like we share wives.
Right.
Hell nah, bro.
No.
Ain't none of that happening.
Such folly should not be named in Israel.
That is not going down.
They
We
are.
don't share wives. We're not doing threesomes and all that stuff, man. We stick to the scriptures. We are not doing that stuff.
I was gonna say, this is not, man. People think like it's Old Testament, man. That's what. Ain't nobody doing it. Nah, it's real.
Nah,
man.
people do it.
I do it in college. He was bragging about it. He was like, man, back in his hood in Fort Worth, he had hit a girl. And I guess her mom was choosing up on him, and he was bragging about like I hit the mom too. And like he was like, that's nasty, man.
Bruh.
Like they do that in the hood.
I know people that have dated a mom, the daughter, the other daughter, like ran through the whole, like, hit a couple of cousins in them. Bro, Israel's grimy. Israel's grimy, dog. If the mom look young enough, some cats is going for it. And he'll be with the daughter just to get with the mom. Seen it. You have women that'll be with the son just to get to the dad.
Yep.
Vice versa. You can't.
Yep.
You can't be with your son's father, and vice versa. That's adultery. I've seen it. You got women that'll do that, man. They'll it don't work out with this. I'm gonna jump over to the son. He's the same thing, just younger, right?
I've experienced that.
Yeah. Or I want the more experience, so I'm gonna just jump over to the dad. Like it be all carnal reasons, man. Go ahead.
Verse 18. Neither shalt thou take a wife to her sister to vex her,
Right?
to uncover her nakedness.
Why? You ain't supposed to deal with sisters. I know cats hate hearing this. They hate hearing it. Like, wait a minute. So, but it says to vex her. What the hell you think is going to happen? What you think is going to happen when you go deal with a woman and her sister? It's going to vex her, even if you try not to. Even if you did it not on purpose, it's going to happen. Now we know that. We know that there were things that happened. There were things that happened in Genesis. There were things that happened with Moses. There were things that happened with Abraham that the Most High allowed. Now, do I know why the Most High allowed it? He said, my thoughts are not your thoughts. My ways are not your ways. So, do we sit here and try to dissect it? Well, the Bible says, well, we know what the Bible says. Most High said, I have mercy upon who I have mercy. He said Esau has no place of repentance, but I have mercy upon who I have mercy. Because you might see an Edomite that might get some repentance. Who are we to say? Right? The Most High's will be done. So, yes, there were things that happened in the past where it's like, well, that, like Moses, he had an Egyptian woman, didn't he?
Rachel and Leah.
Didn't Moses have a woman that was outside of the law?
Ethiopian.
The Ethiopian? Two women. Right? Did the Most High kill him for it? I have mercy upon who I have mercy. Your thoughts are not my thoughts. My ways are not your ways. We weren't supposed to do it, right? We know now that we're like, leave that alone. Because look at what it did. Look at Solomon. The Most High killed Solomon for having
700 ribs.
No. For having 999 women that weren't Israelites. Right? I mean, you don't really read about him having a bunch of Israelite women. He did, but he mainly had Gentiles. The Most High got him through the folly of falling to it.
Mm-hmm.
That's how he got God. You see that? But the whole time, the law was what? Don't deal with these strange nations because they'll pull you away. You see that? So we stay away from it. So just showing, man, that there were instances where the Most High didn't. How do I word this so I don't throw anybody off? There was no punishment on Moses that we can read for having a wife or wives outside of Israel. Right? There was no punishment for Rachel and Leah. Remember, he got duped. He got duped into that. He got faded. Laban put the wrong woman in. When you drunk, I mean, I don't know. That must have been some wine, bro. That must have been some good wine because, but I see it because I've been in places where cats will try to holler at a tranny from being too drunk. I've seen it where you get a little faded. Not me. But I've seen cats in the club, man. They get a little bit too much in them, and next thing you know, they try to holler at something, and it's like, whoa, that is a man, Damon.
Her hands is pretty big.
Her hands can palm a basketball, grown size basketball, right? So I get it. It's not far-fetched that, man, he got Jacob, right? He got super faded on the wedding night. You know, worked for this woman for 7 years, celebrating, went, lay with her. Wrong woman. He got duped. You see that? Then he had to work and get Rachel. So, you know, there were instances where, not saying that there was no law. We know that the law was there, but there was no repercussion that we can see that, okay, the Most High wasn't with this. Remember, Korah spoke, who was Moses' sister again? I forget her name.
Martha.
Miriam. She spoke up against it and turned to leprosy. She spoke up. Oh, you got a woman outside the nation. You white as snow. Right? So, we got to take all things into account. We know that the law now, what we have is don't go sleep with your auntie and them, your sister and them. There's no need for it now. There's no need for it anyway. Abadiah?
I was just going to give that scripture in 2 Timothy that talks about all scriptures are inspired.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, 2 Timothy 3:16.
3:16.
3:16?
Yeah.
2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 16. All scripture is given by inspiration of the Most High.
Right.
And is profitable for doctrine.
Right.
For reproof.
Right.
For correction. For instruction in righteousness.
And that's what it is, man. We got to look at now, what are we supposed to be instructed in? How are we supposed to maneuver? Again, there's no reason for us to have to, let me go to my close kin. I mean, a lot of us are grossed out by even the thought of a cousin or anybody close to you that you know in your family. You're like, ooh, right? I remember when I moved to Colorado, and no, I'm not gonna tell that story. Go ahead.
I'm gonna say
I'm not gonna tell that one.
like you can read the scriptures. Oh, Solomon had 1,000 women.
Right.
Nigga, Solomon was the wisest man on earth.
He
You
was.
don't even know how to change a tire.
He was.
You don't even know how to change a tire. Like you compare yourself, your master, like, because I mean, when I go through the scriptures, like I have to like check myself and stuff. Well,
right?
Because you can play that game like with the scribes and Pharisees. Well, this scripture says this and find loopholes.
Yeah.
These are wise men.
Yeah.
You just found out how to scramble some eggs 2 months ago.
But think about it. Solomon was the wisest man until he wasn't.
Done.
He was the wisest man until what? He wasn't. Think about it. He was the wisest man on earth and still couldn't predict his own downfall, even though the Most High said it was going to happen. That's why, but he was the example of to stay away from that. He was the example to, right? Moses had 2 women of different nations. You never heard about them. One of them was like, bro, you a bloody man. You supposed to circumcise your son. She basically checked him. She checked his spirit according to the law, right? But you didn't really hear too much about his wives and, oh, you're off, and, oh, why you leaving, and, oh, this, and, oh, that. Hey, I got to go do my work. They was left. Boom, he came back. Off. You didn't hear about his wives leading him astray. Because why? He that have wives be as though he have none. That's what Moses was operating in. You didn't hear like, oh, man, these niggas is wicked, but I got to go get me a piece. You didn't hear that. He was more caught up in doing the will of the Most High. And that's why I can't wait to drop this class on the meekness, because it's going to go into a lot of that stuff, man.
Because I think too, like, as Israelites, those things are lawful, women and wine. But the scriptures come back and tell you, wine and women will make a man of understanding to fall away.
Right. Because if you put your spirit on that, if that's what your spirit is on, that's what you're going to fall off of. Now, this is not an okay for brothers to go out, well, I'm going to act like I don't have a wife even though she's a Moabite. No. I'm going to go out and give me an Edomite out, but I'm going to be as though I have none. No. It's plain and clear. Don't go deal with the other nations. All right? You read in Tobit, you read in Deuteronomy, and you read all the other brothers that were wiser than thou, and fell to those powers, man. Those demonic powers. Mm-hmm.
It's almost like the Most High. He knew Moses. He knew the spirit that was on Moses, and he knew how Moses rolled. But then he also knew about the general population of Israel and how we can fall. Now, and just thinking, like the scripture says, flee from sin as a serpent.
Right, that's another one.
Now, in flirting with certain things, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and dibble and dabble. Look, shoot, other brothers did it in the scriptures, like how some of y'all were trying to say, they reasoning with yourself, but not a right through the scriptures. Well, it was okay for him, so Solomon was the wisest man. Oh, it was okay for Moses. Oh, it was okay for Samson.
But even Samson is funny. I'm here now. I'm here now. Even Samson was looked down upon by his parents. Like, a Philistine.
It was like, how come you didn't get an Israelite woman?
An Israelite woman. So, getting back to the point, there was things that happened that we know through history that Noah, Jacob, these things happened and you didn't see right out repercussion. We'll leave it at that. Let's go back to Leviticus.
Leviticus chapter 18 and verse 9.
Right?
The nakedness of thy sister, the daughter of thy father.
Whoa. Oh, go ahead.
Excuse me.
No, I'm looking at where you're supposed to be at.
19, excuse
Yeah,
me.
you're at 19, yes?
Slackness.
Are you?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're not supposed to vex his sister.
yeah.
You're not
Verse
supposed to
19.
vex your sister.
Oh, verse 9. I thought you were at chapter 19. Go ahead.
Also, thou shalt not approach unto a woman to uncover her nakedness, as long as she is put apart for her uncleanness.
Right, meaning what uncleanness is a woman dealing with? Her 7-day cycle. Right? Her 7-day cycle, you weren't supposed to deal with her while she was on her cycle. If by accident you did, the man was unclean for 7 days. Okay? If her cycle, I had to help a brother understand this a few days ago. If her cycle, when you read in Leviticus 15, if her cycle went over a day from the 7 days, you'd have to add 7 days of uncleanliness. She would be set apart for another 7 days. All right, so if she did a regular cycle, 7 days, she's unclean for those 7 days. Y'all get that, right? If it went 8 days, you'd have to add 7 more days of her being set apart to make sure that whatever reason she went that 8th day or 9th day or 10th day, it didn't spring back up. Y'all get that, right? You slept with her during any part of that separation as a man, you were to wash your clothes, wash your flesh, be unclean for 7 days. Y'all get that? Right, read on.
Verse 20. Moreover, thou shalt not lie carnally with thy neighbor's wife.
Right, meaning another adultery. Go ahead.
To defile thyself with her.
Right.
And thou shalt not let any of thy seed pass through the fire to Molech. Neither shalt thou profane the name of the Most High. I am the Lord.
Right.
Verse
Right.
22.
Hold on. They want me to read Judges. Go to Judges 14. Let's see. Judges 14. And you even gotta look at this story with Samson. He gets with this woman, right? Did the Most High smash him as soon as he got with this woman? Did he kill him? No, he got with this woman, and what happened? Who knows the story of Samson and this Philistine woman?
She got into his head.
No. She let other men lead her. What it was, he married her at the feast for the wedding. They came to him with a riddle. So I'm going to pose you a riddle. He said, I'm going to pose you guys a riddle. If you can get it, I'm going to give y'all garments and all this stuff. They went to his wife to get the riddle. Right. So that loyalty wasn't there.
They threatened her people or something.
Huh?
They threatened her
It,
people.
yeah, it threatened her family, but think about it. You married to the strongest man in the world.
Yeah.
Why? I'm gonna go to him and be like, yo, they threatened. He's gonna wipe them. I mean, he wiped them out anyway, right? He killed them all anyway,
Yeah.
right? Read it. Read Judges 1 and 14 and 1 real quick.
Judges chapter 14, verse 1.
Read.
And Samson went down to Timnath
Uh-huh.
and saw a woman in Timnath of the daughters of the Philistines.
Right.
And he came up and told his father and his mother and said, I have seen a woman in Timnath
Right.
of the daughters of the Philistines.
Right.
Now therefore get her for me to wife.
Right.
Then his father and his mother said unto him, Is there never a woman among the daughters of thy brethren?
Right. Just like in Tobit, he said, married of the seed of your people. Go ahead.
Or among all my people,
Right.
that thou goest to take a wife of the uncircumcised Philistines?
Come on.
And Samson said unto his father, Get her for me,
He was like, man, get that. Mm-hmm.
for she pleaseth me well.
Right.
But his father and his mother knew not that it was of the Most High.
Right. You see that?
Wow.
Their father and their mother knew that it was that it was of the what?
That-
They didn't know.
Read it one more time.
But his father and his mother knew not that it was of the Most High.
The Most High's will be done. My thoughts are not your thoughts.
Ooh,
There's a reason why he put that in Samson's head. It was of the Most High.
Khan,
There's a reason why the Most High had Moses marry those women of other nations.
Khan,
Right?
Khan.
I mean, let's be real. Who was Hagar? Who was Hagar?
Abraham's maiden.
Yeah, what nation? You see that? No, she was actually Egyptian.
Oh, Egyptian.
I don't care what.
She's Egyptian, right? She's Egyptian, right?
No, she was Egyptian. She was
Yeah.
Hagar was Egyptian.
Hagar was an Egyptian. Yeah, she was an Egyptian handmaid.
She was an Arab.
Let's make sure.
Ishmaelite.
Let's make sure.
Ishmael was the son.
My Ishmael was the son, but let's make sure, because my brain.
Oh, yeah, you right.
Yes, he could have been because he was the firstborn.
Who's that? Ishmael, right?
God.
Yeah,
Hagar was an Egyptian.
right. Hagar was an Egyptian.
I'm thinking
But
about
think about it. She brought forth Ishmael. Now, we know that wasn't the righteous seed, right? But was all Jacob or the 12 tribes brought forth by Israelite women?
No.
Wow.
Yeah. See that? But they had the law. But it was of the will of the Most High that it happened that way.
Talking about Moses.
Wait, hold on. What's up?
No, he was saying.
No, what were you asking?
I was asking him, I thought we were talking about Moses.
We are. But I'm showing you different instances. I'm showing you different instances where the Most High allowed things to happen for His purpose, for His will. Right? And we can sit there and question, well, why? The Bible, we know what the scriptures say. Remember, for Jacob I have loved, for Esau I have hated. Right? But then he says, abhor not an Edomite,
God.
for he is thy brother. So, what do? Well, the Bible says to hate Esau. No, it don't. Except for Jacob I have loved, Esau I have hated. I have mercy upon who I have mercy. You don't abhor anything. You ain't supposed to hate Esau or the Egyptians. And they did us the worst, the dirtiest. But don't hate them, because one is your brother and one you were captive in the other's land. Let me do the hate. Let me do the killing. Let me do the vengeance. Let me do the things that I want to do for my purpose.
That's God.
Right? Let me do it. Let me give salvation to who I'll give salvation to. It's like you look at a person like he's an Edomite. He's just going to be cast into outer hell. You don't know that. You don't know that. We know that as a nation they will be judged as such. It says that, right?
God.
Nation without repentance for the violence against thy brother Jacob.
God.
Right? But what if he said, I'm going to give you repentance? What you going to do? Fight the Most High? Be mad at Yahweh Shai? Like, what you going to do? Your thoughts are not my thoughts. Your ways are not my ways.
God.
I like how you bring that up when, as you said, like let him, like he's the one that hates and he's the one that loves.
Yeah, but
And for like within myself, it's like, and I say this jokingly, but really meaning it. You know what I mean? It's like, give me the green light. You know what I'm saying? To like bang these fools up, but I can't. It's not my job to do that. You know what I mean?
it's not. Isaiah 63 tells you that. Isaiah 51, like all these scriptures tell us that we don't have the green light to do anything but sit back, listen, and learn. It's like if a Edomite came in here or a nation came in here and just sat down, we're gonna kick them out. Get out, you filthy nation! They gotta learn at some point, right? Like I bet you there's an Edomite sitting online right now listening. Guarantee it. All Edomites log off. Is that what we do? No, they got to learn at some point, right? Might as well get it together now.
Scriptures say that furious anger was not made for men born among women.
Born from a woman. So when Samson slept with the harlot in Judges 16:1, was it a sin?
Oh, what?
Which one?
Wait,
That's
we're jumping to different subjects. Let's stay on point. I'll answer that question, Lewis.
But
Later.
I say that to say, because that's how I was, man. You could justify it through the scriptures. Well, but David said, don't I hate those that hate the Most High, and the Edomites hate the Most High. But it's
Right.
like, nah, you're not the Most High. You know
Not
what
the
I'm
Most
saying?
High.
And secondly, like,
You got David either.
yeah, I mean, I've had Edomites help me out, man. At the mall, ain't had no money, buy me something to eat and stuff like that. The Most High put His Spirit on to buy me something to eat. Now, do I like them? Do I trust them? No. You know what I'm saying? Don't trust an enemy.
Mammon of unrighteousness.
But at the end of the day, though, it's not my job to hate them, because at the end of the day, if God hates you, bro, like, damn near I want to feel sorry for you.
Listen, if God hates you, remember, if God hates you, then there's not too much hate I can even. My hate can't equal the hate that God has. So, my job is to just teach. Our job.
Isn't there a scripture where it's like that you can make friends with the enemy because like at the end like we might need them for something?
It says, yeah, make you friends of the righteous of the mammon of unrighteousness, for when you fall, they'll be there to lift you up. Get it for her? Somebody else get it for her? Let's read on.
Leviticus.
But y'all see that in Judges, right? The point that he was that for. But his father and his mother knew that it was of the Lord that he sought the occasion against the Philistines. It's just like when Jacob got sold into slavery by his brother. You like, damn, them niggas was off and wicked and da-da-da, but that was of the Most High that happened like that to save Israel and the world. You see that? It was the will of the Most High. Can't stop the will. Thy will be done, right? Go ahead, read on.
Leviticus chapter 18, verse 22. Thou shalt not lie with mankind as with womankind.
Right?
It is an abomination.
Homosexuality. Go ahead.
Verse 23. Neither shalt thou lie with any beast to defile thyself therein.
Bestiality. Go ahead.
It's called
Zoophilia?
Zoophilia now. Yeah, they changed it.
Oh, they changed it? They made it fun, they made it kid friendly? Zoophilia.
That definitely sounds kid friendly.
Let's go to the zoophilia. Let's go to the zoo where they feel up on you. Right? Go ahead.
Petting zoo.
Petting zoo, yeah.
Hey, that was Luke 16 now.
Luke what?
16 now.
Luke 16 and verse 9 is what you wanted. Go ahead.
Neither shall any woman stand before a beast to lie down there too.
Right, so the what was the donkey show down in Taiwan or Tijuana?
Tijuana.
The little donkey show. The chick, she would stand before the donkey.
Yeah.
Yeah, unlawful. Go ahead.
It is confusion. Verse 24. Defile not yourselves, excuse me, in any of these things.
Right.
For in all these the nations are defiled with, which I cast out before you.
Now, think about it. Why he was telling us not to do these things? Because in Egypt, it was knocking down sheep and goats. In Canaan, Ham, they were knocking down sheep and goats, having sex with this, having sex with that. They were sleeping with family members. They were doing these things.
Con.
In college, I had a professor, she was from Colombia, and she said that the men there would practice on the beasts because they wanted to be experienced, but you wanted your woman to be a virgin, so they wouldn't sleep with the women, they would sleep with like the cows. But it was okay if you were 14 to 16. After that, it was weird. You couldn't do it.
Listen,
Wow.
my dad would tell me stories about, like, you heard the term kissing cousins? Yeah, he said they would practice on, in Jamaica, they would practice on their cousins.
Wow.
Dang.
Yeah.
Yep.
They were, I mean, it was as kids, young kids, they didn't know no better, you know. But we got the law now, and this is the reason why it's so important to teach your children what's right and what's wrong at an early age, because you think like, oh, it's innocent at 14 to sleep with a cow. Like, where at? Like, where? In what right mind is that? Like, oh, he's just a child.
Nah.
He's like pants down with a cow. I mean, think about it.
Make this
No matter what age. Like,
Well,
who teaches a 14-year-old like, yeah, and this is how you approach that nice steer. Smack her, let her move a little bit. Like, who?
like instructing him while he's.
That's my point. Like, who's instructing this?
Yeah.
You see that?
Because that demon ain't gonna go away. Like me and Rob saw the same. It's a video of this thing called Hood Site. It's like a very graphic version of World Star. But they call
Damn,
it
there's a more graphic version of World Star.
Damn.
Oh,
Hood Site.
I know that site.
God.
I know that site.
Yeah, it's
They're like Lil Boosie and
It's Hood Site.
yeah, bro. I seen that site.
But
I don't like those
old,
sites.
I don't know what it was. Northern Kingdom though. He was banging a donkey, man.
Yeah.
This is
yeah.
like recent. He was banging a donkey. And somebody running. He looked like embarrassed. He put his pants up. It's like that
That's
still
the-
goes on, man.
It still goes on. You go to these, bro, and it goes on all through the nation. Listen, if you stay in certain islands, like I remember when we were just being in Jamaica, being kids, you would hear about the dudes that be up in the hills having sex with goats.
Wow.
You would hear about it. You hear about the bushman. You call him bushman. He'd be up there having sex with goats. You would hear about it as a kid, like a dude doing, like people do that. And me, I'm like, that don't even make sense. Like how? Like how do you do that? But then you got videos of it. You got videos of men in different countries. You got the videos where the military of U.S. will go and they was having sex with animals, and they was filming the damn Middle Eastern cats having sex with camels, and it's like, whoa. Then you transition over into zoophilia, no, necrophilia. That's the dead bodies, right? You got people that do it. They'll rob a casket and jump on top of that thing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You got that necrophilia. You got all these different philias. All these filthy practices that were going on in Canaan and in Egypt. And some were less filthy than others, but they were still happening and they were against what the Most High wanted. What's that?
There's a place in Reynosa. I've been there. That's what I'm saying, right? In Reynosa, Mexico. They call it Boys Town, right? But
I've heard of that.
yeah, but it's protected by like cartel and military. You know what I'm saying? Because you got all these people within the other side and a lot of caucus individuals who go for these things. You know what I'm saying? It's wild. I'm not gonna get into the graphics, but for it to be protected, for like you got a one way in and one way out, people with rifles and stuff. Like, oh,
Yeah.
what you want? Okay, go down here, go down there. I'm like, damn, what the hell? That's what it is.
Prostitutes being.
Yeah, it's wild.
Sounds
So
wild.
like, and like, so like the Tijuana thing, yeah, they let these people do it. So, but
They call it the Tijuana Donkey Show. That's what it was called. Like, you would literally drive to Tijuana to see this chick get knocked off by a donkey. They would strap her under or do something, or he would mount her. I don't know.
I don't know either. I just.
Listen. I seen a dude get killed by a horse.
I
seen a
seen
dude.
that. I seen that one. I don't know if it's the same one, but I seen
It
one.
was probably the same one where he was on the gate, and that horse got up on his shoulders,
It was like, oh!
and that horse. Use your imagination.
Yeah.
And it looked like he died.
Yeah.
He had to have.
He died later. He went to the hospital.
With
And
all types of.
He wouldn't stop bleeding.
I mean, how do you not bleed? It's a horse.
Con.
Just the force of that animal, the velocity, the torque of
Well,
that animal, the strength.
The ripping.
I'm not going into that part. I'm just talking about stretching. I'm trying to keep it. I'm trying to keep it good here. Just think about the strength of that animal climbing on your shoulders.
Yeah.
That damn horse bent his hoofs on this dude's back. Oh, and then he just did his thing. And I'm like, you gotta be gone.
High level demons.
You gotta have the highest level demons to even try to conceptualize that happening to you.
Con.
And saying, you know what, this is gonna work. I'm gonna feel good afterwards. I gotta get it off. That's
What about the animal? Because it's not natural for even the animal to want to be with another animal. I mean, another.
it's not, but an animal animal recognizes the mounting position. A beast is driven by three things: sleep, food, and reproduction. So they know the mounting position. Think about a dog; it'll come and hump your leg, right? A dog will hump a fire hydrant. A dog will hump. There was a story. He started getting deep into the YouTube valley, and there was the woman. She was talking about she was at her house, and she was about to go take a dip in the pool naked, but she had on maybe the towel, and she bent down to test the water, and when she bent over, the dog came, and he started doing his thing, and she just let him, and that's how she became sexually active with her dog.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah.
Esau?
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
Come on. With a damn golden retriever. Come on, bro.
Lassie.
It was a golden retriever or a Labrador, one of them. But she said that she just bent over and the dog came and he found the mark and that was it. She didn't stop him. And from then, and then you have somewhere. I remember I was taking criminal justice in college, and you had to go through all these different cases, like dead people that were dying from all these weird. We were going through all these weird sexual acts. Dudes was hooking up like batteries to their nipples and choking themselves, right? They would die of like asphyxiation, but they were trying to get one off right before, but they couldn't. They choked themselves too hard, or they hung themselves. But there was one case of a dude. He literally was training. He trained his Rottweilers to have sex with him. He trained them to when he bent over, they did their thing, and when he was ready, they stayed in position for him to have sex with them. He trained his dogs.
Wow.
Esau. Esau, bro. They it's the vilest man. So, but think about it. When you look at movies like Caligula, when it goes into like ancient Greece and Rome, they were known for, taking a horse out to pasture, not to kill it, but to sleep with it, or a sheep. There was what was it? I think it was a show called Legion. I've been trying to find what show it was, but the dude wanted to go talk to the king, and he runs into the king's chambers, and the king got a pot-bellied pig strapped into like some type of contraction, and he's just behind the pig, butt naked, going to work. This is talking about, this is going into ancient Rome, ancient Greece, because these are the things that they was on. They were on the bestiality. This is not nothing new. Like, Esau didn't invent sleeping with a dolphin yesterday, or sleeping with a dog, or a mini horse. There was one, they like for some reason they like mini horses. Huh?
Ponies?
No, a pony and a mini horse is two different things.
Oh.
Ponies ain't real. Mini horses are real. Ponies ain't real. Mini horses though, they're real. Right? I mean, is a pony a mini horse?
Yeah.
Okay. I call it a mini horse. I like that better. But they sleep with a mini horse.
The mini horse is the real little one.
The real-
Then the pony and then.
Okay. Is a pony a horse that's about to get big?
No, ponies don't get
That's-
it.
that's the size. But then you got the miniature.
I want a mini horse, dude. They look cool.
It's like
You can't ride a miniature horse.
it's like dwarfs and midgets.
I just don't want to ride it. I just want to have it as a pet.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, you got some what I don't know if it's dwarfs or midgets, but some they look like proportioned regular, but they're just really
Short.
small.
They're mini.
And then there's the midgets that they look unproportioned and they're
Because you
they're
have
small
dwarfs.
too.
You have dwarfs and midgets.
Yeah.
Midgets look normal, dwarfs are.
Yeah.
So that's
That's a different a pony and a mini horse.
and a mini horse.
Well, anyway, either way, Esau's not deciphering. They're sleeping with him. They're sleeping with him. So we gotta see these things ain't new. I'm trying to be as less graphic as possible because
That actor from Kill Bill, he died from asphyxiation. The main actor of Kill Bill, Bill?
the white dude. I don't doubt it. Bill.
No, yeah.
Yeah, I believe it. I mean, a lot of these dudes be dying from some weird stuff because they do these sexual, like I said, they hook up car batteries to their nipples and shock themselves all the way into an erection, all the way into climax. There's so many different filthy sexual acts that people are into. That the Most High, he already knew it. And that's why he said, listen, don't do what they did in Egypt. Don't do what you see in Canaan, because they were doing some filth in Canaan. Let's finish it up.
Verse 25.
Uh-huh.
And the land is defiled. Therefore I do visit the iniquity thereof.
And the land is now defiled. So when you slept with a beast, you were supposed to get rid of that beast. Right? That man and that beast was supposed to be destroyed. That beast ain't no good for no work. Go ahead.
And the land itself vomited out her inhabitants.
Right? That's why the land, he said the land itself is going to spew you. Read.
Verse 26. Ye shall therefore keep my statutes and my judgments,
Mm-hmm.
and shall not commit any of these abominations, neither any of your own nation,
Right?
nor any stranger that sojourneth among you.
Mm-hmm.
For all these abominations have the men of the land done, which were before you. And
You see that?
Come.
The men of the land have done before you, Egypt and Canaan. Go ahead.
And the land is defiled,
Right?
that the land spew not you out also when ye defile it,
Right?
as it spewed out the nations that were before you.
Right?
For whosoever shall commit any of these abominations, even the souls that commit them shall be cut off from among their people.
Now you see why the Most High wanted us to wipe out Canaan. They weren't a good people. It wasn't bad like when the Most High said, wipe them off the face of the map. He was trying to get rid of the wickedness. Didn't he do it with the world already?
Done.
So why was it so far-fetched and so crazy when the Most High said, go in there and kill them all? He already did it with the world. We should have been like, oh, okay, we get it. But we was in there scared. Oh, no, they're bigger than us. Oh, no, they're mightier. Oh, no, they got this. Oh, no, they got that. We should have been like, okay, damn, we get it. You did it once, Yahweh. So let us wipe them off the land so the land could be pure. Go ahead.
Verse 30.
And that's why I'm gonna say this. Sorry to cut you off. That's why America could never be. You'll never live good in America as long as they're banging animals, as long as they're having sex with little children, as long as these things are happening in the land will always be defiled. So I don't care how much property you're trying to own, where you're trying to buy your house at and hide out and build a bridge and gates and moats. None of that matters. As long as the land is being done with all these different abominations, bro, the land is defiled. That's why America got to burn. That's why this nation got to burn, because the filth is from coast to coast. And we know the whole world is filthy. But this is the perpetuation of that filth. America, there's so much, listen, there's so many underhanded things that y'all don't even know about. You wouldn't even dream to imagine. I'm talking about having sex with animals and y'all are like, what? But think about some of the worst things you could ever imagine in life. They happen here in America. They happen here in Texas. You got warehouses of women just being stored for sex. You got warehouses of bodies just being stored for organs. Children, sex, organs. That stuff is real. And the conditions and the thing, you're like, man, the TV can't even depict it. Just let your imagination run wild real quick. The worst thing that can happen to people is happening here in the United States. Not in other countries, not in Africa. It's happening here under the white man's rule, under his authority. What's that?
Pizzagate.
I heard of that. That's the child pedophilia.
But the child pedophilia ring. But the thing about it is they practice all of the ancient Greek cultures. If you study ancient Greece, like even Leonardo da Vinci, he was a pedophile. That was like
all of them. Yeah, they were fags. Yeah.
He had one of the one of the dudes he painted was like a little 14-year-old boy. That's who he was banging. Like he was banging like I forgot the name of it. I just was reading about this like the other week. But a lot of these dudes, that was in their culture.
Well, look at their idols. Caesar Borgia. He was a damn.
He was Leonardo da Vinci's one of his lovers too.
Yeah, but he was a homosexual, incest, died of a disease. Like, you see it. You see it, and so a lot of the things that we get a hold of in the news, you're like, oh no, that's just propaganda, or what is it? That's a conspiracy theory. Remember, there are children listening to class, and children are visual. Right. That's why I'm trying to be as not vile as possible. I'm trying to be as politically correct as possible. Right. So, but I'm gonna say this. These are the conversations y'all supposed to be having with y'all's children. Bottom line. Because if you're not going to have it, somebody else is going to have it. And it's not going to be a conversation. It's going to be an introduction to weed, drugs, sex. And it's not going to be like a conversation introduction. It's going to be like, oh, hit this blunt. Oh, let's go lay down. Let me touch you. So I'm up here trying to do my best to keep it. I know children are watching. I know my kids are watching because I know that kids are watching. I'm trying to be as not as not graphic with it, but at the same time get the point across. All right. So if I'm being too graphic, just let me know. I'll tame it back. But remember, we got to be mature about these subjects. We got to be mature about sex. We got to be mature about what is happening in the world. And if not, your kids will be the ones that fall victim when somebody rolls up talking about, I got a brand new puppy, and they fall into the van. Or I got these brand new Yeezys, and they like, oh yeah, and they fall into the van and never be seen again. We gotta be aware, man, of what's going on.
I took early childhood education classes, and that's to work with like babies through like 6, 8-year-olds. And even in that, they're like, you need to make sure that you teach your children the proper terms of their reproductive organs, just so like nothing crazy happens. Because one of the teachers said that a little girl came up to her and she's like, my daddy ate my cookie. And like, oh, that's nice, dear. Cool.
But she was talking about.
She was talking about,
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. That's why you have so much confusion, because we're so scared to have these conversations. Again, I'm not trying to be vile up here. I'm not trying to be vile with it. And if I am, let me know. Let me know. I'm trying to be as politically correct in scientific terms, but these things are happening. And the more you try to shield and act like they're not, the more the inquisitive, right? Go, let me show y'all. Let me give y'all this real quick. Go to Wisdom of Solomon. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, it's like you said, it's real easy conversation you're supposed to have with your kids before they go to school. Like, and they homeboy roll up on them when they're in elementary and show them their daddy's pornos. Like that happened to me. Like, you know what I'm saying? My dad never talked about sex. Like, I learned about sex from the homies at school in elementary. They was having sex, showing pornos like that. That's a conversation you're supposed to have with your kids. So they don't. It's better they learn it from you than they learn it from this snotty nose, you know what I'm saying, wicked dude that his daddy is a dope dealer with a porno collection under his bed or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So it's real.
Just like him. My introduction to sex led me to the clinic at a young age. So nobody was talking to me about that. It was the homeboys like, go hit that. You know what I'm saying? Like, there was no instruction. So, even the whole, even all these things about like people dealing with animals and things like that. Bro, I didn't hear about that stuff until I got older. I'm like, people really do that? I was like shielded somehow, but then I start exploring on my own. And you on this website, you on this site. It's like, wait a minute, animal porn? What? You just looking for regular porn. When you're looking for regular porn, then you see animal porn. Like, whoa, what is this?
God.
Now, there ain't something in you that says that this is wrong, or some type of gauge to say, nah, don't watch that. You fall off into that. Next thing you know, you're going to be doing it.
You're gonna try it.
You're going to try it. Right? So, again, we're here to deliver what the scriptures are saying, because if not, give me that one where it says the bewitching of naughtiness.
Wisdom of Solomon.
It's in Wisdom of Solomon, yeah.
I respect also the in this setting that in maturity that this is being discussed, because my introduction was through abuse. You know what I mean?
And that's what I'm saying. All of our introduction to alcohol, sex, all these different things that we should have been sat down and shown, it was all the wrong introduction. And look at the result.
I got a tattoo on my forehead.
Look at the results of it. Right. Read it from Wisdom of Solomon what?
Wisdom of Solomon 4 verse 12.
4, right.
For the bewitching of naughtiness doth obscure things that are honest.
Yeah. And this is what happens to our children if we don't talk to them now. The bewitching of naughtiness will obscure the honesty in your child. You'll be thinking, oh yeah, she's just in the room sitting on the phone having fun. But no, she's entertaining a damn group chat with a bunch of old ass dudes trying to seduce her.
Wow, so true.
I mean, they do shows about this. Go watch CSI.
How to Catch a Predator.
Go watch How to Catch a Predator. Go watch CSI Miami, CSI New York. Go watch New York Undercover. Go watch Special Victims Unit, SVU.
That's why they call it TV program.
Well,
Program.
they are programming, but them shows are based off of things that are happening or that have happened. That's why I'm naming certain shows like CSI, Law and Order, SVU, Special Victim. They'll show you how people get seduced. They'll show you how your little daughter get drifted away off, a puppy. Hey, little girl, you want some candy? That still works. I seen it. Where was I, man? Oh, where was I? Where was I? And the dude had a puppy. And this grown woman, teenage girl, basically fell into a trance because she seen this puppy. And if somebody wanted to carry her away and rape her, she would have been gone. I said, damn, they still using puppies? This grown chick, she was like 18. She was like, where was I at? I can't remember. This happened before the whole quarantine thing. But man, she saw this dog and was like, oh my God. And the dude was talking to her and she was looking like, I want the dog. If he would have been like, yeah, come get that dog, she would have been right in the van. You know that van with the locks on the inside? Or the white van with the locks on the outside?
Yeah.
Yeah. The one that the dude from Silence of the Lambs put old girl in?
Oh,
I need help with my couch. Boom. Now you putting the lotion on the skin. Putting the lotion in the basket, right? It's serious though. Like, y'all gotta be aware, man, and not be so naive. Again, I'm trying to make sure that I keep it PG, even though I know who's watching. I know we got young kids watching of all different ages, you know, but they have to be made aware of what is happening around them. Yeah, and then
I was gonna say, man, I remember for me, I was playing Monopoly online
right,
with other people.
right,
So you know, there's a chat,
yep,
and I'm in middle school,
yep,
and that's when somebody talked about masturbating.
Right.
I never did that before.
and you like, let me try that.
My parents never talked about it.
Nope.
With me, they never talk. You know, stuff like that. They don't care. They don't talk about.
No, they don't. No, they don't. It's not that they don't care. It's that it's taboo, and I don't have the words to articulate how to express this to my child. So I'm gonna just act like it don't even exist.
Yeah.
Right. That's
Yeah,
what it is.
So I'm just playing Monopoly, and then somebody starts talking to me on there,
Yeah.
and they're like, "Hey, have you done this?" I'm like, "The hell, I've never done that." They're like, "Oh, you should do it." And I'm like, "Okay." So
Yeah.
I went to the bathroom and I did it, and I was like,
And you never stopped.
I ain't never.
and
I mean, you ain't doing it now. But that's what my point is.
Right.
That was your introduction to sex
Right.
and masturbation. Yeah.
and I was just online
Playing Monopoly.
But now these kids, they got phones. I was on the computer in the living room playing Monopoly. But now at that time, you know, we didn't have smartphones.
No.
We didn't have tablets.
Right.
So now these kids, they have smartphones, they have tablets, and that's all they're on. So
And everything
I mean,
got
at
a
some
chat.
point-
Everything got a chat associated to it,
Yeah.
or some way to communicate with people you don't even know.
So you know it's crazy because if you don't deal with the family members, that might mess you up. Then you deal with the online, the stuff that's gonna come from online. And unfortunately, a lot of kids they dealing with both.
Yeah.
So
Papa.
So, read it. What?
And then we ain't even gonna mention school because school is
Oh yeah, that's a
school's a beast.
big because think about it. You sending your kids. First of all, half of us don't do enough digging into our kids' minds when they come from school. This is the best thing that ever happened, shutting down school. Because now you can instill in your children a regimen. You can deal with them with the Bible, still get their education that they need, the little basics, but still give them. You know, the one thing that I'm happy for, I look at my son. He's about to be 7. And a lot of people look at him like, well, is he really about to be 7 or is he about to be older? And it's a gift and it's a curse because he's around so much adult natured conversation. Like, before, I remember when the abortion class that Kazakia did, the abortion cable class. Before we put them up, I watched them to make sure, we watched them to make sure that there's no mistakes, whatever. So I'm in the house watching it, and Noah's there. And he's like, "What's an abortion?" And I was like, "Ooh, okay, you're 6. I couldn't lie to him. So I had to sit him down and say, "Okay, let's watch this." And he was looking at all the images, and he was like, "That's what people do to babies?" And I was like, "Yeah, an abortion is," and I had to go through it. This is when a person, they're not, they're pregnant, but then they don't want the baby, and then they take pills, or they go to the doctor, and they get rid of the baby. And it's not lawful, and the Most High don't like it. I had to go through, and I'm like, "Well, he's 6. Right? But then I'm like, well, Barakatah Yahweh, because I have the ability to be able to talk to a 6-year-old in this mature, right? He ain't got to wait till he's about to have an abortion to understand what one is. He knocks some chick up, hide it. "Hey, Dad, I need 500. What you need that for, son?" "I need those new Yeezys, Dad." Next thing you know, he's getting a damn abortion for some chick. Now he understands that it's wrong and what it is, right? He's 6. He can go through subject matter that a lot of grown-ups, 6-year-olds ain't got no filter. But he can go through subject matter and talk about certain things that you're like, wait a minute, he knows about that? And like I said, it's a gift and it's a curse because he is a child. So a lot of things he don't understand and grasp the totality of it. But he got an early start where if I got to talk to him about sex, he ain't going to do the whole, "Dad, don't talk to me about it." He's going to sit down and be able to listen. Because there's times you're watching a show. The sad part is you can't watch TV with your kids. Because you'll be watching a show and then 2 men start kissing. And I'm like, "Oh, whoa, get out." I'm like, "Get out or turn it off." And he's like, "Why?" And then he's trying to, and I'm like, "No." And he's like, "They were having sex." And I'm like, "Yeah, it's wrong." And I'm like, he don't even know what sex really is. He just knows the terminology.
How old
Right?
is he?
He's 6.
He know what it is.
No, He doesn't know. He doesn't know the workings.
Okay.
He ain't never seen it.
Okay.
I'm saying unless he crap, but he ain't never seen it. As far as I know, he ain't never seen it. But my point is, now when it's time to really sit him down, I don't got to sit him down at 15. I don't got to sit him down at 21. I can sit him down at 10 and say, hey, bro, these are the repercussions if you do this. You don't want to do this yet because da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And he'll be able to understand. We're supposed to be introducing our children to the law from birth. Part of the law was explaining to them about sex, about having sex with animals, about having homosexual sex that is unlawful. This was all in the law.
Done.
Remember, this is what we read.
Done.
Now, again, some parts of it you do have to get a little bit more detailed, right, to express really what's happening. Because you're like, oh, sex with animals. You're like, how? What do you mean by that? Oh, well, this man did this with a horse. You got to be a little bit more detailed sometimes in certain things. You know, again, not trying to be vulgar, not trying to be graphic, but we have to have these conversations. And if you don't know, you ain't got the words, just read the law. Thou shalt not, thou shalt not, the Most High made it easy for us. Right? So,
like I said, if they don't hear from you, they gonna hear from they friends at school.
Yeah.
That's how I was, and I regret it because I'm like, man, like I kind of like I used to hold resentment toward my dad. He ain't talk about nothing, like nothing. My dad just man supposed to work hard. You know what I'm saying? Sure, you gotta change the tire, this and that. But as far as like the inner linings of like, you know what I'm saying? My dad never taught me anything about. I never had a conversation with my dad about women.
Right.
Ever. So I heard about my whole first perception of women was from the homeboy who was disgruntled. He raised by his single mom and his uncles, his player uncles. He give me I think he give me the game. He's really tainting me.
Yeah.
So if they don't hear it from you, they're gonna hear it from their tainted homeboy.
read it.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 4, verse 12.
And then we'll jump back to Leviticus. Go ahead.
For the bewitching of naughtiness
Right.
doth obscure things that are honest.
Right, the honesty is in the youth. The honesty is the not knowing. Not knowing whether which way. And you know, think about it. A kid don't know, they don't know, like young kids don't know about murder, but they're not doing it. Right? They're not murdering, so they're keeping things honest. But then they start being taught how to be killers. There's this Netflix movie that's out, man, and it shows like this generation gang. It's something that just dropped. I gotta watch it. But anyway, go ahead.
And the wandering of concupiscence.
And the what?
The wandering of
See,
concupiscence.
when you lose that, when you leave your children wondering, like, what is that? They're gonna develop their own thought process behind it. We can't leave them wondering. So sometimes it might get a little graphic to be able to bring the point across. Israel's hard-headed. Go ahead.
Doth undermine the simple mind.
Right. That simple mind that our children have, that wondering spirit now is like, man, let me go see what that's about. I wonder about this. And you start conjuring up your own thought process. We got to be the ones to kill that wondering mind and instill in them what it really is. Y'all get that? Right. Let's jump back to Leviticus.
Leviticus 18, verse 30.
Right.
Therefore shall ye keep mine ordinance, that ye commit not any one of these abominable customs,
Come on.
which were committed before you, and that ye defile not yourselves therein.
Right. I mean, you got to think about it. Think about Sodom and Gomorrah. Was it just a bunch of grown men there? So there was boys there too. Think about it. They got seduced into that life. We're in Sodom and Egypt right now. You want your children seduced into that life? Because you failed to have a conversation, or because you failed to be a little bit more detailed, or because you were scared of the being graphic? We got to stop it, man, and wake up and see what the hell's going on.
You know on Netflix that show Tiger King?
Oh my God, everybody's on that.
Everybody.
So that guy, he's gay, right?
Yes.
So like,
I seen 5 minutes, I turned it off.
so I think he had 2 husbands. He had 2 gay husbands. So he had this really young one, and he seduced him. He wasn't gay. And I think he seduced both of them.
Yeah, what do you do?
He
Put a
did
baby,
seduce-
you put a baby
seduce
tiger
both.
in his lap? Oh my God, the baby tiger!
But he seduced both of them because the one that was a little bit older, he has a wife and a kid. So while he was married to the guy that was the Tiger King, he was at the zoo with a lady. So he was like messing with like one of the the ladies at like the front desk or whatever,
Right.
and she ended up getting pregnant, which is crazy because she knew that he was married to the other guy. It was nuts. And
Yeah.
like, the young guy, he was like 18, 19, and
With all them tigers running around.
yeah.
Cute little fluffy tigers, right?
That's what
Yeah, it's terrible, man. But that's what they be on. So we got to be careful. You know, again, pardon the graphic, but some of these subjects got to be heard. Mathia.
Even in like my child classes that I
That's
took,
it, right?
they said not to
That's it.
like force hugs to anyone, not family members or nothing, because it confuse the kids
Yeah.
when those pedophiles start touching them.
Yeah. Oh yeah, man. So many things that are right and wrong when it comes to dealing with kids, and the kids will tell you, man. You know, I just sit back and look at my own son, and I'm just like, sometimes he wants to give me a hug, sometimes he don't. He's like, ugh, get away, right? He'll never let me kiss him, which is good. 'Cause I told him that's not good. Like, man ain't supposed to kiss man. You know, you instill certain things in them early, man. Like the scriptures say, you train them up early, and they won't depart from it. You know, and it doesn't mean that they love us less because my son don't want to give me a kiss. I'm glad now he knows, like, man ain't supposed to kiss men. You know, I deal with him like a man, even though he's a boy. I deal with him like a man. I never did the goo goo gaga talk. A lot of you parents do the, oh my God, sweet little baby. Like, hell nah. I'm talking to him like this. Like, bro, what's your problem? What's going on with you?
Yeah.
You gotta do that, man. We gotta be more mature with our children.
That's what my grandfather told me.
Yeah, you can't do the goo goo gaga baby talk. They're gonna develop into that little
They'll grow up and still be
goo goo
baby
gaga,
minded.
baby minded. Yeah. So again, remembering that they're still children, and you gotta have balance, right? That's why you have Nerf gun fights.
You get,
Is that it?
No, sir. I am the Lord, your power. Leviticus chapter 19, excuse me, and verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying,
that's it.
Right. Next reader.
Saying. Lord spoke to Moses saying it.
Ricardo. Hold on, you wet. What? One more after this. Lock around and you'll come up.
William, Sabbath Shah, Yahawda, Ban Yasharala.
William, Shabbat Shah, Yahawada, Banya Sha'ala, Imariam, Barak,
Yahawah Simha Sabrakathum.
Yahawah Shem Yahawah Brakatha. Please. Yeah, agua.
Gatorade or water?
It's water.
I see a brother online, he got some like glazed ones. I want to see how much he charges for those.
Like those?
Yeah.
You mean like these?
No, they just
Some?
like these, but they, yeah, it's like that. It's
Yeah.
just glazed over.
Yeah. I one paid a pretty penny. They just blow. They make a weird sound to me. Like they're smaller, so they make like the baby. Baby horn. Plus, I'm not a good horn. My
Sounder.
skills are whack anyway, so yeah. Leviticus 19:2 to verse 28. Remember, Egypt, Canaan. Keep that in mind. Go ahead.
Leviticus chapter 19, verse 2. Speak unto the congregation of children of Israel, and say unto them, Ye shall be holy. For I am the Most High, your power, am holy. Ye shall fear every man, his mother. You shall fear every man, his mother and his father, and keep my Sabbaths. I am the Most High, your power. Turn ye not unto idols, nor make to yourselves molten gods. I am the Most High, your power. And if ye offer a sacrifice, peace offerings, unto the Most High, ye shall offer it at your own will. It shall be eaten the same day ye offer it. and on the morrow.
Right, so this shows us that the sacrifices were eaten. The sacrifices were eaten. Go ahead. So when Cain and Abel sacrificed, he ate that sacrifice. It was meat. Right? That kills the whole. We were vegetarians in the beginning. No, we weren't.
Con.
Go ahead, read.
And if aught remain until the third day, it shall be burnt in fire. And if it be eaten at all on the third day, it is abominable. It shall not be accepted. Therefore, everyone that eateth it shall bear his iniquity, because he has profaned the hallowed thing of the Most High. And that soul shall be cut off from among his people. And when ye reap the harvest of your land, thou shalt not wholly reap the corners of thy field, neither shalt thou gather the gleanings of thy harvest.
Why? Because like the scripture said, there was always going to be poor amongst us.
Con.
So we left the corners of the field for the passerby, for the sojourner, the person that was just moving through the land, or for the poor, for them to be able to get something. Go ahead.
And thou shalt not glean thy vineyard, neither shalt thou gather every grape of thy vine. Slack, every grape of thy vineyard. Thou shalt leave them for the poor and stranger. I am the Most High your power. You shall not steal, neither deal falsely, neither lie one to another. And you shall not swear by my name falsely. Neither shalt thou profane the name of thy power. I am the Most High. Thou shalt not defraud thy neighbor, neither rob him. The wages of him that is hired shall not abide with thee all night until the morning.
Right, you're supposed to pay a man for his works daily. Go ahead.
Thou shalt not curse the deaf, nor put a stumbling block before the blind.
So you see how you got to see how Esau tries to make you build faith into him. You gonna work for me for 2 weeks, then I'm gonna pay you.
When I get ready.
Yeah, I'll pay you when I get ready. Some brothers work for 2 weeks and they didn't get no pay.
And I need my cut off top.
And then I'm gonna need my taxes
Oh yeah, definitely.
now and then later, right? But they build it. They do things so you can build faith in them. Oh yeah, if I definitely go work, I'm gonna definitely get paid. I gotta get paid. No, you don't. Them niggas will hit you with a coronavirus quarantine, and you get half your pay. You ain't got it, right? So you got to see, man, that there was a reason why the Most High had even things like you pay a man daily. That way, it couldn't come back, and now the way Esau got it set up, you got to put faith that this man is going to pay you. The most vilest, wickedest man on the earth, deceptive man on the earth. You like, yeah, I clocked in, I worked my 40, but your thing say you worked 30. Or you worked your 40, it says you worked your 40, but they paid you for 20. You got to see, they're making you build up a certain type of faith in them, where the faith should be in the Most High. Go ahead. Get woozy.
Leviticus 19:15. You shall do no unrighteousness in judgment. Thou shalt not respect the persons of the poor, nor honor the persons of the mighty. But in righteousness shalt thou judge thy neighbor. Thou shalt not go up and down as a talebearer among thy people. Neither shalt thou stand against the blood of thy neighbor.
Right. Go ahead.
I am the Most High.
Right. You stand against the blood of your neighbor, man. You do that false accusation.
Yep. Like they did to Yahushua.
Like they did to Yahushua. Oh yeah, I seen them do it.
We ain't seen
Right?
nothing.
But under 2 or 3 witnesses. Even the Pharisees knew. That's why when they brought that woman to Christ, it wasn't just one Pharisee. They came with 2 or 3 and tried to still accuse her. Yahushua said he without sin. You cast the first stone. So you got to see, man, that tail-bearing spirit, that I'm a judge off the side of my eyes, hearing of my ears spirit, or yeah, I seen it, but I really didn't, you get a man killed. Ain't that they did that to Emmett Till, right? Yeah, he whistled at me. Then on her deathbed, she come back talking about, yeah, he didn't whistle at me. But they took her word for it.
Yep.
They took her word for it, man. You got to see, you know, it's crazy too, man. When you look at her side of it, imagine the pressure, not giving Esau a pass. They wicked. But imagine the pressure that she was under to say, yeah, this dude whistled at her. Imagine the repercussions if she would have said no. She was fending for her life.
Yeah.
Not saying that it was right, but you got to see that one witness thing. It don't work. Sister Mary.
You in the chapter called concerning the law, right?
Yeah, that's what we're dealing with, the law.
So like you see, in here, he is holy, and we should keep it holy.
Right, and we're going to read that.
Ooh, it has got, that shall I bear full witness against thy neighbors, false witness.
Right,
I'm reading what it, like I said, I like the line, that's what hit me in my soul.
right. That's how. Well, that's the whole point. We read it, and then we
You
use
ain't
it.
gonna touch me like you-
The application.
You got to use it.
Right. Go ahead, read on. So Sister Mary can stay in the spirit. I love it.
Con.
Leviticus 19 verse 17. Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thine heart.
Now, I'm going to show y'all something. Go ahead, read on.
Thou shalt not in any wise rebuke thy neighbor, and not suffer sin upon him.
Because if you don't, a lot of brothers, man, y'all got it so twisted, sisters too. Y'all run from correction. Not understanding that if we don't tell you when you're wrong, that's the hate.
Yeah.
That's hatred if I don't tell you what, like, remember, go to Hebrews 12 real quick. Where it says, without chastisement. Pardon me, my sugar went down.
Seven.
It says, yeah, 12 and 7.
Hebrews chapter 12, verse 7.
Yep,
If ye endure chastening,
right?
the Most High dealeth with you.
Or start with 6.
Read 6.
Verse 6. For whom the Most High loveth, he chasteneth.
Right? You see that? The love is the chastisement. Hey, you shouldn't do such, and such. It might cut your spirit, but that's love. A lot of y'all got it twisted. That I just don't want to be told nothing. The homeboys that got you in the street, the homegirls that got you in the street doing wickedness, they don't love you. Got you running around doing madness, hitting the lick. That ain't love. You think it's love because they with you?
No.
Real love is sitting a man down. A husband saying, hey, wife, let's reason through the Bible. And correcting, I'm going to get to you, Ronnie, and correcting the things that are wrong. Y'all run from that. It's bad because you hate yourself. There's a self-hatred there. It has to be. There has to be a self-hatred to not want to be shown the right way.
Dang.
And then try to be like, see, you don't like me. You're always telling me something. Because the Bible says to tell you something if I love you.
Thus said the Lord.
Hatred is this. Read.
And scourgeth every son whom he receiveth.
Go ahead.
If ye endure chastening,
Right?
the Most High dealeth with you, as with sons.
Go ahead.
For what son is he whom the Father chasteneth not?
Read on.
But if ye be without chastisements,
That's hatred right here. Go ahead.
whereof all are partakers,
Right?
then are ye bastards and
Yeah.
not sons?
Bastards are hated. Any show you ever read, they talk about a bastard. He's looked down on. He's shunned to the side. Right? Jon Snow was a bastard.
That's exactly what I was thinking about.
They were like, Jon Snow, he's the bastard of Stark. Right?
Yep.
And they looked at him like he was nothing. They treated him like he was nothing.
Con.
Right? When was a bastard ever glorified? When? A bastard was never loved. That's hatred. The love is, hey, bro, hey, sis. But again, some of us don't love ourselves enough to want to endure the chastening You don't love yourself. You can't love yourself if you don't want to hear about yourself. He that correction is grievous to him that forsaketh the way. You can tell the ones that don't want it, they run. They run, they run, they run, they dodge, they dip. They do that Matrix move where Neo was dodging bullets. Right? And they do this, and it's like they dodge all types of
That limbo move.
Yeah, they limboing under the correction. They limbo away from you. Why? You don't love yourself, man. You don't love yourself enough to hear where you should just change. That's all it is. Can't make you change. Can't beat you into changing. So we can't get it twisted that, oh, you hate me because you're telling me something. No, I love you because I'm telling you something. You know, one of my best traits, believe it or not, is shutting the hell up and leaving a person alone. That's one of the best things I'm good at. I'm like, really? I mean, I know I don't do it to y'all, but I'm good at it. Right? Go ask certain brothers and sisters that don't hear from me. I'm like, back it up, right? It ain't that I hate them. It's that I don't care to give that correction no more because they ain't listening.
God.
I don't care to administer wisdom to a person that just gonna look at it and toss it off to the side like, yeah, Konak, I hear you, and do their own thing. Pearls to swine, right?
God.
Y'all both said it. Y'all both got it. Y'all in there, blade sharp, right? I'm very good at. Like, my ignoring you skills are dope.
Ooh.
Bro, I've developed, like, the level to ignore a person on a high, man. Yeah, bro. You have to, though, because some people don't want it. And it's really ignoring the foolishness and not letting their foolishness impede on your joy and on your love for others that want it. It's not hatred when we correct. It's not we don't like you because we correct. Oh, he don't like me because he keeps telling me stuff. Go back to Leviticus and read it again. Oh, William.
Got about me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ronnie. You're the one that don't want to talk. What's up?
Check this out. Back in the day,
Uh-huh.
whooping was necessary.
Right.
Because they would get anything to whoop. Stitching cords, switch. But nowadays they made it a law where if you hit your kids, it's
Child abuse.
yeah, child abuse.
Mhm.
It's like when kids go to school, they program them to go. When they go to school, they say if anybody hits you, talk crazy to you, come tell your teacher.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you even look at a child wrong, grab the phone 911. So you can't whoop them this day, or you go to jail for it.
Well, the last 2 months, there should have been a lot of ass whooping because there was no cops to call, there was no school to go to, and all these parents were seeing their bad kids in their element. And you trying to teach them, and you was like, damn, I know what the teacher's going through. Gotta whoop them. Gotta get them in line, man.
Even when I was growing up, I was elementary. I was bad, man. I ain't gonna lie, I used to get in a lot of trouble.
Con,
Story short,
bruh.
when I knew I got a contact note, you gotta take it home to your parents to sign it.
Huh.
Like, I used to be trembling because my dad used to beat the hell out of me. I was crying so much, like, damn, I gotta go show this to my dad. I just got another contact note. Y'all ain't gonna beat the hell out of me. The teacher tried to pull me aside and, well, what's really going on at home makes you so scared. She's a white teacher. I'm like, I'm gonna get I ain't telling her, I'm like, I'm gonna get my ass whooped. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you talking about? But I even, like, looking back now, what she was trying to do was, probably trying to see if I was getting abused and take me to CBS and give me the 2 faggots, like.
Yeah, basically.
They do it.
My elementary growing up, the principal could whoop you.
Yeah.
If you go to the principal office, he had this wooden paddle. It's like it just sat back here while he talked to you.
Next to the deer's head.
And he had permission from your parents to whoop that tail.
Back in the day, they did used to whoop.
The only
Yeah.
thing that stopped that was integration.
Yeah.
That was it.
Listen,
It stopped because of integration.
if anybody knew about butt whoopings, This guy right here. When you get the teacher driving you home every day, bruh, that's how I was. They used to drive me home from school with the note on my shirt.
Safety pin to your
Safety
shirt.
pin to the shirt. They would take me home. It was weird though because I would have my teachers picking me up on the weekend to take me to hang out with their kids.
Oh, wow.
Like they would take me to the zoo. I had this one female teacher, Judite. She would pick me up every weekend to hang out with her son and her. Take me to the zoo. Take me to the museum. They saw like a potential, but I was still bad as hell. So they had to tell on me. They're like, this dude is bad. Bro, I used to get into it. I was just not interested. Not interested, but the butt whoopings, yeah. I mean, the scriptures say that the rod and reproof, you have to, but there has to be balance. I still beat my kids. Noah the most, right? But I try to do more as he gets older. You got to do more reasoning with him and to show him and them that it's not about hitting. It's about, can we talk and figure out why you're doing certain things, and if that don't, you do stages. But I remember back in the day, bro, everything was a beating. Everything was a whooping. In school, I used to get beat in school. Beat in school, they tell the people in your house, the whole house beat you. I used to live with my grandparents and my aunts, and my grandparents and my aunt and my grandpa. So if one person beat you, that means that everybody was justified in beating you. Because they heard a different story at a different time, a different version, and it was like it didn't matter if you got beaten already. You just get beaten. You just go through the house getting beaten. Yeah, so the neighbors can whoop on you. Yeah, listen.
I used to get them sleep on your face whippings.
Well, you have to sleep on your face?
Yeah.
Because that lash, that cord from that tree, I ain't never felt that before until my grandma. Bruh, she went right to that tree and was like, wow, wow, wow. I was like, whoa, I had never, ever, I got hands and belts. That whip make you dance. You just be moving different, right? You just be light-footed like a row. And they hold you by one hand so you don't jump too far. And, right? But the thing is, though, it was always one-sided. It was a lot of beating, and that really didn't do nothing. There should have been a lot more of balance, of reasoning with your children and trying to figure out why did you do what you did. And when they're young, they're gonna do the That's Noah. He does something. I'm like, why'd you do that? Why did you jump? Like there was a clock in here, man, that we had glass, and this dude jumped on the clock through the glass, and then looked at me like I don't know how it broke. I was like, bro, that I didn't ask no question. I just beat him. I had to. I'm like, you should know not to jump on glass and then look at me like you didn't. And I came back to him like, bro, why'd you do that? Like, what were you thinking? You could have lost an Achilles tendon or something. That could have cut through your whole leg. You would have been footless. That's how I talk. I show him like extreme repercussions. He does something, I'm like, dude, you could have died. Or your whole hand could have got cut off. You want to lose a hand? He runs into the street. And I go right to I'm like, look, this is what happens to people that get hit by cars. And I show him. He's like, he don't run into the street no more. When he rides that bike, he's like this. Head on the swivel, because there was a time he'd ride his bike and he'd just go right into traffic. I'm like, dude, stop. And then I'm like, okay, look, here, watch this. This is what happens to people that don't pay attention when they're riding their bike. And I show them people get hit by cars on bikes. I show it to them. I show them people get hit by cars, because I'm like, dude, it hurts. He's like, yeah, I get that, but what does that mean it hurts? And when I show him, he's like, oh, so now when he's walking, he's like, I'm like, did you look? He said, yeah, I look. I said, both ways? Yeah, I look both ways. And then he looks again. He's like, can I go? I'm like, can you? Right? And then he goes. Like, with the bike, the same thing. It's again, there's got to be a level of, you got to know how to deal with your kids and what level you got to show them at what age. Every kid ain't the same. Some kids still ain't going to understand that certain graphic things. Like, I show my kids pork and what it does. Smoking. The lungs, what it does. I show them that stuff on YouTube.
I was gonna say, it's about understanding your kids too. But sometimes you gotta look back and see the things you did.
Yeah.
I remember I was taking my son fishing one time. Me and my cousin we were fishing, and we had a bunch of crabs. Just for the truth, we had a bunch of crabs in the river.
Right. This is the way back, right?
And my son, he kept playing with the crabs, and my cousin kept. I told him twice, leave the crabs alone. And my cousin was like, every time my cousin see him, he'd be like, man, didn't your daddy stop taking me to dinner?
Yeah.
And I finally told my cousin, I said, just leave him alone.
Yeah.
And he just looked at me.
Let him learn.
And I said, he wants to see what it feel like to get bit. And he was kind of puzzled. I said, I did the same thing when I was little. He's not going to stop until he gets bit.
Till it bites him, yeah. Yeah. But that's why it says foolishness is bound in the heart of a child. Because, and experience, believe it or not, is the best teacher. Right? Don't touch the stove. Why? Don't touch the stove. Why? Tss. Oh, wait a minute. I almost lost my whole fingertips. Now I know why. And then 3-4 days later, it's still burning and it's blistering and it's like, damn, okay, I got the remembrance of why. Wow, now I got the fingers that are all calloused over. I got a scar. I remember why. Experience is the best teacher.
It's like my little sister, she touched the grill when she was 4, and it didn't burn her because she didn't touch it all the way.
Yeah.
But then what she did 5 minutes later was touched it all the way.
Yeah.
Then burned her.
And it burned her, but then I guarantee you,
Yep, never touched it.
never touch it again. Because experience, and it doesn't always have to be our own, the experience of others as we grow should teach us. Think about the experiences that we get from all these men in the scriptures. All this wisdom that we weren't there for, but we can read and say, okay, this works, that don't work. Let me not do like the Egyptians and the Canaanites. Let me do what the righteous men did. You see that?
It's also like in the same way how we say you don't have to go to the dark in order to know the light.
You want some vanilla?
No.
Oh, it's about good.
That's me. That's me.
Green?
Yeah. So water.
So what else?
Yeah. So
Vanilla
water.
and Gucci Gills?
And something else.
Egyptian musk.
No.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, you don't have to go to the dark in order to know the light.
To know the light, you don't. You don't have to do negative to know good. Like that thought, way wrong. Just do good and look at the negatives around you. I don't need. I always say it. I don't gotta know what crack feels like to know it's bad. I look at the cat that's shivering in 100-degree weather with no teeth, right, and just skinny as hell. That can't think straight. Like I look at that, like, oh, okay, that's what a crack. Oh, I don't want that. Everybody needs different experiences, though. Let's jump back. I used to be that way. They would get. Yeah, man, that switch on the tree was a different beast. That thing cut through jeans. That switch off a tree would cut through denim, dude. Like the belt, it hit you flat. A hand hit you flat, but that off the tree, it'd cut through the denim and the drawers and everything. And you like, whoa, wait a different animal. Go ahead.
Verse 18. Thou shalt not avenge, nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people.
Because that's hatred. To bear a grudge is hatred. How do we know? Wisdom of Ecclesiasticus real fast. I will read it. 28 and verse 3. One man beareth hatred against another, and doeth he seek pardon from the Lord? He showeth no mercy to a man which is like himself, and doeth he ask forgiveness of his own sins? If he that is but flesh nourish hatred. Hatred. Part of nourishing hatred is holding on to grudges, holding on to hurt, holding on to pain, holding on to the negative past. Verse 1, he that revengeth shall find revenge from the Lord, and he will surely keep his sins in remembrance. Forgive thy neighbor the hurt, meaning drop the grudge that he done unto thee, so thy sins also shall be forgiven when thou prayest. You got to drop that grudge, man. We got too much grudging in Israel, and it festers that hatred spirit. Now you can't be around a brother. Now you can't be around a sister. Now you can't be around your people. You isolate. You re-isolate. You re-quarantine. But it's like you came out of quarantine. You came out of that spirit when the old man was being put off. So why would you go back to that? You see that? It doesn't make sense, right? Those are part of the old man, that isolation. I want to be me. I want to do me. I can't stand people. I didn't deal with nobody in the world. But you're doing the same thing in the truth. Because why? There might have been an offense. There might have been a misunderstanding. And instead of letting it go and moving on, you festered that and fed that with a grudge. Go ahead in Leviticus. 18,
That was
19 and 18.
But thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself.
Right,
I am the Most High.
right.
Ye shall keep my statutes. Thou shalt not let thy cattle gender with the diverse kind.
Mm-hmm,
Thou shalt not sow thy field with mingled seeds.
mm-hmm.
Neither shall a garment mingled of linen and woolen come upon thee.
Right, you're not gonna make, you're not gonna diverse types of cows with diverse types of cows, diverse seed. You're not gonna plant an orange seed in an apple grove or orange grove in an apple tree. You're not gonna do that. It cuts that confusion.
I know before I got the truth, I was loved by everybody.
Right?
You know what I'm saying? But now I'm hated by everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, welcome. Yeah. It said, right? It said, when you go to Corinthians, right? When you go to Corinthians, he said it. Paul said he said, we are the offscouring of the world. That's one of my favorite scriptures. You know what the offscouring is? In Jamaica, they say, go scour the pot. Now, when you scour a pot, it means to go wash. They say scour, it means to wash. Usually the pot is burned up with like burned up rice and food. The off-scouring. So you are the burnt rice at the bottom of the pot that couldn't be eaten. So you sat there. It sat in water for 3 days to soak. Got the little scouring pad, and you ever scoured burnt food off of any type of thing?
Skillet.
A skillet or something. It's just all dirty and grainy, and that's us.
Like,
That's us.
my nephew had told me, y'all call yourself Black Hebrew Israelite?
Mm-hmm.
I said, no, that's the stiffness the white people put on us.
Mm-hmm.
I said, we just Israelites. And I said, you're Israelite too. I tried to show him the scripture.
Mm-hmm.
But he said, I'm teaching hate.
Yeah.
I said,
Yeah.
they don't understand.
Well, remember, Yahweh Shai said, if they hated you, they hated me first. Right? And he said, you got to take joy in the reproach, man. You know, I don't let that get to me.
Kind of teased me off, I ain't gonna lie.
You said what?
It kind of teased me off, I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it will, because you want to expect more from your family, but at the same time, your family ain't no different than any other regular Jake in the world that don't understand. Remember, that don't understand. They don't understand what you're dealing with. Hebrews 5:1, one of my other favorites. Who can have compassion on the ignorant and them that are out of the way, knowing that himself is compassed about with infirmities. So we always got to keep in remembrance that we were once them.
Mm-hmm.
We were just had the luxury, the Most High, His will gave us the ability to be pulled from the infirmities. I mean, we still go through them, but now we can recognize, oh man, this is why this is happening. This is who I am. This is where I'm headed. That's the difference. But we were them, you know. So that's why it's important to always keep in the mind. I check myself, man, because we can get high-minded, like, man, these niggas ain't worth it. They don't deserve it, right? It's a waste of time, but then it's not, because then how would we be here, right?
It's like at work, I wear my headdress at work, and so the automatic assumption is I'm Muslim.
Right?
What are you, Muslim? No, I'm an Israelite.
Right?
Oh, what religion is that? And, you know, I read the Bible. It's not really like a religion. I can't explain it. And they're like, so what Bible are you reading? And like the King James Version. No, you're not. That's not. I've never read any of the things you're talking about in the Bible.
Right, because you never read the Bible. Because they never read the Bible. They cherry pick it, and but it's showing you that. Listen, with all that just happened with this whole thing, quarantine and this and that, you sisters are gonna be questioned a lot more by the people around you. Like, why are you doing that? Why this? They're gonna be recognizing more and seeing more the distinction between you and them. And they're gonna be asking questions, and like the scriptures say, it says it in Peter's, right? It says you better be ready to give an answer to anybody that question you about your faith. Right? Where's it at? Let's go there real quick. It's in Peter's. I believe it's in Peter's. Is it?
Yeah, 3:15.
Dang, oh, okay. I just turned the page. First Peter's or second? No, second.
First Peter.
Oh,
First Peter 3:15.
Right. First Peter 3:15. Yep, there it is. There it is. 1 Peter 3:15. But sanctify the Lord power in your hearts, and be ready always to give an answer to every man that asks you the reason of the hope that is in you with meekness and with fear. So you gotta be ready. Gotta be ready to give an answer. It says the righteous study the answer.
It's a balance too, because this is my personal testimony. Like, I try to be loyal to people. Like, so if I knew you in the world, we grew up together. I always, even when I was in the truth, I try to, you know what I'm saying, hang out with you,
Right.
break bread with you. Oh man, what you doing, man? Come over here, da da da. But I realized, man, these people hate you, man. You be thinking, I grew up with you. You invite you over here. Why are you tripping? I was playing dominoes. One of my homies, his uncle was like, just he looked at me like Bernie Mac on Don't Be a Menace. Like, I hate your black skin. I hate, like, it's a spirit on them because it's like we're at variance. Like,
Yeah, but
they in the dark.
what is that really supposed to be? All that is a test of your wisdom and how you're gonna maneuver. That's it. You know how many people don't agree with what we teach, but we still know how to deal with them. You have to. You have to know how to maneuver around people. That's why the wisdom is so important. It's not about I'm an Israelite, I'm gonna swing this sword. It's how do I not swing this sword? How do I not swing my sword at you and still get the point across that I am who I am, and you? I get it. You want to be Kemet? Be Kemet. You want to be Christian? Be Christian. But I'm not gonna let that change or oppose on me. That's the level we got to start getting to, where you can't change anybody. You're not gonna change anybody. I'll be able to answer what you want. It's like somebody said it the best. You always see like the LeBron James and Jordan debate, right? Who goes into a debate thinking that their mind is going to be changed? Nobody. You don't go into a debate thinking like, like if I present enough facts,
I'll win his.
I'm gonna change this dude from being a Kobe fan to a Jordan fan. You never see that.
That's true.
You present your facts, and the person that's have to sit there and ponder, and they might say, "Huh, you got a point. Let me go." It's the same thing though with the scriptures. You know, we present the facts, we present the information, and yes, you have some that are converted, because you'll be able to actually show them, like, no, what you're saying is wrong. But you got to still be able to know how to do that, and not make it a debate back and forth, jesting for words and endless genealogies and argument. There got to be even a skill to knowing how to debate a person and present information and win over a soul, you know? But not everybody wants to be won over. A lot of the people are there to test your wisdom, to test your faith, right? To test, watch, Romans 14, read it. 14:1.
Romans chapter 14 and verse 1.
Read.
Him that is weak in the faith,
Right.
receive you,
Come on.
but not to doubtful disputations.
Right. Him that is weak in the faith, receive, but not to doubtful disputations. Now, it's just raising up doubt in both of us. We arguing to the point where now you got me doubting? No. I don't argue with nobody to that point. Well, wait a minute. You're right, brother. Wait a minute. Damn, let me look into that. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait. Damn, you got a point. Now, all of a sudden, y'all both weak? No. You're supposed to stand firm on your ground, but you're not supposed to be arguing with anyone to the point where now you're weakened out of your faith, and it's just an argument.
It's like, so I have two bosses or managers, one's a nation and one's of tribes. And the nation was like kind of making fun of me because I don't eat pork and shrimp. They're like, US food, and they're talking a lot of the time they get pork and shrimp stuff.
Right?
And they're like, oh yeah, you're the one who doesn't eat that. And I'm like, yeah. And then the one who's of the tribes is like, why don't you eat it? Like, what religion are you? And I was like, it's in the Bible.
Right.
What Bible? What Bible? And I was like, the King James Version. Was like, oh, that's the Old Testament. It's done away with. And I was like, nah, but okay.
And I would just be like, is high blood pressure done away with? Is diabetes done away with? That's all I would say. Is like, so those things ended with the Old Testament? Like, oh, okay. How's your health? That. We got to know how to maneuver with wisdom without having Oh, go to Matthew's.
Yeah.
The Bible says.
Yeah.
People are like, the Bible said, nigga, that's the Old Testament. I'm not dealing with that. Or that's the Bible. The white man wrote that. King James was the white man. He was a faggot. You got to be able to say, you know what? Well, high blood pressure, that's still in style. That's still a thing. Like, people are still dying from that. You see all the people that died from corona? Guaranteed it was pork eaters. You got to bring things to them in the moment and show them, well, yes, the Bible does say it, but let's look at the health benefits of not eating pork. Let's look at what the pig does. That's when you got to be well versed in your different breaking down of certain things. But again, sisters got to be studying. You got to be listening. And it's not always, well, my husband said so or the Bible said so. It's not every answer is the Bible says so, because then it's like, well, you just believe some book.
Well, I told them, Gustavo had told me, like, the only way you can cook out the worms in pork is if you cook it black, and that there's videos on YouTube where you can see it. And then he explained eating shrimp like this. If you have fish, you have the filter, you're going to take that filter and lick it?
Right.
And that's how I explained it to them, and they're like, oh, no. I was like, well,
Right.
I don't know
See?
what else to tell you guys.
And that's what you're doing. You're taking them and showing them the logic of the purpose of what the Most High created these animals for. I'm gonna logically hit you and show you what's the purpose of this animal. What's the, like, you gonna take you gonna dip your head into the garbage disposal and just eat out of the garbage disposal? That's a pig. You gonna lick the filter? That's the shrimp. Like, you gonna drink that dirty water that the fish been sitting in for 2 weeks with no filter? That's what you eat when you eat shrimp. You gonna eat a cockroach? Oh, well, a cockroach is the same as a shrimp. Just one's on land, one's on what? Like, there's so many ways to hit it. And then, yes, the Bible does say. By the way, you know, the scriptures say, yeah, really? Now they get a grasp of why the scriptures say. Because you're taking things out of the purpose. So, again, it's about being able to, different methods, different maneuvering of, but you got to know the information.
I just tell them I'm allergic. I'm spiritually allergic.
When certain things like that arise with me, listening to them, their question, I always say, start off with like, all right, you're asking. I didn't bring it up. I haven't been shooting you with the scriptures. You asked. So
Right.
because you asked, I'm going to give you the answer.
Yep. And when they don't want it, you can't be mad at that.
Like, I'm not soliciting this to you. You're asking.
I didn't knock on your door like a Jehovah's Witness.
Con.
You came knocking on my door. What's up?
A good way to do it is you make them feel stupid, man. Like, answer a fool according to his folly, lest he be wise and no conceit. Like, the Jamaican lady in Virginia, she tried to, like, scoff at me because I said something about pork in the mall. You know, I don't eat that. I can't eat that. And him I go and eat the same, off the same grill they cook the pork on, whatever.
Right.
Came back down, put it on YouTube, showed her, like, a video of a pig eating a dead dog. She's about to throw up. She's like, oh my gosh, I don't want to see that. And I put up another video of a pig eating a human body. She came to me like 2 hours later. Yeah, I'm not gonna eat any pork.
Do away to jerk pork.
Done with pork, guy.
Yeah.
Done.
That Queenie?
Yeah, Queen. Done with pork.
Let's jump back, man.
The virus being found in a lot of pork too.
Yeah.
Pigs, that's why they
Yeah.
have a lot of pigs, because that
That virus is in a lot of the
You
pig
see,
meat.
you seen what they pour the Coca-Cola on?
Yeah, and let the worms come out. There's worms in pork you just can't cook out. Yeah, I seen the one where you put the pork in the sun for an hour, pour the Coke, and the worms start to percolate. They start to dance like they in the club. Yeah. They start doing the worm.
Yeah.
Right. They start pop locking. Right. Sister Mary.
I haven't ate certain seafood and pork in 30 years.
Good. Good.
Because of the scriptures. People get thinking maybe because they give you high, but I said not really that. It's just what the scriptures say.
Well, it's definitely what the scriptures say, but a lot of people don't. That doesn't resonate with a lot of people because of all the different doctrines that have popped up. The white man wrote the Bible. King James was this. It's been changed. That doesn't just, oh, the Bible says so. If you're teaching, that doesn't always resonate with our hard-head, stiff-necked people. So you have to, yeah, they require a sign. So you got to show them the signs. I got to show you the nigga that got hit by the bike, the little baby that got hit by the car. I got to show you what pork does to your inside guts. I got to show you what a pig does. I got to show you all these different things for learning. So that's all I'm saying is that in teaching our people, they need more. This is the meme generation. If it ain't on the meme, it ain't teaching. If it ain't on the meme, it don't mean nothing. If there ain't no picture with a words, then you could throw that away. This is the meme learning microwave. I need it now. Instant gratification generation.
Instant
Right?
gratification generation.
So we got to cater to that generation. All right? Let's read on.
Verse Leviticus chapter 19, verse 20.
Right?
And whosoever lieth carnally with a woman that is bondmaid, betrothed to an husband, and not at all redeemed, nor freedom given her.
Right, so this is a bond woman, right? If she's betrothed to a man, go ahead.
She shall be scourged.
And somebody sleeps with her, she shall be what?
Scourged.
Punished, right? Go ahead.
They shall not be put to death.
Right?
Because she was not free.
Right. Go ahead.
And he shall bring his trespass offering unto the Most High.
Because we know that an Israelite woman betrothed to an Israelite man, right? Because we didn't make slaves of our people. So obviously this wasn't a nation. This was a nation. We didn't make slaves of our own. Hebrews didn't have Hebrew slaves. Right? We had servants. Right? We had servants, but we didn't have slaves. So we know that if an Israelite slept with a betrothed Israelite woman, that was adultery. If she didn't cry out, they were both put to death. Right? We know this, right? Okay. So there's a difference here. Go ahead.
Unto the door of the tabernacle
right.
of the congregation, even a ram for a trespass offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for him with the ram of the trespass offering before the Most High.
Right.
For his sins which he hath done.
Right.
And the sin which he hath done shall be forgiven him.
Right. What verse you at?
I'm at 22.
Okay, go ahead. Stop. No, you're gonna go to 28. Yeah.
And when ye shall come into the land, and shall have planted all manner of trees for food, then ye shall count the fruit thereof as uncircumcised. 3 years shall it be uncircumcised unto you. It shall not be eaten of.
So we have to wait. If we planted something, we have to wait 3 years to be able to eat from that. Go ahead.
But in the 4th year, all the fruit thereof shall be holy, to praise the Most High withal.
Right? So the 4th year we gave to the Most High, and then what? Read.
And in the 5th year shall ye eat of the fruit thereof.
Look at the faith that we had to have.
God.
Look at the faith that we had to have. Right, that's what it said. Yeah, it's talking about when ye shall come into the land and have planted all manner of trees for food.
Yep.
So whatever bear fruit. Right. Yeah, whatever you planted, yeah, if it bear fruit, 5 years you have to wait before you can partake. Go ahead, where you at?
That it may yield unto you the increase thereof.
Now if you were faithless, greedy, stingy, covetous, you would have ate on the 1st year, and by the 5th year you was broke. You didn't have nothing growing. He said if you waited to the 5th year, then you're going to get the increase. So that increase was going to cover the 3 years that you missed out on. Y'all get that? It was like a reverse kind of faith. But you had an Israel that was like, nah, I ain't waiting, bro. I'm hungry now. I got to get it now. And guess what? By the 5th year, nothing was on that tree. Wait a minute. I walked by a fig tree and it produced not fruit. Up. Let's hew them down and cast them in the fire. See that? You see that? Now, God, I'm not going to go there and read.
We had to wait 3 years for that fruit before we can partake in it. And
no, we have to wait 5 years.
We had to wait 5 years. Okay,
Yeah.
excuse me.
And on the 5th year, verse 25, and in the 5th year you shall eat of the fruit thereof. It may yield unto you the increase thereof. I am the Lord. So that increase would cover what you missed out on the first couple of years.
So we get year 5, year 6.
Yeah, year 5, year 6, year 7, all that was ours. But think about what year 7 was a Sabbath. Think about what year 7 was a Sabbath.
That's what I was getting
but
at.
think about year 6. Think about the increase.
Con.
It was probably enough. The Most High blessed enough to cover year 7, year 1, 2, and 3. And guess what? Year 1, 2, and 3, you probably didn't even want for nothing.
Con.
But he had enough to cover at least for the Sabbath year.
Right, but I'm just talking about how you were saying that faith.
Yeah, you had to have faith.
You had to have, because you're really getting 2 good years.
Right.
Store up, put away, use wisely.
And then after that, after the Sabbath, then boom, you're right back. The next year is yours. You have to come with the first fruits every year. But everything after that was yours. There was an increase where you didn't even worry about the first 3 years. You're like, damn, there was a famine? like, wait a minute, nah. I got so much increase,
Con.
but it was about following this. It was about following this, following the ordinances, following the order, letting the land rest, keeping the land Sabbath,
Con.
so the land can produce. Right? Go ahead, read on.
Quick question.
Yeah.
So, since they weren't eating of it, were they just like letting it fall, fertilize the land, that type of thing?
I'm pretty sure that's what was happening. It doesn't
Yeah.
say, but let's see. When you shall come into the land, the planet, the fruit thereof is uncircumcised. 3 years shall it be uncircumcised. So the fruit wasn't being used to sacrifice. It wasn't used as an offering. It just said it was uncircumcised. So I'm pretty sure they weren't using it. They just let it fall. Yeah, probably self-fertilized, because that creates mulch,
Yeah.
right? To keep that tree
Some good
nice
land.
and good, keep the land nice and fertile. Animals, yeah. So, yeah, it just doesn't go into specifics. I can look though. Compost, yeah, compost.
That would fertilize it. But
Yeah, that's how they make compost heaps. They use like I try to make my own compost heap, but vegetation, banana peels, straw. You could do it with like strawberry tops, banana peels. I try to be a gardener sometimes. Green, my fake green thumb. It's like a brown thumb. You got the real green thumb? Yeah, see? You're a countryman.
Verse 26.
You're a bushman.
You shall not eat anything. You shall not eat anything with blood.
Right?
Neither shall ye use enchantment nor observe times.
Right?
You shall not run the corners.
Enchantment or observed times. Enchantments, right? Witchcraft, observing times. The Egyptians, this is what they were on. They were about astrology. They were about predestinating a man. Predestination. When a man was born was going to determine how great he was. That's what the Egyptians, they created a calendar to be able to do astrology. When you go into that, then the Greeks and the Romans adopted the Egyptian custom of astrology. So astrology was created with the Egyptians. All right, the observing of times, he was born on you a Cancer? Oh, you emotional. Oh, you a Scorpio? Oh, y'all mean. Oh, you this? That was created with the Egyptians. What's your name? What's your sign? That was created with the Egyptians. And they used that. Oh, he was born on December 25th. Oh, he's going to be a great man. They use that to predestinate men. You see that? So don't use astrology. Don't use enchantments. Don't use the blood for witchery. Brujeria. Bruja. Go ahead.
You shall not round the corners of your head.
Read. Now, I need you to pause right here for me.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Go to John real quick.
Uh-oh.
Go to John 10:27. Now, he that hath an ear, let him hear. All right? He that has ear, let him hear. Read.
What the Spirit of the Lord has to say.
Read.
John 10 verse 27.
Read.
My sheep hear my voice.
Come on.
And I know them. And they follow me.
Right. Go to Romans 8:16. This is a very touchy subject for Yisrael. The rounding of the beard, the corners. What is it? What is this rounding, right? And you tell a brother, and they start pop locking, right? Spiritually. He that hath an ear, let him hear. Romans what?
8:27.
We just did John 10:27. If I'm going too fast, slow me down. Right? And what you could do with these scriptures in the description, put beard. Right? The beard. Or edge-ups.
Edge-ups.
Yeah.
That passes the beard.
The edge-ups. Edging up. You put that right. You put edge-ups and then you put Romans, John 10:27 and all the other scriptures. I'll tell you when to stop. When it stops on this subject. It's funny, me and Ricardo was talking about it in the house. And I look at the reading, I'm like, oh, that's the Spirit. And we just talked about it in the car yesterday. It's the Spirit, right? The Spirit, it says the Spirit knows what we need. It says it makes intercession for us with groanings and yearnings that we can't utter. The Spirit be knowing like, damn, this needs to come out. Now, obviously, I brought this out, when was it, a year ago?
Something like that.
It was probably 6 months ago, a year ago. I brought this out already, but it got to be brought out again. Romans 8:16, read that.
Romans 8 verse 16.
Read.
The Spirit itself bears witness with our spirit.
And I'm going here to show y'all, listen, The spirit got to bear witness with your spirit. If it don't, no hard feelings. He said, my sheep hear my voice and they do what? They follow me. Right? So if you don't want to follow, that's fine. That's not on me. Go ahead.
That we are the children of the Most High.
Come on.
And if children, then heirs.
Read.
Heirs of the Most High and joint heirs with the Mashiach.
Read.
If so be that we suffer with him.
If we suffer with him, go ahead.
That we may be also glorified together.
Right, because everybody want to be glorified with Yahweh Shai, but don't want to suffer everything that he went through. Don't want to suffer what the scriptures say. Read.
Verse 18. For I reckon that the sufferings of this present time are not worthy to be compared with the glory which shall be revealed.
Because some cats feel like they're suffering because they can't get certain hairstyles. I can't get certain look. I'm going to suffer, man. Like you got all them celebrities like, I can't wait to go get me a cut. This quarantine is killing me. Because you got a little scruff. Because you look like an actual man. It's killing you. Because you can't get the super taper daper, right? Tapered up. 5 o'clock shot, whatever I don't know the terminology. Right? What is it? Come on, man. You know it.
Fresh Cut Fridays.
Taper, what do they call it? A taper, like a 5 taper? Some, I don't know. Taper fade. Ricardo, talk. Come on. Don't shut down on me now, baby. Come on. Right? Read on.
Now we're going to kill the taper fade, low fade, burst fade, high and tight.
See? High and tight. That's that military, right?
Tight.
That's
where
that
you got?
Mohawk, that's that, you know.
That little boosie fade?
All that.
All that. The little boosie. You got that. Remember when 50 Cent had that real high military fade?
Yeah.
Right. High and tight.
You got to get the Kendrick, you know what I'm saying?
See?
Come on.
All that. The Weekend, Tarantula, right? All that. He actually got a real hairdo now. That porn stash he got on his lip. I don't know about that.
Weekend?
The Weekend, yeah. He got a mustache that I'm like, dude, looking like Ron Jeremy out here. Go ahead, read on. Read on.
Verse 19.
Right? Read? No, that's it on it. So it says, so let's go back to Leviticus real quick. Let's deal with it. Leviticus 19 and verse 27. Read that.
You shall not round the corners of your heads.
Right.
Neither shall thou mar the corners of thy beard.
Right. So remember we talked about what was happening in Egypt. So concerning this subject, what was happening in Egypt? Were they marring the corners of their beards and rounding their heads?
I thought they were painting on them.
You thought what?
After they cut all the hair off and then paint hair on their face.
Right. We'll deal with that. What else? What else was Egypt doing? Remember, Egypt, they abhorred people with hair. They were bald.
Yeah.
Remember when Joseph was brought to the king, to Pharaoh? What they say? They said they shaved him.
Yeah.
They shaved him. They shaved his body. They shaved him. Now, we're going to deal with shaving, trimming, poling. There are 3 different terminologies. They mean 3 different things. Right? So they shaved Joseph to go be as the Egyptian. The Egyptians would shave off all the hair. They will wear fake beards, a prosthetic made out of, they made it out of hair. It was weird. Like they made a beard out of hair that was colored and they strapped it on like how you run around with the Corona mask. Same thing. Strap it on, boom, right? The bigger it was, the more rule, it showed like your stature.
Like Parliament.
Huh?
Like Parliament.
Yeah, the more curls and the wig, right. And them cats had lice. They was cutting their hair off anyway. They had lice, the Parliament cats. The Egyptians dealt with a lot of lice. So they disregarded of body. They hated body hair. They abhorred body hair. They abhorred beards. If you had a beard, you were looked at as a lower class citizen. So this rounding of the head and marring of the beard was an Egyptian. Right? Because they didn't have beards in Egypt. This was prepping us for Canaan. Remember, there was things that happened in Canaan, there were things that happened in Egypt. What were you going to say?
That's so spiritual because even to this day right now, they do the same thing in society. Like my little sister, like girls I've been dating, I was talking to, I found the truth.
Right.
Why don't you see the line, you cut your beard, you look homeless. So they make it seem like if you have a beard, or my beard's a little patchy, but they make it seem like, you know what I'm saying, like if you don't have that, like then you are looked at as a lower person in society. Like you look homeless. That's the favorite thing.
It's a reverse, right?
Yeah.
Like if you ain't all edged up, accentuating your features, like man, where's your edge up at? Like, it's funny. Right before they closed the mall, I'm gonna let you come in. Right before they closed the mall, there's a dude in there that cuts hair. And I just like, I'm reckless. I got a pair of scissors, and I was like, click, 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 click. And I was like, damn, it looks tight. I'm like, this looks dope. Were you with me?
Yeah.
And I was like, hey, how my beard look? Because he's a barber. He said, effed up. I was like, really? He's like, man, you need to edge up right here and on there. I was like, oh, okay, so it looks even though? He said, oh yeah, it looks good. But because I didn't have no edge up, he was like, it looks messed up. Right? And I'm like, okay, so I see where they're at, where if you don't have that crispy line that's cutting your face, then you ain't worth nothing. Yeah, and then they spray it on with they got the beard liner thing, the stencil.
The follicles.
They got the fake follicles and they brush it in. They got all these different things to make it look more clean, right? But think about it. Look at his beard. Look at his beard. My beard. His beard. His beard. His beard. He got a more fuller beard probably than all of us here, right? It looks more full. Not so much, right? I'm like kind of there. I cut mine down, but I mean, as far as the fullness, you know, every man, even John, he got stouty, like a Rob. He got more beard on the bottom, less mustache. Some cats got I got a thick mustache. Like Ronnie, he got, boom, you know, every man's beard was distinct. It's almost like a fingerprint, right? Think about it. Every man's beard was distinct to your face. It grew a certain way. Like if I let my beard just grow, this gets super long, and this is just nappy. And it just looked like it's just uneven, so I just got to cut it a certain way. You know, his beard, you know, I got probably more gray in my beard than he does. Than everybody. Oh no, Ronnie, he got me. But I got a lot of gray in my beard. But I'm just trying to show you the differences in the beards, right? The difference in each man in his beard. Right? But now when I get this edge up and trim up and this, everybody got the Rick Ross. Everybody got the James Harden. Everybody got the Iraqi or the Arabian beard that just goes down and just curves, right? Or it's just real high up here. Like the Most High gave us all a distinct look. The easiest thing for a man to do is what? No, keep it. Let it grow. That's the easiest commandment. Is to just let it grow, right? Go ahead.
So
remember, my sheep hear my voice. I know them, and they follow me. Go ahead.
So
I want y'all to remember that.
as far as line work, right?
Right.
As far as like the terminology and the language within the industry,
Right.
straight lines are masculine.
Mm-hmm.
Round lines
Like
are
this, right?
feminine.
Because
Straight lines, sharp. Straight,
right, that's
edges,
masculine.
That's masculine.
And the rounding, like the women, you'll see a woman with an edge up and it's round
It's feminine.
and it's feminine. To me, and I get that. That's, you know, symmetry. Usually straight lines are masculine, round is feminine. Right. But yeah, when a woman, you'll see like women that cut their hair all the way off and they'll get a line up and it's not like a boom, boom. It's like a bowl kind of line.
Yeah.
It's supposed to keep that soft, feminine look. Right? It's supposed to keep some femininity about them. It's a softer line.
When I trim up my ribs hair, like I don't cut her hair to it's like a military cut and then blocked off on top. It's round for the femininity of it. You know?
Right, yeah, you're trying to keep that softness. Right. Now, I like that you brought up the lines. Let's go into it. Let's go up and let's.
I have one quick question.
What's that?
I saw this brother one time bringing out a point.
Right.
'cause I hadn't had time to research it myself.
But
he was saying that the marring the corners of the beard, he said that, like you said, it was a Canaanite custom that they was actually cutting into their face, not trimming, but cutting. Like,
yeah,
his definition was more.
I'm gonna go into it. I'm gonna go into it. Yeah. Watch, but let's go here real quick. Go to Leviticus 21 and verse 5. It's gonna repeat the same thing. The marring, it means to cut. Right? Go ahead, read that.
Leviticus chapter 21 verse 5.
Right?
They shall not make baldness upon their head.
Come on.
Neither shall they shave off the corner of their beard.
Right, so 2 instances, right? You weren't supposed to mar the corner of the beard, neither were you supposed to shave it off. The corner of the beard. So let's talk about what is, let's dive in, let's deal with it. Right, go ahead.
Nor make any cuttings in their flesh.
Right, you weren't supposed to make no cuttings in the flesh for the dead. Or right? Let's go to right, and I got some different instances here. You know, when Saul came to meet the king, it said he trimmed his beard. He didn't trim his beard. Joseph, when he met Pharaoh, Genesis 41 and 14, it said that they shaved him. Right? Let's look at the definition of shave. It says shave or shaven. It says to cut or pare off something from the surface of the body by razor or edged instrument. So that's a shave. It's hitting you're hitting the body, right? A shave, right? To shave off, to cut off. To pare closely, like I'm a pear an apple. You pare an apple, you're skinning that apple. Or you pare a pear, you're skinning it, right? Because a shave, if you get close enough, you'll get your skin off. So we didn't shave. When you read about Samson, when you read about Absalom, they didn't shave their hair. They polled their hair, right? Absalom, he polled his hair, right? I'm gonna go into that also. You're supposed to know that, man. That's a garden term. Polling? Come on, Green Thumb. No, I'm playing. I'm joking. I'm joking, but it is a garden term. But watch, you'll get it they don't use the term a lot. That's the thing. They don't use this term. But polling and pruning are the same thing. Yeah, when you pull something or prune. Now, think about when you prune a tree. You cut that thing from the root? No, you trim loose branches, right? Or dead ones. You pull. Right. So polling, they say you pull a tree, you cut off the dead limbs or the loose limbs from the top or the sides. You pull the hedges. When the hedges, people have those designs in their hedges.
In other words, he made his throat tight.
He made it like how your throat tight. He made it tight. Right. He pulled his hair. He needs to be pulled. Yes. Right. He definitely needs to be pulled. So check this out. Let's go down real quick. Poll. It says the head of a person or the back part of the head. Where's it at? All right. Poll. To lop the tops of trees. It says to clip or cut off the ends. Because we know that Absalom, he polled his hair. He pulled it so much it weighed a couple of 100 pounds.
Yeah.
Right? To cut off hair or wool. To shear. Right? Even when they shear a sheep, they don't go all the way down to the skin. They leave some hair on that sheep. Right? Let's see here. To mow, to crop. When you mow the lawn, you don't cut it down to the dirt. You mow the lawn and there's still grass there. To peel, to strip. Right? Let's see here. So let's go into this real quick. So I went into the McIntosh and Strong's Biblical Cyclopedia and I looked up shave. It says the Egyptians, on the contrary, for the most part, shaved the hair of the face and head and compelled their slaves to do the like. Joseph, prime example. It says the Egyptians that they let the beard grow in mourning, being at other times shaved. So they would let their beard grow to show a sign of mourning. The funny thing is, that's the only time we did shave. In the time of mourning, we'd shave our heads. Like Job. Like Elisha. He was shaving. That's why they laughed at him. That's why he sicked them she-bears on him. He was bald. He was in mourning. Right? So that's the only time we shaved. Let's see here. Shave this beard. Right. The Egyptians of low caste or mean condition are represented sometimes in the spirit of what is that? Character, apparently with beards of sobbingly growth. So an Egyptian that was a poor Egyptian, he would probably have a beard like him, or even like or even like William. It's a low beard, but it was long enough to be like, oh, this nigga's broke.
John,
you know why?
This beard is accurate.
Yeah, he got a broke beard. Well, he's broke because Egyptians they invented barbershops.
God.
Right. So if you had money, you sat in the barbershop every day and they shaved your body every day. You didn't let not one piece of hair grow. So if you didn't have the money to sit in the barbershop and you didn't have the means to shave yourself, you look like a bum compared to them. You look like a lower level of, that's how they knew, like, oh, he ain't got no money. So they sat in barbershops. Now, I'm not crapping on barbershops. I'm not in any means. I'm just giving y'all the information to understand that where these things started. Got to understand where they started, right? Let's see here. It said, the enemies of the Egyptians, including probably many of the nations of Canaan, Syria, and Armenia, are represented nearly always bearded. So all the other nations had beards. So we know that this law wasn't concerning Egypt, right? This was going to concern Canaan. Remember we read in Leviticus 18:4, the things you see in Canaan don't do?
God.
Right. The most singular custom of the Egyptians was that of tying a false beard upon the chin, which was made of plaited hair and of a particular form, according to the person by whom it was worn. Private individuals had small beards, scarcely 2 inches long. That of the king was of considerable length. So if you were the king, your joint was, I'm the king, right? King Tut, remember you see his obulus and his sarcophagus? He was a kid, but they had him with this beard out to here. I'm like, he's 10. His beard was a king's beard, but it was obviously a prosthetic.
Yeah.
Right? 2 inches long, considerable length, square at the bottom, and the figures of gods were distinguished by its turning up at the end. So when you saw like King Tut, his went like this. It turned up and curled because they didn't consider him a god. These gods had the beards that turned up. That's how you knew the difference between God, king, and just a regular dude. You had 2 inches, you wasn't really the man. You know what I'm saying? But if your joint was down and boom, you were considered a god. Y'all with me? Right. No man ventured to assume. Let's see here. Let's go. Right. Let's come over here. It says, I'm still in the same little section. I just cut and paste. It says, from the above facts, it is clear that the Israelites maintained their beards and the ideas connected with it during their abode among the Egyptians. So it's saying, we're in Goshen, we kept our beard. What was the idea behind the beard? But what does a beard do? It distinguishes a man from a woman from first glance, right? And like if this dude shaved his beard off, he looked like his sister. He looked just like his sister. He will. He got those soft features. It's not that I'm saying that he's gay or anything like that. But he got those soft features. So if he shaved that off and he put his sister next to him, you're like, oh wow, damn. Without saying it. I'm not calling you a woman or anything like that, but some brothers have softer features. So the beard was like, oh, that's a dude. No confusing it, right?
Also, Esau has studies that your beard is antibacterial agent.
They got antibacterial. Think about it. When we were in the desert and things is blowing against your lip, you let that lip hair grow. That was like an eyelash for your lip. I mean, really, it was.
Yeah.
When that thing grows, man, it come mine. I can't eat burgers with a beard like that.
No.
You be having food for later. But it grew to a point where it would shield your mouth from sand and all these different things, the elements, chapped lips. Brothers be having chapped lips. You ain't got no beard cover, no lip cover, right?
You know, it's also funny.
What's that?
You made a statement like I look like my sister.
You do though. Y'all look alike. Y'all from the same mother and father.
Yeah.
Right.
But it's like it makes me think of the story with King David. He sent the messengers to the Ammonite king,
and he cut their beards.
Yeah, and he was like, wait till you.
He said, go to the city and chill here until your joint grow back. Yeah, because why? They were ashamed.
And they were warriors. So
yeah, but he made them look like women.
God.
Cut their beards. Did he cut their pants at the buttocks?
Yeah.
Yeah. So to cut a man's beard off, bro, you were like, okay, I'm taking part of your manhood. I'm taking part of your posterity.
Had him sagging.
Yeah, and he had him sagging, but cheeks out. Right? But to cut the beard, he was like, bro, we can get you some new pants, but go ahead and chill in this city right here until your beard grow back. Like, that had to be something.
God.
Right? Where like a cat shave you down and you just looking like the Lion King. You looking like Simba. You went from Mufasa to Simba. Right? Our beards were important. When you read about Abraham, Zion got the book, man. But it goes into like Abraham and those, and at that time, the beard, like we took care of, we oiled our beards. We made sure the beard, we perfumed them. You run up on a cat back then, damn, what was it, frankincense and myrrh? Oh, damn, what's that? Like the beard, you know, it I ain't gonna say it, antibacterial agent. Right, I like that one. Right, but that beard, man, think about it. That beard, it showed, like, man, this is a man. He's masculine, you know.
I got bags last weekend. They had me on the video with everybody in the family on the
Right.
house, and they were like, when you gonna cut your beard off and shave your hair and all that?
Bro.
You look so handsome.
If you do that, you'll look like you're 5.
Hey, I told the one that was talking, I said, I hope you got a picture.
Right. No, bro, if you look young.
Yeah.
And you don't even look your age, so if you cut your hair off, bro, you're gonna be looking like, okay, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Is he old enough to be in class? He's gonna look young. Yeah, you're gonna be getting ID'd and all that. You know, cats like me ain't got that problem. I got old features. You know what I'm saying? So let's get into this whole, because remember, shaving, it's not wrong to shave your beard down, clip it, trim it, right? Shave it down, pole it, if you want to.
Does the sweet ambiance sell like all that?
Beard oils and stuff? Oh yeah, Charlemagne. Oh, man, that's what I forgot.
But like with gold stuff, I'm gonna start rocking.
Oh, like gold flakes?
Yeah, I'm gonna start
Bro,
rocking.
we can do it. It's easy. You just get the gold flakes. You get the gold powder and just.
Oh shoot.
Listen, man. I remember when I used to work in the mall with Aria.
Oh, you put the
we
shimmer
go
on?
to Bath and Body Works, and we would get like, they had like the spray that had the glitter in it,
body
and we
spray,
would
yeah.
spray it in our beards on purpose because the cart, we were right above a window, and the sun
the
would
light
beam
hit.
into us, and when the light hits, we would just look like angels. We would look like angels. From afar, you just see the glittering. You like, damn, like this dude's shining. Yeah, bro. We would do that. So, you know, just having some fun with it. Or, you know, you watching Twilight, they would be twinkling in the sun.
Yeah.
Right? We ain't vampires. But, nah, you know, Solomon sprinkled gold dust in the beard, in the hair. They were riding, they would shine on mountains and things like that. So, you know, we were just trying to do the same thing. Let me finish this real quick. It says, from above facts, it's clear that the Israelites maintained their beards, and the ideas connected with during their abode with the Egyptians, who were a shaven people. This is not unimportant as of the indications which events that whatever they learned of good or evil in that country, they preserved the appearance of the habits of a separate people. So no matter what we learned, we always look different from the Egyptians, and that was the beard. That the beard gave it away. Oh, you a Hebrew? Yep, beard, right? As the Egyptians shaved their beards off entirely, the injunction in Leviticus 19:27 against shaving the corners of the beard must have been leveled against the practices of some other bearded nation, right? So it was something that we were going to see. The prohibition is usually understood to apply against rounding the corners of the beard where it joins the hair. So it's talking about right here, the temples. Hair, beard. This is considered your hair. This is considered your head. This is considered your face. So it's talking about right here. Right here. Right here, right?
Oh, yeah,
Boom.
yeah.
Right? You don't cut that hair.
Oh, yeah, that's what you was talking about.
Right. This is what this is saying.
So you don't cut it.
You're not supposed to.
You wanna wear it connect?
That's what it's talking about. Where the beard connects to the hair, you aren't supposed to shave that down.
Oh, okay.
That's what it meant by rounding the corners of your beard. Right. So watch. I'm gonna get more into it. It's more. There's more. Supposed to have been. And the reason it's supposed to have been to counteract a superstition of certain Arabian tribes who, by shaving off or rounding away the beard where it joined the hair of the head, devoted themselves to a certain deity who held among them the place which is Bacchus.
Oh, yeah.
Now, if you go into Bacchus, Bacchus was the god of partying and rioting. When you go into Peter's and it said that they were reveling and they were partying to Bacchus. Now Bacchus was known as a homosexual god, homosexual deity. He had a leaf in the locket of his hair. He carried a staff with a wreath on it, right? But he was about softness and he was a man that looked like a woman on account of his hairstyle, right? So you were sacrificing this hair to Bacchus, right here, right? So we got that here, right? Remember, the spirit bear witness, right? He that got a hair, let him in, right? So I'm gonna jump down. I looked up the word hair. This is all in the McIntosh Biblical Cyclopedia. Clipping the hair in certain manner and offering the locks was in early times connected with worship, or religious worship. Many of the Arabians practiced a particular tonsure in honor of their god, Oratal. And hence the Hebrews were forbidden to round the corners of their heads, meaning the locks, check this out, meaning the locks along the forehead, the temples, behind the ears, and behind the ears. Right? So what that look like? Right? It said you weren't supposed to cut off the hair on your temples, on your forehead, or behind the ears.
So that's like the little fade they get in the front.
The high fade, the Nas belly cut.
That or right? Or that's when they use the razor. I'm not a barber, so I suck. Right. So let's see here. I mean, y'all get that, right? So this has always been a big thing. Listen, I was the edge up king when I had hair. I love having a crispy edge. I needed it. I'm from New York. That's bruh. If you had that haircut with no edge up, you was, man. Listen, go back. go back to that barber, right? We were raised, but this is the thing that we have to realize. We were raised into certain things, thinking that this was the way to do it. Now, through understanding, right, and through just putting the different pieces together, we see that they cut this hair off to sacrifice it to these different gods. They cut the forehead hair. They cut the ears, the temple. I mean, come on. Boom, 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 boom. Right? They cut that hair off and sacrifice it. Now, there's a cat sitting down at the barbershop saying, yeah, give me that edge up so I can sacrifice that hair. No, that hair gets cut off, boom, 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 on the floor, swept up in the trash. But, let me say this. The scriptures say, he that knoweth to do good and doeth it not, it is sin unto him. It also says, let's go to Matthew's real quick. Matthew's 5. Now that we went through the information, remember, he that have an ear, let him hear. Now that we went through the information, go to Matthew's 5 and verse 19.
Matthew 5, verse 19.
Right?
Whosoever therefore shall break one of these least commandments, and shall teach men so.
And shall do what?
Whosoever therefore shall break one of these least
The
commandments.
least commandment is to grow your hair and let it grow. Right? Go ahead.
And teach men so.
And do what?
And teach and shall teach men so.
Right. This is what we got to be careful. Now, am I saying that brothers can't go get haircuts? No, I'm not saying that. You can still get lawful haircuts.
Come.
So
You know?
that's it.
No, you just.
One against the grain, no issue.
Yeah, that's what I had to do after
That's
a while.
it.
When I did have hair and I learned, I was like, oh, okay, I can't get no edge up. Fine, I just cut it, go against the grain, cut it, and it's like, okay. And then I was like, it ain't no big deal. The edge up, actually, that edge up, when you look at a cat that got an edge up as opposed to not, he looks more rough, right?
Yeah.
As soon as it starts to accentuate features you never knew a man had, because that's what the edging up. That's why they put makeup on their eyes. Women, they put eyeliner. That's why they put different type of shades of makeup, because the lines, the contrast of the hair, the sharp line, it does something different to your features, to your cheeks, to your nose. I mean, y'all know. You see it. If you got an edge up right now, you look like a totally different guy. You would look totally different. You would look real soft in the game. I have to tell you to take that tunic off. Right? Now, again, let's go right back to it. Go back to Luke 10:27. This ain't a call for everybody to shut down their barber business. This is just information being brought out. The brothers asked about it. We've talked about it a little bit. The Spirit had it be the reading. John 10:27. Read it one more time.
Matthew?
John.
Oh, John.
10:27.
John chapter 10 and verse 27.
Right?
My sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me.
Yeah. My sheep hear my voice. So, if you don't hear the voice now, you may hear it later. Remember, this is one of the things that I disliked. Holy. I came into the truth 19 with an immaculate head of hair. It was immaculate. It was nice. It was nice and just
I always
full.
hear about this hair.
Bro, this hair.
I always hear about this
You
hair.
had good hair. I had no beard.
You show me pictures?
Yeah, bro.
I've seen the pictures too.
Bro, it was a good head of hair. Like, I was very proud of it. Good texture. It was manageable.
God.
You know what I'm saying? It was a good head of hair.
God.
So I like to get my haircuts, my fades, my edge ups. It's one of the things that I early just had to say within myself. Am I suffering by not getting it? No. Am I going to be looked at? If somebody's looking at me because of the type of hairstyle I got, then there's a problem. I'm pouring out a man for his look, for his beauty. Right? So, if I'm being looked at because I don't have a certain hairstyle, then you ain't the one for me. You ain't the person,
You suffer because of it. That's why you get razor bumps, man.
Yeah, and that's the reason. You get razor
bumps.
bumps. Listen, I remember I burned my whole hairline away. Because I wanted to get that sharp, extra crisp. I was digging that damn razor in, that T-liner, into the same spot for years until the hair just stopped growing.
Yeah.
I burned away the follicles trying to chase vanity.
That's how I feel. Because my dad, man, these military dudes, I always came with a haircut.
Yeah.
And even when I started growing out my hair, like I noticed like some of the parts of my head, like for the tapers of ears.
It won't grow back.
It's damaged, like the back of like here,
Yeah.
and then like some parts up here, it's damaged, like
Yep.
literally.
Yeah. It does damage the follicles by hitting it that close and balding it down. And then you get the bumps. A lot of cats got the bumps in the back. Got the bumps on a lot of our military brothers and sisters, they got to get shave packages because they hit that razor and them bumps, they got the ingrowns. Some brothers get that for life because you weren't supposed to shave your skin down.
Razor burns too.
Razor burn. I knew a cat in New York. It was crazy. I was like, man, you got to stop shaving. Older dude, it was to the point where you could see where his beard grew, but I don't think it would, or maybe it did, but it was just all bumps. You ever see that where it just be one big bump? The whole skin looks irritated. I'm like,
That
you
guy.
should stop shaving.
You know the skinny dude from the mall? He always have the ear pods in. And
With the Converts?
Yeah.
He got that.
He
Yeah.
does that.
I'm like, yo, stop shaving.
Con.
So close. Don't shave your skin, trim it.
Back in the neck look like a Star Crunch.
Yeah, bro. Oh, yeah, right. It looks like one of them Star Crunch cakes. It's bad. It's bad, but you get that from all that hot razor, and then you irritate the skin. You don't know how to shave the right way. There's a right way, believe it or not. Right way and a wrong way to shave. You got to lubricate the skin. But we know that we didn't shave it butt naked all the way off to where it was just glistening. We had the beards. It was the easiest commandment to keep. Let it grow. Perfume it up, wash it, cleanse it, condition it. Some cats take better care of their beards than others. Some people just let it grow.
Some have more to take care of than others.
I'm the type of cat like to condition my beard. Condition, little shampoo, little oil, frankincense and myrrh, something. So, let's jump back to Leviticus. Y'all got that, right? Yeah. Let's jump back to Leviticus. Let's get up out of here.
Oh, what's on that? You said,
Yeah.
you shall not make any cuttings in your flesh for the dead, nor print any marks upon you.
Right. So,
I am the Most High.
right. You weren't supposed to tattoo up, print any marks. You weren't supposed to make no cuttings in your flesh for the dead. because people were doing that. Oh, they this such and such died. Let me etch their birth date on my forearm for remembrance. You don't need to do that to remember. You don't need to do that as a memorial. Just remember them. Yeah. If you can't remember, like me, I'm like, there's nothing that important I gotta put on my body to remember. If I forgot it, good. Maybe I was supposed to.
Coming.
Well, when I first got my first tattoo, I'm
Right.
like, Mom, I'm gonna get a tattoo. She's like, what you gonna get?
Uh-huh.
And I was like, I'm gonna get my name. She's like, why? You don't remember your damn name?
Right. You don't remember your own name? But then you know the thing with tattoos is like, oh, once you get one, you can't stop. That right there tells you that there's a problem. If something is addicted to the point where you can't stop, okay, that's a drug. That has more influence over you than the spirit, that you shouldn't be into that. I ain't gonna front, man. I had my times where I was at the tattoo shop ready to get inked up. And the spirit was like, nope. You go there faded, thinking that you about to be Superman. They're like, you been drinking? Like, yeah. Well, you can't get no tattoo, you're gonna bleed out. Right? Because you drink it, you thin your blood, they start tatting you, you start bleeding more. No, you can't get one. I ain't got none at all. But in my day, man, I was like, I want to be a cool kid. Now I feel cool not having any. I'm like, I could actually lift up and not have nothing weird. Like, what does that say? That's Japanese for warrior. Then a real Japanese cat comes up, like, why you got idiot on your arm? I ain't gonna say who got that.
Right?
I ain't gonna say the brother that got the Japanese tat. He thought it was Japanese, but it's Indonesian for idiot. Right? I ain't gonna say the brother that happened to, but that's the point. Like, you went and talking about you gonna get the koi fish with the teal ink. So I used to be fascinated by the colors. I used to be fascinated by the yellows and the teals. I like looking at tattoos on people.
I do too.
And me, I was like, well, if I got one, I'm gonna get the teal. But I'm like, first of all, I'm black. That teal is gonna look like seaweed green. By the time it's all said, that ink ain't gonna hold. You know, I had the misconception that tattoos were cool. You know, and it's art. It is art. They it's artsy and da-da-da-da. It's an art form. Yeah, put it on a piece of paper. Put it on a canvas. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I have my little times, man, when I want to be cool. Get my kids' names on my arms. Get it on the forearms, right? You're like, bro, we can't even do that. You can't. You're artists. I'm glad they couldn't. Because I regret it later. I'm glad I could be able to just not have none. You know what I'm saying?
Even the different diseases that you can get from it.
Oh yeah, the hepatitis. There was one, man, where the dude wasn't throwing away his needles. Cash was getting AIDS. He wasn't throwing away the tips. Yeah, so he was just cheap, and he was just tatting the same dude, different dudes with different tips. Yeah, bro, that's what you call a tip drill. He was hitting them. They was getting AIDS. They was getting all different types, hepatitis B, C. Bro, you can't, you don't put that much of your life into a person's hands because they can draw good.
Most time.
So, I worked in a double whammy, right? There's a barbershop and a tattoo shop.
Oh, he was in there.
Yeah.
He was having fun.
Just the spirit vibe of the energy of a real, rough, rugged.
Right.
It's like
it's rough in there.
It's more like, I'm gonna back that for up. I'm gonna take this woman. I'm gonna sell this. I'm gonna get that. I'm gonna flip this. So it was just spirits on spirits on spirits. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It was live.
It was full of life with demons.
It was live.
Sure. That like the barbershop is the hub.
Tied in my face. You know what I mean? So that's what happened. You know?
He said, I tied in my face. He even eased into it. He just give me one.
It was like they say in New York, it was death.
It was death.
You remember?
That's old New York slang. Oh man.
That's wicked stupid, son.
Yeah.
Wicked stupid. I ain't never talk like that. Mustafa, put him in check.
Oh, you gonna blast me on the chat.
Put him in check. Trying to steal our slang and then use it wrong. Next reader.
Son.
Next reader. Yeah, man. That tattoo industry, that's a real crazy industry to be in.
I've seen a lot of things.
Yeah.
Being in them shops.
We didn't even talk about the jailhouse tattoos. The one that they just use like the pencil. They dip it in pen ink.
It's a pen.
And they use the razor thing and it just spins it.
Hold up, bro. I'm like, bro, you stupid.
Yeah, all the lines be crooked. Like, what's that? An A? It's bad, man.
It's a good one.
John, Sabbath,
Yahweh.
Yahweh,
Uh-huh.
Bun Yasharala,
John, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Ban Yashala. Aymayim?
Yahweh Shem, Yahweh Shai, Barakatah.
Yahweh Shem Yahushua Barakatah.
You would say Baraka Thumb.
Yeah.
Right.
Say free,
Sir.
that'll be your fifth freedom right there.
Yeah, Rob. He's not gonna. Yeah, 5th, 6th, 7th. Yeah. Let him rest back there. Yeah. He's the light. I don't want the light to mess him up.
He's still getting the
This guy
herbs.
getting hit with the.
He's still getting the herbs.
So the tattoo says pirate.
Yeah. Dang, now everybody knows.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows it but you. Come on. Let's read. Let's get up out of here, man. Y'all are having too much fun today.
You want that, right?
Yeah, 29. You're going to read the 20 and 18.
Okay. Leviticus 19:29. Do not prostitute your daughters
Right?
to cause her to be a whore.
See, I love it. Somebody says, oh, the law's over. The law's done away with. Take them right here. Take them right here. So you can prostitute your daughter now? That's lawful. Like, God loves that? The damn, even the white man acts like it's against the law, right? They act like it's against the law. Like, oh, we're going to arrest these hookers for being for solicitation, right? They do something strange, we'll let them out, right? But even the white man acts like it's against the law. But the Bible, you take them right here. Oh, the law's done away with? Let's go to Leviticus real quick. Let's go to Leviticus 19 and verse 27. Let's see what's up. 29. So we can prostitute our daughters. Is that what you're saying? Go ahead.
Well, I was listening to some Christians explain the law done away with. And it was weird. It was real weird because the dude was like, he said that the law is done away with, but we keep the moral law of Christ.
This is moral.
Yeah, so, but Christ kept the law. And you're supposed to be Christian following Christ. So, yeah, it was real weird the way he was trying to explain. He was like, oh, yeah, we just do the morality thing, but we don't do anything else.
So metrosexuality came from Egyptians. It's definitely an Edomite term, metrosexual. But that, I mean, yeah, that came from Egypt and Rome. Think about it. Metrosexual was on the, basically they were saying you are on the cusp of a man, but damn near gay. I used to be called metrosexual. I didn't even understand. I'm like, I just like to dress nice. I used to be in my little suits, my little suit and ties, if that's what you call dressing nice. I used to like to match. You know, I used to keep my nails clean. You know, I wasn't going to the nail shop and all that because like the real metrosexual cats was like getting facials, and I was like a hood metrosexual, if you want to say that. But I didn't consider myself metrosexual. I just knew how to take a shower, iron my clothes, and smell good. Now, metrosexual is a term they put on a dude that he's borderline, right? He's borderline gay looking. You can't really tell.
Right.
You approach him with some type of foolishness to see where he's at. I've been approached, and I'm like, nah, I'm gonna tell you where I'm at. Don't let these damn express pants and this 1MX shirt fool you. Like, it ain't, bruh, nah. We ain't messing with that. So, yeah, metrosexual, that concept, that is androgyny.
Yeah.
That androgynous, let's blur the line a little bit between a woman and Prince. Right? He wear the fluffy shirts, and you be like, "What is like?" Charlie Murphy said it the best. He was like, "What?" He said, "Charlamagne got a new chick in the group." Like that was a whole man group. Like, but the dudes looked like women back then because that androgyny, that metrosexuality, that you know, men reading the Cosmopolitan magazine and getting beauty tips, all that stuff, man. So, do I want to say it started in Egypt? I think it didn't really start in Egypt because there was you know what? Yeah, it probably started in Egypt. I wouldn't be surprised they was out there wearing eyeliner.
They were.
And doing all that and makeup. So yeah, you know, these things started in the ancient days and just kept carrying through time. Sister Mary.
You indicated in the chapter where you're getting penalized for breaking the law.
Right. I think so. Where are we at? What chapter are we in?
20.
19.
Oh, 19.
Leviticus 19. Right. Go ahead. Let's get it over with.
Do not prostitute your daughter to cause her to be a whore, lest the land fall to whoredom, and the land become full of wickedness. You shall keep my Sabbath.
Meaning what? I'm going to sell my daughter off to the highest bidder more than once. I want that dowry of virgins a few times.
Dang.
You got mom, listen. People are real crazy. You got moms that be doing that. They'll dress their daughter up in the tights, the spandex, parade them through the mall. Look at who's looking at them.
Make a twerking video.
All that to pawn their daughters off to the highest bidder. Turn her into a damn whore.
People be getting R. Kelly, but I mean,
Their parents sold them off.
they was giving their daughters to him.
Hell yeah. They knew that. They knew what he was up to. They knew he was peeing on people. They knew it. They knew it. And they was willingly like, okay, well, what you gonna pay? I know they took some money from R. Kelly. I know they took some money from that dude, man. Look at the even like the film industry, Macaulay Culkin and all these dudes talking about how they got raped by these execs. You prostituted your children, man, for money, for gain.
When they call themselves reopen the city,
Yeah.
I went to the shopping center, and everybody had their face covered, but no clothes on.
What?
I ain't talking about covering no clothes on.
Right, but it's like,
okay.
you wanna have your drawers hiked up and everybody seeing it, but you got the nerve to have on a face mask trying to cover up.
It's short.
And it's
Yeah.
stay on the skin for so long.
You ain't covering up the things that matter. Yep, that's our people. It's backwards, man. You come out in the poom poom shorts with all that just everywhere, sitting on people's car seats. Bro, I remember back in my day. I said back in my day like I'm old, but bro, you could not sit in my car with them shorts on. You was not sitting on my seats. I'm sorry, wasn't happening. No, I didn't play them games. That's why. Yeah. Anyway. I didn't play them games, dude. If you didn't have a towel with you, you ain't sitting in my seat. You got to get dressed. I didn't play that. Read on.
You shall keep my Sabbaths and reverence my sanctuary. I am the Most High. Regard not them that have familiar spirits, neither seek after wizards to be defiled by them. I am the Lord your God.
Just like Saul, when he went after the witch
Raise up
to
Samuel.
raise up Samuel, that was forbidden. It says, "Suffer not a witch to live." You weren't supposed to be chasing after these divinations, these diviners, witches, warlocks, palm readers, tarot card readers. Let me check your pulse. Let me. You know what I'm saying? Let me read your eyeballs. Let me do all these weird things to predestinate you. Palm readers. Nah, man, we weren't supposed to do that stuff. Go ahead. Whoa. What's this? Go ahead.
Verse 32, Leviticus 19:32.
It's terrible.
You shall rise up before the hoary head and honor the face of the old man
Right?
and fear your God.
Right. Show respect for the show respect for the elders. Go ahead.
What was the hoary head? What was that?
The hoary head is like the bushy gray hair.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Okay. And if a stranger sojourn with you in your land, you shall not vex him. But the stranger that dwelleth with you shall be unto you as one born among you. And you shall love him as yourself.
Right.
For you were strangers in the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. You shall do no unrighteousness in judgment, in
meat yard,
in weight, or in measure.
Right. It's talking about when you're at the market. First and foremost, you weren't supposed to have a false balance.
Oh, meat like get together.
No, it's talking about measurements.
Yeah, measurements.
Yeah, measurement. When you weigh your flour, when you weigh your meat, like, okay, perfect example. They'll pump up the chickens with fluid, with salt, with water, all this little fluid they'll blow it up to give it more weight. What do you buy chicken by? By the pound, by the weight. So they'll weigh it up, and it's just filled with water. By the time you cook that meat, it shrink down. All that water, you throw some salt, let it sit overnight, you'll see all the water sucked out of that chicken. If you want to get moisture out of something, just salt it up and leave it overnight. All the moisture is gone, right? So that's what Moab and all these meat markets do. They hit the chicken, boom, blow it up with this salt solution, with a salt water solution, and it gives more weight. When you go buy it, you buying 50% water, 50% chicken, $10.99, right? So that's what he was saying. You got to be just in your weights, your balances, your scales. Go ahead.
Just balances, just weights, a just ephah, and a just hin shall you have. I am the Lord your God, which brought you out of the land of Egypt. Therefore shall you observe all my statutes and all my judgments, and do them. I am the Most High.
Read the verse 18. Go ahead.
And the Lord spoke unto Moses, saying, Again you shall say to the children of Israel, Whosoever he be of the children of Israel, or of the strangers that sojourn in Israel, that giveth any of his seed unto Moloch, he shall surely be put to death.
Right, because remember, the sacrifice to Molech, you were literally throwing your babies on this hot altar. Go ahead.
The people of the land shall stone him with stones. And I will set my face against that man, and will cut him off from among his people, because he hath given of his seed unto Moloch, and to defile my sanctuary, and to profane my holy name.
That's why every sacrifice that was given was supposed to be brought to the priests. You weren't supposed to just sacrifice on your own. Because you had some of us that were doing this. Remember Aaron? Golden calf? That was Molech. Go ahead.
And if the people of the land do anyways hide their eyes from the man, when he giveth of his seed unto Moloch, and kill him not, then I will set my face against that man, and against his family, and will cut him off, and all that go a-whoring after him to commit whoredom with Moloch from among their people, and the soul that turneth after such as have familiar spirits, and after wizards, and to go a-whoring after them, I will even set my face against that soul, and will cut him out from among his people. Sanctify yourselves, therefore, and be you holy, for I am the Lord your God. And you shall keep my statutes, and do them. I am the Lord which sanctify you. For everyone that curseth his father or his mother shall surely be put to death. He have cursed his father or his mother, his blood shall be upon him. And the man that committeth adultery with another man's wife, even he that committeth adultery with his neighbor's wife, the adulterer and the adulteress shall surely be put to death. And the man that lieth with his father's wife have uncovered his father's nakedness. Both of them shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be upon them. And if a man lie with his daughter-in-law, both of them shall surely be put to death. They have wrought confusion. Their blood shall be upon them. If a man also lie with mankind,
18.
and he lie with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination. They shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be upon them. That's talking about like man sleeping with man, right?
What verse?
13. If a man also lie with mankind.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Go ahead.
And Okay, yeah, I see it said ass, okay. And if a man, verse 14, Leviticus 20:14, and if a man take a wife and her mother, it is wickedness. They shall be burnt with fire, both he and they, that there be no wickedness among you. And if a man lie with a beast, he shall surely be put to death. And you shall slay that beast, or slay the beast. And if a woman approach you, unto any beast, and lie down thereunto, or thereto, thou shalt kill the woman and the beast.
Right. So that Tijuana donkey show, they should have both been put to death right then and there.
Yeah.
All these zoophiliacs, they're supposed to be put to death. Them and the animals. Go ahead.
They shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be upon them. And if a man shall take his sister, his father's daughter, or his mother's daughter, and see her nakedness, and she see his nakedness, it is a wicked thing. And they shall be cut off in the sight of their people. He hath uncovered his sister's nakedness. He shall bear his iniquity. And if a man shall lie with a woman having her sickness, and shall uncover her nakedness, he hath discovered her fountain, and she have uncovered the fountain of her blood.
Right. Menstrual cycle.
Come.
Go ahead.
And both of them shall be cut out from among their people.
Right. That's verse 18.
Yes, sir.
Read verse 9 real quick.
For everyone that curseth his father or his mother shall surely be put to death.
What does that mean? Or who has an idea?
If you actually like wish evil upon them, like, I hope you die, mom, like Esau be doing in the movies and stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Because a real curse. Go here real quick. 2 Samuel 3 and verse 29. David was gangster. I love this. This is one of my favorites.
3:29.
3:29. This is when Abner killed Joab. Joab and Abner, one was Saul's man, one was David's man.
God.
Joab killed Abner because Abner killed his brother. So he took him to the side. Watch, read verse 27.
2 Samuel chapter 3, verse 27.
Right?
And when Abner was returned to Hebron, Joab took him aside in the gate to speak with him quietly.
Right?
And smote him there under the fifth rib.
Right, so he's like, hey man, let me talk to you. Hit him jailhouse style. Boop, boop. Right? Go ahead.
That he died.
Right?
For the blood of Asael, his brother.
Right, because Asiel was chasing him during battle. He turned around and just stabbed him. Boom. Go ahead.
Verse 28. And afterward, when David heard it, he said, I and my kingdom are guiltless before the Lord forever.
Right, because Joab was kind of trying to make allegiance with David. So they were thinking that David had something to do with this, but David said, I'm guiltless. And this is how I'm going to show my guiltlessness. I'm going to put a curse on this dude. Go ahead.
From the blood of Abner, the son of Ner.
Right?
Let it rest on the head of Joab.
That's the curse right here. He said, let it rest on the head of Joab. Go ahead.
And on all his father's house.
All his father's house, all the seed. Go ahead.
And let there not fail from the house of Joab one that hath an issue.
So there's going to be somebody that got an issue, right? A sickness. Go ahead.
Or that is a leper.
Or that is a leper. We know that's not good. That's unclean. Read.
Or that leaneth on a staff.
You're going to have a hunchback. Go ahead.
Short legs.
You're going to have some ailment, some cripple. Go ahead.
Or that falleth on the sword.
Or that somebody that's going to die in battle. There's going to be somebody from this dude's house in every generation. That's it's cold, man. He cursed him. He cursed him. Damn. He's a leper that got an issue, that is a hunchback, lean on the staff, or that fall by the sword. Go ahead.
Or that lacketh bread.
Or he just going to be poor as hell. Right? He cursed them. But really, what was that showing? That these guys wasn't going to use wisdom anyway. They were going to be unrighteous men, because he said, I've never seen the righteous poor or begging bread. You see that? Or forsaken. So he was showing that these dudes was going to be without wisdom. This family, this lineage. And they were going to curse. That was going to be the curse. But that cursing, yeah. I wish death upon you. I wish this. I wish that. That's what that was going into. Let's go to the next reader. You want to read from Leviticus 20 and 19 to 27? No, you can say it. John, yeah. No. You good. The lights are right up here. Yeah.
Leviticus chapter 20, verse 19. And thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy mother's sister, nor thy father's sister, for he uncovereth his near kin. They shall bear their iniquity. And if a man shall lie with his uncle's wife, he hath uncovered his uncle's nakedness.
Yeah, this is just reiterating what we already read.
Come.
Go ahead.
They shall bear their sin. They shall die childless. If a man shall take his brother's wife, it is an unclean thing. He hath uncovered his brother's nakedness. They shall be childless. Ye shall therefore keep all my statutes and all my judgments, to do them in the land whither I bring you to dwell therein. Spew you not out. Spew you not out.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Whether I bring you to dwell in, spew you not out.
Verse 23. And ye shall not walk in all the manner of the nation.
The manners.
Manners.
I like it because they ain't got no manners. They don't know. They don't got good mannerisms. Wash your hands after the restroom. The way they eat. Like, a lot of these nations are barbaric still. They're still in caveman mode. Go ahead.
Which I cast before you. For they commit all these things, and therefore I abhorred them. But I have said unto you, ye shall inherit their land, and I will give it unto you to possess it, a land that floweth with milk and honey. I am the Most High, your power, which have separated you from other people. Ye shall therefore put a difference between clean beasts and unclean, and between unclean fowls and clean. And ye shall not make your souls abominable by beasts, or by fowl, or by any manner of living thing that creepeth on the ground, which I have separated from you as unclean.
Right, and we went through the clean and unclean in Leviticus, the 14th chapter. Leviticus 11, Deuteronomy 14. It goes through that same list. Go ahead.
Verse 26. And ye shall be holy unto me, for I am holy. For I am the Lord, am holy. And have severed you from other people, that ye should be mine. A man also, or a woman that hath familiar spirit, or that is a wizard, shall surely be put to death. They shall stone them with stones. Their blood shall be upon them. That's it.
Right. Let's jump over to Amos. Any questions on Leviticus? A lot of info. Let's go to Amos 9:15. Oh.
No, not 9:15.
Amos 9:7.
7.
2:15. Salat.
Amos chapter 9 and verse 7. Are ye not as children of the Ethiopians unto me, O children of Israel?
And we got to be careful with this one because a lot of people try to use this like, see, Ethiopians and Israelites are the same. He was mocking us here.
Come.
Yeah, he was definitely mocking us. He wasn't congratulating us like, yeah, you're just like the Egyptians. Bro, he just went through all the filth that the Egyptians were about. The reason why he was saying that, this was Amos, right? Amos is talking, he's prophesying. He's like, listen, y'all ain't no different from the Egyptians. Remember, the scriptures say that. We taught the heathen the wickedness that they do.
Come.
Right? So, yes, we came up out of Egypt. We came up out of all these captivities, but the part was we never departed from the evil. So the Most High still looks at us like we are the Egyptians as far as our ways, our doings. He knows that we're not Egyptians. We know that we're Israelites. He knows that. But our ways and our doings, like our brothers and sisters out there, ain't they just like the Edomites? So you can write that scripture, rewrite it, and say, well, aren't you just like the Edomites to me? Aren't you just like the Canaanites to me?
Done.
Aren't you just like the Ham? You see what I'm saying? Like,
Done.
yo, the Most High was mocking here, man. This was Amos reminding our people of how the Most High viewed us in our wickedness. Very important. They try to twist this up like, see, there's no difference. Israelite, Egyptian, Ethiopian. There's a difference. Y'all, there's a difference. Go ahead.
Saith the Most High, have not I brought you up, Israel, out of the land of Egypt,
Right?
and the Philistines from Capitor,
Right?
and the Syrians from Ker? Behold, the eyes of the Most High power are upon the sinful kingdom,
Right? Go ahead.
and I will destroy it from off the face of the earth.
Right?
Saving that, I will not utterly destroy the house of Jacob, saith the Lord. For lo, I will command, and will sift the house of Israel from among Salakia. For lo, I will command and sift the house of Israel among all nations. Like as corn is sifted in a stave, ye shall not the least grain fall upon the earth? All the sinners of my people shall die by the sword, which say, the evil shall not overtake nor prevent us.
Right. Just showing that the Most High would categorize us. He categorizes all sinners the same. He ain't gonna go unpunished. The sinners of Israel gonna die too, just like the sinners of the other nations.
Gone.
Read.
In that day will I raise up the tabernacle of David that is fallen, and close up the breaches thereof.
Right.
And I will raise up his ruins, and I will build it as in the days of old.
Right. Going right along with Isaiah 50, Isaiah 63. It goes along with Isaiah 14. Right. All the scriptures, all the chapters about us rebuilding the walls and the nations bringing the forces of the Gentiles. Our gates will never be closed, and they bring our children from far. All those different chapters go along here with this Amos. Read on.
Verse 12. That they may possess the remnant of Edom.
Now we may do what?
Possess the remnant of Edom.
Isaiah 14 tells you they're gonna be our servants. Can't get around that. Read.
And of all the heathen, which are called by my name, saith the Most High that doeth this.
Right, that they may possess the remnant of Edom and all the heathen, which are called by my name. Who's called by the Most High's name? Israel.
God.
He said that the ones that are called by my name are going to possess Edom and the nation and the heathen.
No, not the heathen. Yeah, not the heathen gonna
right. The ones that are called by my name, Israel, are going to possess Edom and the heathen.
God.
Right, go ahead.
Verse 13. Behold, the days come, saith the Most High, that the plowman shall overtake the reaper.
Right, because who's the reaper right now? When you plow, when you plant, you go to work and you bust your tail, who reaps them benefits? He sent the kids to college. He live up in a nice neighborhood. He got the nice whip, right? It said that the roles are going to be reversed. We're going to overtake the reaper. Go ahead.
And the treader of grapes, him that soweth seed.
Right.
And the mountains shall drop sweet wine, and all the hills shall melt. And I will bring again the captivity of my people of Israel, and they shall build the waste cities and inhabit them, and they shall plant vineyards and drink the wine thereof. They shall also make gardens and eat the fruit of them, and I will plant them upon their land.
Because there's going to be a lot of destruction. Not just America. There's going to be a lot of destruction happening when these bombs start going off. There's going to be destruction in America. There's going to be destruction over in our land. That's why New Jerusalem got to come down. And all these little waste places, we're going to take them over. Rebuild, replant, re-inhabit, reestablish the law. It's funny, man. This road trip, it really puts me and the brother took the road trip, and it puts a lot of things into perspective. When you just drive 3 miles on an open road, and you look at how much land 3 miles is. 3 miles of just trees, you're like, whoa. That's a lot of land. If you ever look from the sky what 40 acres look like, it's a lot of land. So imagine every Israelite just got 10 acres. Imagine that, having just 10 acres of land just to do whatever the hell you want. Build your house, have your slaves, have your cattle, right? It's a lot. It's a lot of land. That 40, so I can see why they don't want to give you no 40 acres and a mule. Bro, they would run out of land. If they had to give that to every family, they would run out of land out here. But there's a lot of land to be had. Like when you look at the size of the kingdom to come, and you look at, man, we just drove 1,300 miles from here to Virginia. And I mean, the kingdom is at 1,500 furlongs, it equivalent to about that 1,300 miles. You're like, whoa, that's a lot of land. That's a lot of land width, length, and upwards height. That's a lot of land. Bruh, I will build my house to the heavens. Not too far into the heavens. I don't want to get prideful. Right, I'm trying to do the Tower of Babel, but I'm building up. Dude, I'm building up because, man, dude, you think about the height. Like it was a 24-hour drive, 20-hour drive. I'm like, damn, that's 20 hours up in the sky. You can just build it. Think about it.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the levels,
bruh.
Like the different.
Bruh, I'm gonna have a car. My thing is gonna be so big that it takes an elevator for the car, and I'm gonna have to drive to the other building up in the sky. Drive to anyway.
Like them buildings.
Those are my filthy dreams. Those are my filthy dreams. Yeah, like in Dubai. But driving, imagine driving from building to building in the sky. You hundreds of feet up. Oh, that's what I want.
I'm just gonna teleport.
But that's when you have your own chariot now, though.
I'm gonna have all that. I hope. I want.
Spinners.
Zoom over there.
Yeah, I don't want spinners on my chariot. It's already gonna spin. Go ahead.
God. Amos chapter 9 and verse 15. And I will plant them upon their land.
I will do what?
And I will plant them upon their land.
Yeah, man, we're gonna get our land back, but even more immense and better than it was. Go ahead.
And they shall no more be pulled up out of their land, which I gave them. Because
this kingdom is going to be established forever. Nobody's going to be able to walk in and be like, we want your land. Tough luck. Imagine after we set the world straight, ain't no wars to fight.
Only the righteous.
Only the righteous. But imagine that. We set the world, because we got to set the world in order around us. They ain't going to be in the kingdom with us. We have to go through, imagine like Hunger Games. Yahushua comes, we got the kingdom, we're establishing the righteousness, then we got to go out and be the hunters to the rebellious nations that don't want to come follow the feast days. We got to go wipe them off the face of the map. Imagine that. And then now you're done wiping everybody out, you did your little time, and then it's just chill. Peace. Hard to believe, huh? Hebrews 9. It's almost, our salvation is nearer than we know, man. Keep fighting.
9:11.
Hebrews 9:11. Then I'm going to take over if you got questions. Shoot. If not, we set up the prayers. Do it like that. Read.
Hebrews chapter 9 and verse 11.
Pay attention here.
But Hamashiach, being come and high priest of good things to come, by a greater and more perfect tabernacle.
Right, because what it was showing is that the first tabernacle that Moses built, it was good. It sufficed for the time, but there was a greater tabernacle. Read.
Not made with hands.
Right. Go ahead.
That is to say, not of this building, neither by the blood of goats and calves, and but by his own blood he entered in once into the holy place, having obtained eternal redemption for us.
Right. Where did he enter? He went to that cross. Right? Remember, the priests every year had to shed blood for themselves and for others. Yahushua did it once when he went on that cross. Go ahead.
For of the blood of bulls and of goats and the ashes of an heifer, sprinkling the unclean, sanctified to the purifying of the flesh, how much more shall the blood of Christ, who through the eternal Spirit offered himself without spot to the Most High,
Right?
purge your conscience from dead works to serve the living power.
Because remember, we read earlier, that's what it was about, was to purge your conscience. Know that somebody gave a life, a human life. Go ahead.
And for this cause, he is the mediator of the New Testament by that means of death,
Right?
for the redemption of the transgressions that were under the first testament. They which are called might receive the promise of eternal inheritance.
Right, go ahead.
For where a testament is,
Read.
there must also of necessity be the death of the tester.
Right? You see that? So where a testament is, there has to be a death. Yahweh Shai's death ushered in the new, if you want to call it testimony or testament or covenant. Where a testimony is, there had to be the death of the tester. Yahweh Shai was the tester. Go ahead.
For a testimony is of force after men are dead.
For the testament.
Oh, excuse me.
Uh-huh.
For the testament is of force after men are dead.
Right, showing that we couldn't get into the new covenant until the death of Yahweh Shai. Why? Because it was supposed to show us about the conscience. It was supposed to show us that it wasn't about blood of bulls and heifers. A man died for you to change and for you to see that, let me not do evil for conscience sake. Go ahead.
Otherwise, it is of no strength at all while the tester liveth.
Right. So there had to be a death. Somebody had to give that life.
Con.
Go ahead.
Whereupon neither the first testament was dedicated without blood.
See that? The first one was the sprinkling of blood 7 times. Dip your earlobe, dip your finger, sprinkle the garments, the tabernacle, the instruments with blood. The first testament, go ahead.
19. For when Moses had spoken every precept to all the people according to the law,
Right.
he took the blood of calves
Right.
and of goats
Read.
with water and scarlet wool and hyssop, and sprinkled both the book and all the people, saying, This is the blood of the testament which the Most High hath enjoined unto you.
Right, I'll take over. Hebrews 9:21. Moreover, he sprinkled with the blood both the tabernacle and all the vessels of ministry. And almost all things are by the law purged with blood. You see that? And without shedding of blood, there's no remission. We've been quoting it. I've been quoting it all day. Read on. It was therefore necessary that the patterns of the things in heaven should be purified with these things. See the patterns of the things in heaven? Where did Moses get all the architecture for to build everything? It all came from the heavens. These things were patterned from heaven. Right? Being purified with these things, but the heavenly things themselves with better sacrifices than these. For Yahweh Shai, what am I reading to? 28. For Yahweh Shai has not entered into the holy places made with hands, which are the figures of the true, but into the heaven itself. Remember, when Stephen was about to be stoned, he looked up, he said he seen Yahweh Shai on the right hand of the Most High.
Con.
So he stepped into the heavens. Now to appear in the presence of the Most High for us, because he is the mediator. Like I said, you read that in Timothy 2:5 also. It said there's one God and one mediator to man Christ.
Con.
Verse 25. Nor yet that he should offer himself often, as the high priest entered into the holy place every year with the blood of others. So it's showing that this sacrifice, it didn't have to happen over and over and over. This was a one-time deal. For then he must have suffered since the foundation of the world, because that's when men needed sacrifice for sin, since the days of Cain and Abel. Right?
Con.
If that was the case, he would be sacrificing over and over and over and over and over. But now once in the end of the world hath he appeared to put away sin. Whoa, you see that? Woo! That's a cold scripture.
Take it.
That's a cold scripture. Check this out. It says, but now once in the end of the world.
The end.
So we talk about like the end days. Here it is right here. When did he die? He didn't die yesterday. Right? You see that?
Con.
Said he appeared in the end of the world, showing that his death was signifying the end. That just hit me. He had appeared to put away sin by the sacrifice of himself. And this is appointed, verse 27. And it is appointed unto men once to die, but after this, the judgment. So Yahushua was once offered to bear the sins of many, and unto them he took for him, and unto them that took for him shall he appear the second time without sin unto salvation. So we know that when he comes back that second time, that second coming, he's coming for my sheep, hear my voice. I know them and they follow me.
Con.
That's what he's coming for. The ones that put off the mortal clothing and wash their garments in the blood of their lamb. Remember, they washed their garments in the blood. They took on the life, right? They baptized themselves in that lifestyle. Right. That was Hebrews. Go to 1 Peter 1 and 13. Yeah, this Hebrews, man. Paul was getting spiritual up in there.
You said 113?
1 Peter chapter 1 verse 13. Yes, sir. Wherefore, gird up the loins of your mind, be sober, and hope to the end for the grace that is to be brought unto you at the revelation of Yahushua. As obedient children, not fashioning yourselves according to the former lust in your ignorance,
Which was the other nations.
which was following the nations, following their customs, following their ways. Oh, I didn't know. But now you know.
Con.
He said he winked at you in your ignorance, but he have all men repent, right? What is that? Romans 17, 31? 1730. Yeah, it's Romans 7. Read that real quick. Romans or Acts?
Acts 17.
Acts
I was
17. Yeah, I'm like, I do that, man. Y'all know my brain. It's Acts 17 and verse 30.
Acts chapter 17, verse 30.
Right.
And the times of his ignorance, the Most High winked at.
Right. So that he said, don't fashion yourself after the former ignorance. Like, oh yeah, ignorance is bliss. I just don't care. Go ahead.
But now commandeth all men everywhere to repent.
Right. Because that's what it's about. I'll jump back. But as he which have called you is holy, so be ye holy in all manner of conversation. Because it is written, be ye holy, for I am holy. Let's jump over to 1 Corinthians 6 and 9. 1 Corinthians 6. Oh, yeah. Yes, sir. 1 Corinthians 6 and 9. Know ye not that the unrighteous shall not inherit the kingdom of the Most High? Be not deceived. Neither fornicators, idolaters, adulterers, nor effeminate, metrosexuals, right?
Con.
Nor abusers of themselves with mankind. And we went through all these laws. Nor thieves, nor covetous, nor drunkards, nor revilers, nor extortioners shall inherit the kingdom of God. And such were some of you.
Ooh, really?
But ye are washed, but ye are sanctified, but ye are justified. Give me Psalms 119 and verse 9 real quick. In the name of the Lord Yahushua by the Spirit of the Most High. Psalms 119 and verse 9.
Psalms chapter 119, verse 9.
Go ahead.
Wherewithal shall a young man cleanse his way?
Right. Go ahead.
By taking heed thereto according to thy word.
Right. But ye are washed, but ye are sanctified. So the word is what washes us.
Con.
The word is what sanctifies us. Yahushua is who justifies us before the Most High. Where we at? All things, verse 12. All things are lawful unto me, but all things are not expedient. All things are lawful for me, but I will not be brought under the power of any. And this is a very simple yet complex concept that a lot of brothers and sisters still have to make sure that they adopt. You got to adopt this concept of knowing that things are lawful, but not being but being moderate in the things that are lawful. Right? He's gonna go into it. Meats for the belly and belly for the meats. Right? But the Most High shall destroy both.
Yep.
Why? Because if that's your motivation, to just eat, the kingdom of heaven is more than meat and drink.
Con.
If your motivation is to give into your lust, the lust of your belly, the God of your belly, if that's your motivation, whatever lust, they use the belly because it represents a level of greed and satisfaction. So if you're all about your lust and your belly and your greed, he said you're going to destroy that. Now the body is not for fornication, meaning that you can have these lawful things and it now becomes fornication. Why? Because that's what you're giving yourself over to.
Con.
You make it meet your God. The black woman is God. That's fornication. Most High say he's going to destroy that concept. The black woman is God. Then why she need welfare? The black woman is God. Then why she need TANF? The black woman is God. Then how come she can't even birth her own baby? Anyway, but now the body is not for the fornication, but for the Lord, and the Lord for the body. And the Most High hath both raised up the Lord, and will also raise up us by his own power. Verse 15, know ye not that your bodies are the members of Yahushai? Shall I then take the members of Yahushai and make them the members of a harlot? Yahweh forbid. What? Know ye not that he which is joined to a harlot is one body? Why? You joined to that mentality, that whole mentality. It's a mentality. Oh, I ain't doing but you join to the mind. Can two walk together, at least they be in agreement? For two, saith he, shall be one flesh. Y'all see that? But he that is joined unto the Lord is one spirit. Flee fornication. Remember, we just went into this whole sleeping with this person in your family, your father's wife, fornication. She's a harlot, man. That's a harlot mentality. She's a hoe. Skank, thought, whatever. Most High is using political correct words. I call her a thought. Right? But now you're joined to that. Oh, that's my rib. Really? But that she was just somebody else's rib yesterday.
She was just your dad's rib.
She was just your daddy rib. Yeah, like, what the hell? Come on, bro. When you join to that, you're going to be joined to a harlot. Flee fornication. Every sin that a man doeth is without the body. But he that committeth fornication sinneth against his own body. Verse 19, what? Know ye not that your body is a temple of the Holy Spirit which is in you? And what comes from that spirit? What comes from it? Come on, we've been going over it. The fruits of the Spirit is what grows if that Spirit is housed in you. Right? Which ye have of the Most High and not your own. See, these are questions. He's asking you, like, you forgot that this wasn't your body? It wasn't even your spirit. I gave it. I gave it to you for you to do a purpose, though. Not to be fornicating, not to be following other guys, not to be sleeping with your father's wife, not to be abusing your body with mankind, not to be doing drugs, not to tattoo it. Remember, look at the laws we went over. We went over all these laws that affected a man's body, whether it be marring your beard, whether it be tattoos, whether it be sleeping with your father's wife, sleeping with animals. We went through all these various laws that coincide right here, where a man could say, well, like, I remember back in the day, homosexuality and prostitution were labeled as victimless crimes. They were victimless crimes where basically I'm doing harm to myself. Right? But he said it. What? Know you not that know you not that your body is the temple of the Holy Spirit, which is in you? So we have to remember that if I defile my body, go there real quick. Wisdom of Solomon. This is how you get them smokers, them ganja puffers, them ganja, them tree, I gotta smoke my trees. You show them this right here, man. Wisdom of Solomon 1 and verse 4.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 1, verse 4.
Right?
For into a malicious soul, wisdom shall not enter.
Right, because it's not about the smoke and all that. It's not about the ganja itself, the plant, but it's about the smoke. right? It's about the things we put in our bodies. Again, it's not about the meat, but are you going to defile yourself with too much meat? You can. You can defile yourself with something lawful. Too much of anything ain't good. You heard people that drowned off of drinking too much water. They drown their brain. When they take all that ecstasy, you never heard of that? People that take ecstasy, when they drink too much water, they drown themselves.
I got a brother-in-law. He got one of them jobs where he make 3, 4, 5,000 a week.
Oh yeah,
He
yeah.
like to eat them big juicy steaks.
Oh yeah. Ooh.
And he ate them ate too much of them actually, and it started affecting his health.
That's
So
what I'm saying.
Now he had to just maybe one a month or something.
Because that
It's
became
really limited.
that became his God. He gave himself over to that.
Yeah,
You see what I'm saying? He defiled his temple, forgetting that. Wait a minute, moderation. Wait a minute, let me not go so hard on even the things that are lawful. Too much sex ain't good. Start getting chafed, right?
Wow.
But most importantly is, what am I giving my mind over to? Sex is lawful, right? But am I going to be doing it every waking hour of the day, to where now the Most High comes second, and sex is my God? You got people that are like that. They call them nymphomaniacs. There's a name for everything, man. Damn, nymphomaniacs, bro. You got people that masturbate. That's all. We know that's wrong. You got people that masturbate excessively, to the point where that's all they're doing. Masturbation. What are we giving ourselves to? What are we doing with our temple? Most High didn't give us hands to masturbate. Gave you hands to put work in. Right? He didn't give you these things that are lawful, these faculties, these lawful things to go do unlawful things with. Right? So read that. Go ahead.
Nor dwell in the body that is subject unto sin.
Right. You see that? Or dwell in the body that is subject to sin. For into a malicious soul, wisdom, the Holy Spirit will not enter. Or a body that's subject to sin. So all them dudes talking about, I get high and get the spirit. No, you get high and you do get a spirit.
You get a spirit.
You get a spirit. You get demons.
Demons.
You get, what is your name? Legion. For we are many.
Come.
Right? You get that. You don't get the Holy Spirit of wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, of quick counsel, and of quick understanding, and judging by the sight of his eyes and the hearing of his ears. Because as soon as you hear, oh my God, what was that? You get paranoid. You paranoid at every little thing when you smoke the ganja. There's no wisdom there.
Nah.
So the spirit don't enter into those weed smokers. It don't enter into the cokeheads. It don't enter into people that are just drugged up off of anything else other than the spirit. Wine, beer, liquor, excessively. It tells you, be not filled with wine in excess, but be filled with the spirit. Your influence. Let's see here. Verse 19, what? Know you not that your body is a temple of the Holy Spirit, which is in you, which you have of the Most High, and not your own? You didn't give yourself the body or the spirit.
Ye are not your own.
And ye are not your own. It ain't your body. It ain't yours to go abuse and defile and just do whatever you want with. Turn yourself into the human sex toy. That's not what you're supposed to be doing. All right? Verse 20, for ye are bought with a price. Therefore, and what was that price? We read it. Yahweh Shai, stepping into the holies, stepping and up to that cross, putting his life on the line for us. You're brought with a price. Therefore, glorify the Most High in your body. How do you show the Most High? He said, do it in your body. How do you know that you're of the Most High? Well, you could tell. When a cat's like, yeah, I'm in the truth. And you look like, wait a minute. He don't dress like he's in the truth. He don't look like he's in the truth. He don't sound like he's in the truth. First the thing, yeah, how long you been in the truth? 15 years. And you look and you like, really?
Why you act like
You act like an Edomite. Why you still acting like Esau? Why you still acting in the ways of the world? Why you still dressing a certain type of way? Why you still sagging? Obviously, we're not fringed up every single waking moment, but there's still a way you still dress and carry it. Why you still sagging? Niggas in the truth don't sag. They don't show the boxers matching with the shoes.
Dang.
We don't do that. You know, like you look and you're like, wait a minute, what? Wait a minute. Huh, damn, really? You got the nose plate, the lip plate, but you in the Bible? Oh, okay. Interesting. Where's that at?
I keep coming back to people in the mall.
Yeah.
Because you completely described
Everybody
the
in the
dude.
mall. Yeah, I'm in the truth. Like
This dude, he was so high, pants sagging. He said he knew the truth,
right.
and just like not rebuking a man at the wine,
You can't rebuke him at the weed.
I didn't rebuke him at the weed. I was just like,
Yeah, he ain't gonna get it.
just cool.
That-
He bought a soap, and I was like, all right, cool.
Yeah. But that's why it says it though. Glorify the Most High in your body. The way you deal with your own body. Like we got to do this class on cleanliness and being clean, and you know, the body is a gross thing. It oozes out smells and different liquids and all that. But we got to be more clean and smelling good and things like that. We got to do a class on that for brothers and sisters. You know, hygiene. But he said glorifying your body. The Most High was about us washing, water, clean this before you put your clothes on. After you lay with your woman, go wash up. Wash them sheets that touch that emission, blood. Wash that. Any weird type of oozing, put that person to the side. Like he was about cleanliness. We got to be more like that. That's how we glorify the Most High. In your body and in your spirit, which are the Most High's. Questions on the reading?
I had a precept that remind me of.
Yeah, what you got?
Ecclesiasticus said, he that is evil to himself, to whom will he do good?
Ooh, read that. Damn.
14,
Yeah.
14 and 5, I think it is.
And even with Yahweh Shai, he said, when he goes in, he says, men love your wives as Yahweh Shai loved the church and gave himself for it. Did he just give himself all raggedy and filthy? Like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go pierce my body up and tattoo myself and shoot myself in the face and just do weird things and defile my temple. And then here you go, Yahweh, I'm the lamb. Kept himself clean, man.
It goes hand in hand. Because, like,
Yeah.
the cats that, like, you know, be all drunk and stuff, and the cats that beat they real, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The cats that be high, and the cats that steal from their kids' savings account to go smoke. Like, who you gonna do good
Damn.
to? You evil to yourself.
Yeah, read it. I like it.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 14, verse 5.
Right?
He that is evil to himself, to whom will he be good? He shall not take pleasure in his goods.
He won't. He won't be good to anyone. I mean, if you don't know how to treat yourself, that's why I said love your neighbors as yourself. It was showing you that what man in his right mind was going to be evil to himself and do harm to himself. No man in his right mind. But that's why he said you got the people that abuse themselves. They're out their mind. They're out the spirit.
Smoke crack, you steal your mama, you pawn your mama TV off. And,
Bro, I seen a dude running down the street butt naked.
oh, and burn into the car.
And he was literally running his head into cars.
Time.
He was on wet, Sherm, PCP. Like, what'd you smoke? Wet, Sherm, PCP. He was literally like a bull running butt naked down the street into cars, head first into headlights. Bro, he made it into like 5 or 6 cars. Did he pass out after that? I don't know. The video cut off. I was like, whoa. Like, them drugs, man. Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
I seen the guy, white guy, he come in there, I was in jail, he came in there, and he literally kicked the door for like 8 hours, just karate kicking it. You know, they were making it go out like that and everything. We was just telling them, man, you might as well sit down, because they ain't finna come back here. They don't come back here once a week or something, or they put somebody in here. But I had been in there for a couple of days.
We got any questions? I know there's one, Ricardo, right? About what did your brother-in-law ask?
If women can shave.
Let's go. Let's go here. Go to Corinthians, right?
So he was like, I asked him, is it a good class? And he says, yeah, I'm learning a lot. So, and the next one was like, so females can't shave either? Is how he.
Corinthians 11 and 7.
Right. Let's go to 1 Corinthians 11 and 7. Let's remember, Matthew's. What was that? Hold on. Let me read this real quick. I'm gonna start every class with these scriptures.
My sheep in my ways.
Every class, bro.
Yeah.
You know why?
That's dope.
Just that way, it's not like we're forcing something on anybody. John 10:27. My sheep hear my voice. I know them, and they follow me. Romans 8:16. The Spirit itself bear witness with our spirit. Now, your spirit might not bear witness right away. It might take a little time. It's okay. That we are the children of God. So just keep those things in mind, that you might not get it right away. We are going to bring out what the scriptures say, not to force anybody or anything like that. But as you keep learning and listening and watching, you'll get it, man. The Most High will reveal His Spirit to your spirit. Trust me. Oh, that oil smells. That vanilla is hitting me,
Right
taking
there
me back,
when I go to the bathroom.
taking me back into my days.
11 and 5?
Yeah, read.
It's 11 and 5.
Read. No. For this, every man praying. Yeah, you can start at.
That's the last piece of verse 5.
Right, let's start at verse 1. 1 Corinthians 11 and verse 1. Let's do it.
1 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 1.
Right?
Be ye followers of me, even as I also am of Yahushua.
Right, so Paul was showing here that he wasn't making up his own thing. He wasn't making up no laws. He wasn't making up his own ordinances. These were handed down from the Most High to Yahushua to him. Go ahead.
Now I praise you, brethren, that you remember me in all things,
Right?
and keep the ordinances as I deliver them to you.
Because they were delivered to him. These ordinances were from old. Go ahead.
But I would have you know that the head of every man is Yahushua,
Right?
and the head of the woman is the man,
Read.
and the head of Yahushua is the Most High.
Right?
Every man praying or
Now
prophesying.
pause. How do we know that these orders make sense? How do we know this is not some far-fetched thing? Well, what happens when your children rule over you?
Chaos.
It's chaos, right? So would you let the weaker vessel, what happens if we rule over Christ? It's chaos.
Straight
Right?
chaos.
Forget about a woman ruling over a man. What about if a man, us as men, say, you know what, we're ruling over Yahushua. Forget that. It's chaos. You see that? So that's how we know that what Paul was dropping here wasn't just something that he came up with, some deep philosophy that he wanted to make up, or that it wasn't from the old. This was from the old. This was from Genesis, man. That the head of the household was the man. The head of the man was Yahushua. The head of Yahushua was the Most High. You read that in John. You read that. Go ahead.
Every man praying or prophesying, having his head covered,
Right?
dishonoreth his head.
Right. Having his head covered, meaning, let's say I'm up here right now and I had a baseball cap on. And you know, a baseball cap is covered. It covers, like, when you look at the head, the crown right here is considered the head, if you want to get technical. It's talking about the crown right here. This is your head also. When it talked about covering it, wasn't talking about the size, it was talking about here. We wore the headbands, right? When you read in the priest garment, we wore the headbands, we wore the mitre. The mitre was open. It had an opening. Everything we wore, the hoods, all that stuff had openings for the crown of the head to be exposed for that symbolic spiritual connection. It was symbolic. We always were supposed to be connected to the Most High, and because you had a hat on, didn't mean you weren't connected. Let's be real, right? Because you have brothers that do wear hats, right? Go ahead.
Verse 5. But every woman that prayeth or prophesieth with her head uncovered,
Right?
dishonoreth her head.
Right. That covering, it was a show of respect. Now, is it talking about her covering being a wig? No, I gotta say it because there was a sister that fought. She fought this forever. She's like, my head is covered, I got a wig on. I'm like, no, sis, that's not what it was talking about. It was talking about taking some material, wrapping it, and literally covering yourself to show that obedience. How do we know? What scripture?
Obedience is better than sacrifice.
No. What example do we have of a woman showing obedience by covering herself? Come on, y'all know it. You know it. I know you know it, man. Sit back there. Put your head down. Remember when
Exodus
Rebecca?
Yeah.
Oh.
Rebecca saw the servant. What did she do? It says she grabbed something and she covered herself, right? Watch. Let's get there. It's Genesis. Let's read it.
That's nice.
Now, did it say she put a weave on? Or she threw on a wig? No. Genesis, let's go there. Hold on. Go to Genesis 24, 65.
Genesis 24, verse 65.
Right.
And Rebekah lifted up her eyes.
Right.
And when she saw Isaac,
Right.
she lighted off the camel.
She jumped off the camel. Read.
For she had said unto the servant, What man is this that walketh in the field to meet us?
Come on.
And the servant had said, It is my master.
Right.
Therefore she took a veil and covered herself.
Yeah, she covered herself out of that sign of respect. Covered her head, man. Wrapped up her head. She took a veil. She wrapped up her head. So no, your hair is not a covering, women. It's not a covering. It's not a head covering, right? And that's important to say because now it's going to go into the next part about the shaving. Where we at?
In the same,
What's that?
in the same, and just,
Yeah. What about it?
no, I'm saying, that's
You
where
said
we're
something
going
going
to
to
the
the
same.
shaving.
No. We're going to go back to Corinthians.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No. We're going to go back to Corinthians and read verse 11 and verse 5. 1 Corinthians 11 and verse 5 one more time.
1 Corinthians 11 verse 5.
Right.
But every woman that prayeth or prophesieth with her head uncovered
Right.
dishonoreth her head.
Read.
For that is even all one as if she were shaven.
Right. It was a dishonor for a woman to be shaven.
So the other day, we was talking this whole topic, right?
Right.
My Ray was like, she was studying or something. She came across this, and she's like, "Did you know that? Why'd you cut my hair?" And I'm just listening to her, watching her, just going like how she's bringing it to me, right?
Right.
She's like, well, "Why'd you cut my hair if you knew the scripture?" And then my response straight off the bat was, truthfully, why I did it. And I was like, man, I was rocking with Satan, yo, like.
Oh, because you didn't know at that time.
No.
Right.
No,
Acts 17 and 30.
I knew.
Oh, you did know. You just wanted her to look a certain way.
I was straight rocking with Satan. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? Like straight.
Yep.
Especially when I was telling people why I got the tattoo, why I got it. You know what I mean?
Right.
And the reason, real quick, without going too far off, but the reason why I started rocking with Satan is because I know how much power it is to rock with the Most High. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's like, rather than having family members who practice brujeria and pray to the Santa Muerte, they were just, I was like, man, I'm gonna one up everybody and just go straight to the man himself. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it was just like, straight,
Right.
let me get that. But anyways, yeah. So she asked that question. She was like, if you knew that, why'd you do it? And I was like, well, this is the truthful answer why I did it.
Right. Watch. Read on.
Verse 6. For if the woman be not covered, let her also be shorn.
Yeah. It's like she might as well just be shaven. She might as well cut her damn hair off. That's what it's saying. If you ain't gonna show that respect, you might as well walk around bald. Now, when Britney Spears cut her hair off, what was people looking like? This chick is nuts.
Yeah.
When Sinead O'Connor cut her hair off, they was like, this chick is nuts, right? Ain't no woman supposed to be walking around bald headed, right? And they shamed these women.
Like the woman played on Alien when she cut her hair off. I thought she was a dude.
Sigourney Weaver?
Walking in the room.
Oh, yeah, I don't remember Alien, but yeah, he remembered. But even Sanaa Lathan, when she cut her hair off in that Netflix, like, what's wrong with this chick? Sad part is now she got to walk around with a lace front. Damn hair don't even grow back.
Dang.
I can't find it. The scripture said the glory of a woman is her hair and the glory of a man is his woman. It's an apocrypha, I believe. I can't
Really?
find it though.
We'll find it. Right? Go ahead. So it says if she ain't gonna show that respect, she might as well be bald, man. She might as well just shave off her hair. Read.
But if it be a shame for a woman to be shorn or shaven,
It's a shame for a woman to what?
to be shorn or shaven,
Right. It's a shame for a woman to be bald or shaved off hair. Right? It's a shame. And I know what scripture you're talking about. Glory.
I know I ain't make this up. That's what I'm like.
No, I don't think you did make it up. No, it's actually verse 15. You gotta read down.
Yeah.
Watch. We're gonna read it. Watch, read.
let her be covered.
Yeah, it said if it's a shame for a woman to be bald or shaven, listen, cover up. Show that respect. Go ahead.
Verse 7.
Right.
For a man indeed ought not to cover his head.
Read.
For as much as he is the image and the glory of the Most High.
Right.
But the woman is the glory of the man.
Go ahead.
For the man is not of the woman.
Read.
But the woman of the man.
Come on.
Neither was the man created for the woman.
Right.
But the woman for the man.
Well, how come you ain't gotta cover your head when I got to? Because you are of me. You are made for me. You're showing that respect to me and to the Most High, first, and to your husband.
We was having that, well, I wasn't having a conversation. I was just listening. And Aunt, she was talking about some woman preacher or something, talking about the wig, how she says it's a covering because she put whatever, I guess a sock hat or something on, and then put the wig on. Or something like that.
First of all, you couldn't get that over with Big Mama and them back in the day when they was going to church with them big church hats.
Yeah.
Bro, even they knew. They did it in style, but they knew they had to be covered in that church.
Yeah.
They knew it. They knew they had to be covered in that church. It was a shout of respect. Then they turned it into a style and church wear. Yeah, look at her, man, just looking whack. Oh my gosh, cut her whole hair off. She used to be beautiful. Right now, let's go into the technicalities of this shaving. Can a woman trim her hair? Of course. The length, you want to have some length. A woman is supposed to have length to her hair. As we read, it says that it is her glory. You want to have some length to it. You want to let it grow. Remember, the world taught you to do their customs. Shave it off. It looks good. Go bald. Sinead O'Connor, Britney Spears. It's all good. It's the new look. It's easy to manage. And they give you all the excuses. It's easier to manage, right? It's easier to deal with. I could just wash it and go. I ain't got to do nothing. I could just be lazy with it. Grow your hair. The woman wasn't supposed to shave her hair off bald. She can trim, right? Because you get the dead ends, the split ends. Now that length was up to that man. It was up to your husband. Read on.
Verse 10.
Right?
For this cause ought the woman to have power on her head because of the angels.
Right. That's going into a woman that's not showing that respect and bowing to her husband and bowing to the Most High. The power of the angels is going to be on her. It ain't good angels. He said he sent evil angels to put you in check. It's all about respect here, man. Huh?
A cruel messenger.
He said a cruel, yeah. You read Psalm 78:49. He said he sent evil angels. Think about it. When you get out of pocket with your husband, it don't matter how much you hair wrapped up. You get out of pocket and them spirits start hitting you. Right there, it's showing you. Jump down. Read on. Let's read on because it's going to go into the hair thing. Go read on.
Nevertheless, neither is the man without the woman,
right?
The woman without the man.
Come on.
In the Most High.
Right?
For as the woman
looking like a dirty tennis ball. Go ahead.
For as the woman is of the man, even so is the man also by the woman.
It's terrible, man. They be looking like crackheads without hair.
But all things of the Most High.
Right?
Judge in yourselves. Is it comely that a woman pray unto the Most High uncovered?
Yeah, does it look good? Nah. It don't even feel right. Once you get the knowledge, you're like, wait a minute, sis, get your hair wrapped. I don't care how much weave you got piled on. Go get a hair wrap. Right? It looks more comely. It looks right. It feels right to the spirit when that obedience is there. When a brother got a hat on and he's praying, it's like, whoa, hold up, take your hat off. It don't look right. Go ahead.
Verse 14. Doth not even nature itself teach you that if a man have long hair?
Right, you looking like Fabio, your joints hanging all the way down to the middle of your back. Dude roll up on you trying to get your number. You turn around like, whoa, that's a man. Yeah, because you just got your stuff flowing. Nature itself teaches you that it's not right for a man to have a certain length of hair. When you read about Solomon and his bodyguards and his chariot men, it said they had long hair. They had long, illustrious hair. But it wasn't to the point. It wasn't styled. Like even, you know what killed me? Remember Young Jock? He had that short hair, but he looked like somebody's auntie. He looked like somebody's stepmama. Y'all know Young Jock, right?
Yeah.
But he had that one hairstyle where it was like, damn, bro, you look like somebody's aunt.
Like a comb over.
He had that comb over perm, but it was styled like a woman. Like an old Judite black woman, somebody's aunt from the South.
We had a finger wave.
Bro, he might as well had. But he had it like in the front and it just combed over in a certain way, but it looked like a woman. Then when he put the shades on, like, I'm like, whoa, bro, come on now. Then he got no facial hair at all. I don't know if he shaves it or if he just don't grow no hair, but he got no facial hair. So it just look a certain way. So a man could have a short hairstyle, and depending on the way he styles it, it could look effeminate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or a woman can have a short hairstyle, depending on how she styles it, it look masculine as hell. All these chicks running around with bald fades. You a chick with a boosie fade? Come on now. Stop. You pulling off a do-rag and talking about my waves? I'm deep. Stop. Grow your hair.
He wore a dress too.
Who?
Young Jock.
And he definitely did that.
Whatever you want to call it.
He did that. But nature itself shows you. When you look at a lion and you look at a lioness, the funny part is the lion got the mane. He got that big beard, right?
Oh, that's what y'all say.
And he got that big beard, man. But you see the masculinity in that. You can tell, like, oh, that's a male lion. Oh, that's a female lion. They look different, right? And you just look at nature.
Oh, that's it.
He had that, but he had something else too, where it was all black and I was like, damn, he looked like a woman from Atlanta. But if you look at it's funny, like I look at both my kids, right? I look at all three of my kids. Oh, you found it? Yeah. I look at all three of my kids and they all have the same skin tone and they all have the same texture hair. But it's funny because my daughter, when she was 1 year old, her hair naturally was like a fro, but it dropped. There was like a drop fro.
Oh, like mine.
Something like that. Yeah, but it dropped down and you could tell like, oh, that's a little girl. But Noah, he had this fro that was just like boom, and it didn't drop. It just got the same texture here. They got the same, same mom, same dad, like everything's the same, but that male gene, that female gene, it did something where you could tell, oh, that's a female. Her hair is doing something, even though it froed up. I remember she used to sit there, her hair would just be in a fro, but it would be like a fro that you could tell it would just drop down into that girl hairstyle when it was ready.
Okay.
As she grew. As she got older, we didn't mess with it. It just grew naturally, and you could tell like, oh, that's a girl. We didn't even comb it. It just was out there. You know them old 80s blowouts? Yeah, them perm blowout. That's how her hair looked, like an old 80s blowout when she was young. That's how her hair was. Same thing with Noah, but you could see that the difference in the way that it kind of just naturally, with nature, just fell into a woman and a male. Somebody got their hand around me.
In the 70s, the women and the men were afro.
Yeah.
But you can distinguish the woman from the man.
You could.
Because the shape of the face.
The shape of the face, and it was also the way, it was weird, like how the hair did what it did.
You make the women look beautiful.
Yeah, that natural hair, come on, man. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Pam Grier, yeah, she's had it. Ooh, I met her one time.
Oh, yeah?
But yeah, she's from Colorado. Yeah, I sold her a pair of shoes way back in my day. Used to work at Finish Line. Yeah, I was like, oh, that's Pam Grier. I remember you from Martin.
Fresh Prince.
Yep.
Not from her movies, though?
Nah, I remember her from Martin. Players Ball with Jerome.
Yeah.
Trying to get with that, right? But yeah, naturally, nature would show you these things if we just look. That a man with long hair, like that excessive long hair, down to the butt, like you got like David Marley, these dreads dragging on the ground. Like, come on, bruh. Come on now. That's unnecessary. You even got that one woman who got the dreads, they're like Guinness Book of World Records, like 110 feet long or something weird, where she got to carry them, or people, like, that's excessive.
It is.
Your hair don't got to drag down to the ground. Now, I mean, you got hair that go down to the knees and you a woman, I mean, damn.
Didn't you say earlier?
I like that. I mean, I like long hair. Like, that's dope.
I don't know if you was talking about Absalom or somebody. You said they had like 100 and some pounds of hair on their
Absalom, when he pulled his hair, it said he pulled, we can go to it. It's
like he died too.
He pulled his hair and it came out to like a couple of 100 pounds of hair. Listen,
How big was his head?
Nah, bro. He was a big dude. First of all, he was a big dude.
For real.
He wasn't no small man. That's one. But then how much hair did he grow? This dude was growing hairs in Kings. I believe so. I just looked at it too. House will dwell, court, porch.
First and second.
It's
Second
14,
Kings.
2 Samuel 14:26.
Oh, is it Samuel's?
I think it's reiterated to Kings.
Yeah, it reiterated. Go read it. Read it real quick.
2 Samuel chapter 14,
Yeah,
verse
It
26.
is 26. Go ahead.
And when he pulled his head, for it was at every year's end that he pulled it,
Right.
because the hair was heavy on him.
Right.
Therefore he pulled it. He weighed the hair of his head
200
at
shekels.
200 shekels after the king's weight.
So 200 shekels. 200 shekels.
A shekel is,
200 shekels in weight.
what was a shekel? 75?
How much is it?
No, that was down.
What does pole mean again?
Pole means to trim.
Like trim.
So he just trimmed off, like, he trimmed
Cut
from the
that
top.
edge.
He didn't shave it. He just trimmed from the top, made it all round. Like, when you take a trimmer, right, or some clippers, and you put, like, the biggest guard on it, like a 7 or an 8, and you, and all it does is just get everything even, but still keep it real long. Then you comb it, and you trim it, and get that real nice tight fro. Yeah, that's what he did. 200 shekels a weight. It has 7 grams. 17 grams times 200.
And another thing, that's
17 grams times 200.
17
that's
times
where Alpha
200 is
America
3,400.
came from.
Say it again.
That's where our nationality, so-called nationality, came from. Afro-American.
Oh, that title.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. 3,400 grams to pounds. Okay, so it wasn't a couple of hundred. It was about 8 pounds of hair. That's still a lot.
That's a lot of hair. But I've just been saying a couple hundred.
Yes.
See?
I'm saying a couple of hundred. I'm going off the shekels. Yeah. But 8 pounds of hair. I mean, come on. I don't even know what 8 pounds of hair feel like.
That's
Baby.
a lot.
That's a
That's a lot.
right. That's a newborn baby. Think about that. He had a real strong neck,
He had enough hair to get,
tangled up in a tree,
and it hold him up.
and it held him up there, and they just
That's that
picked him
pure
off. Yeah, bro. So think about that. His hair was strong. He had that woolly hair, that real texture,
8 pounds every year. That was
and
a lot.
it just showed you that. It said that he had right.
It grows
I'll
fast
leave
too,
it at
though.
that.
You
Every
think
year,
about-
8 pounds.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a lot of hair.
It's a lot of
Especially,
hair,
like,
bro.
back in the
Year.
day too, like what we eat goes into our hair. You know what I mean? So
Oh, yeah.
That
Blood.
good diet back then, that
Oh,
strong,
yeah.
strong hair, man.
And you know, Absalom wasn't the only cat that had good hair. Like David, they said he was beautiful from head to toe. Solomon, same thing. Like, not saying they had the same feature. Obviously, this was a characteristic of Absalom where it stood out, where he was like, "Whoa, okay, it's a lot of hair, bro." But you could only imagine, man, that we kept ourselves right. We are all rocking, at least on that level.
Well,
I mean,
When I was in Mexico,
Need
I
that.
had my hair long. They would call me palma,
Palma, what is that?
palm.
Palm. Oh, like a palm tree, because it was out there. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's like when Yahweh Shai restored the sight to that blind dude.
Yeah.
He said, "I see men as trees walking."
Yeah. Big froze, man.
Dang.
We had hair.
I like
Yeah,
that.
we had hair. Think about a tree then. Right?
Or
So-
even a palm tree.
Or even a palm tree.
Yeah,
When
we
this
like
guy
it.
lets his fro out, when he lets the beast out back there, that thing be,
Oh yeah.
yeah, bro, it be out there.
Best fro in ISBHPK.
I'm telling you, dude, my fro was to be reckoned with.
I
Cass is disrespecting the fro.
think if he still had it, he would still have a better one.
I don't know, bro. I don't know. Anyway, where we at? Did we finish that Corinthians? Read it. Finish it up. Let's finish it up.
1 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 15.
Right?
But if a woman have long hair, it is a glory to her.
It is a what?
A glory to her.
Her glory is the hair, man. Her glory is that hair. Go ahead.
for her hair is given for a covering.
Right. You see that? So, yeah, shaving. A woman ain't supposed to shave off her head. She's supposed to be covered if she prays, prophesied. Our women covered themselves out of respect for their. Remember, at this time, Isaac wasn't even her husband yet, and she covered herself. So what did that show? That they covered themselves. We covered ourselves, the women, just in the presence of other men. Right? That's where the Muslims get it from. The Muslim women.
Servant wasn't the man she was with.
She was with the servant, but when she seen Isaac, his master, she covered up. When she said, "Oh, that was the master," so I was gonna go into it with the Muslims. They uncover only in front of certain men, like the men of their immediate family. They'll uncover, but other men outside of that, outside of their brother and their father, they got to be covered up around their cousins, around friends, and other distant kin. So they get that from us. They get that from us. So.
Yeah, my brother-in-law Ramiro, he said thank you.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. Lewis, you asked about Judges 16 about the harlot.
Samson,
Nah.
Samson having taken a harlot. He wasn't.
Took Delilah, right?
Remember he slept with a harlot. He saw a woman look fair with a harlot. He slept with a harlot.
Right, that's in Judges
Yeah.
16.
He's out there with sin.
I mean,
That was the woman before Delilah.
where we at? Then I was Judges 16 and 1. Yeah, then read that for me real quick.
Judges 16 verse 1. Then went Samson to Gaza and saw there an harlot,
Right,
and went in unto her.
right.
And it was told the Gazites, saying, Samson is come hither. And they compassed him in, and laid wait for him all night in the gate of the city, and were quiet all the night, saying, In the morning, when it is day, we shall kill him.
Right.
And Samson lay till midnight, and arose at midnight, and took the doors of the gate of the city, and the two posts, and went away with them, bar and all,
Right.
and put them upon his shoulders, and carried them up to the top of an hill that is before Hebron.
Right. I mean, it don't say nothing about him being punished for dealing with that woman. It doesn't go into it. So I can't say what his punishment was. It doesn't say. Right? It just goes from one story, he lay with her, and then all of a sudden he's with Delilah.
His punishment was when he didn't do what the Most High had ordered, by cutting the hair.
Well,
I mean, that's how he wind up getting captured.
well, we can't say that that was his punishment for laying with the
this.
harlot. We know that. We know that.
Yeah, I wasn't saying that.
Right. He got by giving in to the woman. Right. By giving up, by cutting his hair. He was a Nazarite.
Yeah.
They weren't supposed to cut their hair. He wasn't supposed to be eating honey out of a lion's carcass. He wasn't supposed to be drinking of the vine. His parents vowed that vow for him when the angel came to Manoah. So he kind of went against those vows of a Nazarite. And we know that's how he got bound up and lost his strength.
Yeah.
And then he was redeemed at the end, and he was able to take out those Philistines. So, but as far as he lay with a harlot, then he caught the drip, it don't say that. You know what I'm saying? It don't say that. So we can't I'm not going to throw in something. Remember, the scriptures say we know in part, we prophesy in part. And when the Most High, when Yahweh Shai comes, he's going to make what's in part whole. So we just got to deal with what we got, Anything else?
There was another question online.
Was there? In the last chat?
Yeah, well, no, it's from the one we're currently in. It's from Alan C. It's
Right.
Revelation 21 and 12.
Yeah, that's the wrong scripture.
It's Deuteronomy.
Oh, it's Deuteronomy? Yeah, they put Revelation 21 and 12. That's not talking about a woman shaving her head.
I think it's Deuteronomy.
Have them put the right scripture. I don't want to assume. But I can look at Deuteronomy 21 and 12. Put the right, if you're still online, Alan C., put your question one more time, please. 21 and verse 12. Now shall bring her home, thine house, and shave her head and pare her nails. Oh, right. Yeah, that's, okay, let's start there. Read it, 21 and 11.
Deuteronomy chapter 21 verse 11.
Right?
10.
And seest among the captives a beautiful woman.
Verse 10.
Verse 10. When thou goest forth to war against thine enemies.
Right, so I think his question was, why did,
It's It just said, can you explain the reason why the women have to shave her head?
Right. Okay. Go ahead.
Deuteronomy chapter 21, verse 10.
Right.
When thou goest forth to war against thine enemies, and the Lord thy power hath delivered them into thine hands, and thou hast taken them captive, and seest among the captives a beautiful woman, and hast a desire unto her, that thou wouldest have her to thy wife.
Because what made her beauty? How did you see her beauty? Her hair, her look, whatever little makeup she had on, whatever little scanty little dainty clothing she had on, little whatever she was wearing. Go ahead.
Then thou shalt bring her home to thine house.
Right, so you're going to bring her home to your house, read.
And she shall shave her head.
Right, so she's going to shave her hair. And what else?
And pare her nails.
And what else?
And she shall put the raiment of her captivity from off her.
Right.
And shall remain in thine house, and bewail her father and her mother.
Right, so that shaving of the hair and the nails, basically she's putting off her old customs. And now she got to assimilate into what you want her to be. You see that? So that's all that was. You cut off that hair to symbolize, because we weren't doing this to our women. Remember, she was a woman of the captives.
Yeah.
You see that? So, yeah.
And she gonna be like, it said, bewail her father and mother. They're like, she gonna be mourning that she's not with them.
That she's not with them. She's a captive. Yeah, she didn't want to be there willingly. So you shave her down, change her clothes. You show that she was a captive, but also that as you read down, if showing that, okay, you was gonna marry this woman, you were gonna deal with her, right? And it goes in. These are just the laws that are shown about the female captive. These are the things that you were supposed to do.
Gave her time to mourn.
You gave her the time to mourn that she wasn't gonna be with her family, right? Go ahead.
Thou shalt go in unto her and be her husband.
Right.
And she shall be thy wife.
Right.
Verse 14.
Now we know we're not doing this law right now. We're not at war with no nations where we got to go take captives. Sorry. Sorry, guys.
Spiritual war, right?
Yeah, spiritual war, but we're supposed to be here for our people, getting their spirits right, if that's the case. So we ain't doing it. We don't. There's no need for this law right now. That law was Deuteronomy 21 and verse 11. That law was at the time when we were going to war with these other nations and actually winning. If we went to war right now, we'd lose. They take us for captive.
Again.
You're going to be a captive in the captivity. Like, golly.
I think they'll kill us off this time.
Oh, yeah. So that's what that was about. That was the law. That was the law of a female captive, and how you would deal with this as shaving. If shaving armpits is lawful, is shaving your armpits lawful? I mean, it don't say it. It doesn't say about shaving the armpits and shaving, like you got women that shave their legs. I mean, I would say that's up to a woman's husband. If he wants you to, keep them legs nice and silky, right? Armpits. Some men gotta shave down. Like, listen, hygiene, all that hair. Sometimes, man, Houston is humid. Sometimes you gotta pull that hair down. You gotta groom. Yeah, I do it. I get the hair. I don't shave it bald. Like, come on, you're looking at me weird now. But I definitely trim the hair, because all that hair, the deodorant don't work well when you got all that hair. All that hair blocks. All that hair builds up funk. I don't like to be smelly. I don't like to be sweaty. I don't like to stink. Armpit hairs, it builds up all that bacteria and stuff. You just cut it down. That thing could get jungly. There's nothing wrong with self-grooming. Again, it's really about, you gotta know, everything is different for everybody. Some men, some women don't shave their armpit because they have no problem. Me, I'm very self-conscious about the way I smell. So I try to do all to stand in the good. Like, I want to be able to, if I do this, my brother is not like coughing and passes out because of my funk.
Right.
Yeah. I want to be able to not offend anybody. So I just do what I got to do, but it's up to each person. You got to know your body. Am I shaving my legs? No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that, But a woman shaving her legs, that's up to that husband, that woman's husband, but it don't go into that as far as like, thou shalt not shave your legs. Or thou shalt not shave your armpits.
Need that hell now to keep them mosquitoes out there.
That's what that does? I believe it. I mean, but that ain't true. I can get bit.
Crawl on me.
You can feel it. The hair starts to twitch.
They are like little sensors.
Yeah, the spidey hairs start to switch. Like, oh, what's that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I still get bit though. So yeah, you know, getting technical like that, there's nothing that goes into. That would be up to a husband, a woman's husband, and his discretion. You know, some men like it. You know, some men don't mind hair on a woman's body, legs. I seen one video. It was on Facebook. The dude's wife was laying on the couch. He's like, I'm gonna shave her armpits. It's quarantine. She needs to shave her armpits. She was laying there. This dude went with the razor and just shaved her armpit. I was like, dang. She took the same razor and just cut right into his head.
Dang.
Yeah, it was just playing around and stuff, but that's up to that man. You know, even the makeup, the level of makeup that a woman wears, that's up to that should be up to the husband. Me, I'm not a makeup guy.
1/4-inch thick.
On the face, the foundation, where you can wipe off a person's face with a wet wipe. It's terrible. It's terrible, man. All that makeup ain't needed. You know, but again, that's up to that man. So, yeah.
I seen this photo of like a headrest on the vehicle.
Oh,
in the
that's
backseat,
terrible.
where I guess the dude like brake checked his car, and the woman that was in the back. Left her
She left her whole face print?
Yeah.
Damn, on the headrest. Con. We got anything else? Before we end it, anything online? All right, well, not as short-winded as I thought.
Yep.
I might get more fun, y'all quit down.
7.5.
Damn. Gotta find a way to cut this down. Just let y'all read and not talk. That would be boring.
No edification, huh?
That would be boring. Nah, they be good classes, man.
Yeah.
Oh, they be good classes. Do me a favor? Oh no, it's all good. It's all good. I might get more Punyak Padam, rise and face the east. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Baba Koshai.
Baba Koshai.
Shamai.
Shemai.
Lata Palath Nawa.
Lata Palath Nawa.
Shalai Bajam Ka.
Shalom Majin Ka.
Za Awar.
Za Awar.
Shalach.
Shalach.
Mayaka Allah.
Maika Allah.
Allah Hayam.
Hayam.
Hasamak.
Hasamak.
Chazak.
Chazak.
Izar.
Izar.
Rapah.
Rapah.
Magun.
Magun.
Hagun.
Hagun.
Yasha Allah.
Yasha Allah.
Shalach.
Shalach.
Yahweh Shai.
Yahweh Shai.
Aita.
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 Shalach.
Shalach.
Much wisdom.
Much wisdom.
Knowledge and understanding.
Knowledge and understanding.
Patience and faith.
Patience and faith.
Brotherhood.
Brotherhood.
Charity.
Charity.
Spiritual powers.
Spiritual powers.
And forgive us.
And forgive us.
Of our sins.
Of our sins.
We ask Yahweh.
We ask Yahweh.
To strengthen us.
That you strengthen us.
Your people.
Your people.
Baba Koshai.
Baba Koshai.
Shemai.
Shemai.
The water.
The water.
Thamyad.
Thamyad.
Aman.
Aman.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hahawa'ah.
Ladalanawa.
Ladalanawa.
Hathawara.
Hathawara. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hahawa'ah.
Ladalanawa.
Ladalanawa.
Award.
Award.
Lara'ah.
Lara'ah. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hahawa'ah.
Ladalanawa.
Ladalanawa.
Ha'ayal.
Ha'ayal.
Korah.
Korah.
Laqwara'ah.
Laqwara'ah.
Ha'ayin.
Ha'ayin. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hahawa'ah.
Ladalanawa.
Ladalanawa.
Shaman.
Shaman.
Zayat.
Zayat.
Lamashah.
Lamashah.
Yasher Allah.
Yasher Allah. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Anyone that wants to be anointed after, we can do that.
Psalm chapter 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto...
Oh, Slide, go ahead.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Most High.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Most High.
to sing praises unto thy name.
To sing praises unto thy name.
O Most High.
O Most High.
To show forth thy loving kindness.
To show forth thy loving kindness.
In the morning.
In the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp with a solemn sound.
And upon the harp with a solemn sound.
For thou,
Yahweh,
has made me glad through thy works.
Has made me glad through thy works.
I will triumph in thy works.
I will triumph in thy works.
Of thy hands.
Of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither do a fool understand this.
Neither do a fool understand this.
When the wicked spring up as grass.
When the wicked spring as grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou,
O
Yahweh, art most high forevermore.
Are most high forevermore.
For lo, thine enemies, O Yahweh, for lo, thine enemies shall perish.
Thine enemies shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
But my horn, shalt thou exalt. Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
My eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire on my enemies.
My desire on my enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
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 My desires of the wicked that rise up against me.
My desire of the wicked that rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh Shai.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh Shai.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Most High is upright.
To show that the Most High is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
By Hashem Yahushai.
By Hashem Yahushai. Psalms 133. Shayar. Hamalawat. Ladawad. Hana. Matawad. Wama. Ayam. Shabbat. Achim. Gum. Yachad. Kashaman.
Atawa.
Al. Arahaj. Yarad. Al. Hazakwan. Zakwan. Aharon. Shayarad. Al. Haya. Madawathiawa. Katal. Karawan. Shayarad. Al. Hararia. Tazayawan. Kaya. Sham. Tazawa. Yahweh. Abaraka. Kayayam. Aid.
Hawalam. Psalms chapter 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to do it together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments. As the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descends upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore.
By Hashem Yahushai.
By Hashem Yahushai.
The water.
From
Yah.
Aman.
Circle it up. You gotta yell at some more people.
Con.
You gotta yell at more kids.
Oh, it's coming.
That's your problem.
Coming.
That voice is cracking. You gotta yell at more people, man. Oh. Call it.
Salute out the men of Israel. Damn. Men of Israel. I money. Barak.
Yahweh Shem Yahushai Barakadam.
Kum Yisrael.
Kum Yisrael.
Kum Yisrael.
Kum Yisrael.
Kum Yisrael.
Kum Yisrael. It's all right. Turn it
Wow.
cracking, man. Get the sisters.
Wow.
I'll call it. Salute. Saluting out the daughters of Zion, men of Israel. I murder you. Barak. Yahweh Shema Ladan Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Yahweh Shema Ladan Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Yadi Matah. Let's salute them online. Let's say shalom.
Shalom.
We'll see y'all Monday.
Anybody got it? Anybody? Y'all ain't got the
I want to, bro, but I can't.
That's a long drive.
What?
You take,
Oh, wait. Take
Oh.
me home? Okay, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know it.
no.
I
I
thought
didn't
you.
know what he was talking about.
He's the God of mercy and wrath. So do you want to fly or do you keep the Bible on cop? The Most High is my rock. Rock, rock. The Most High is my rock. The Most High is my rock. My rock. The Most High is my rock. In the name of Messiah, the Most High is my rock. The Most High is my rock. My rock. The Most High is my rock. Yeah. The Most High is my rock. I keep my Bible on cop. The Most High is my rock. No time for cupcake and the cutling. Hit the streets and start cutting. The Israelites are bubbling. The Israelites are coming. I don't celebrate Thanksgiving. You can keep the stuffing. It's pagan, disdain. It's vain. It's nothing. The European Union about to hit the button.